Can't come down 'cause we're turning up. Love the sound, we can't get enough. We're here to shine, we keep showing up. Keep showing up. The volume's high, we keep turning up. Keep turning up.
player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Season 2. And we're back on the set for more Brawl Stars action for the APAC region. My name is Husky. Alongside me is Victor Cax. We have a lot to go through today. Incredible amount of series and sets, and a lot of them will be running concurrently, but the most important task is to find out which 4 teams will make it through to the next stage.
Yeah, there are going to be 8 amazing Brawl Stars squads coming here to vie for that little slot to get into the challenge stage. So there's going to be plenty to play for today, especially when a lot is on the line here when it comes to the reputations of these players, as well as their capability to keep themselves up in the top of the ranks. It's all going to come down to this. A little bit of a long tournament here for today, but then by the end of the day, we will find out who our top 4 are going to be. So make sure you guys strap in and stick around for the ride.
Yeah, we have plenty of time for a break. You know, the last time we had the Masters was right here in Malaysia, and that of course was taken home by one of the Zeta Division people. And you know, good news for our Japanese Brawl Star fans, they are back for this split number 1, just not under the name of Zeta Division. We'll get into that a little bit, but it's great to start the new year in the midst of Chinese New Year as well.
Yeah.
A festive season for both Brawl Stars, and everyone celebrating CNY. So with that being said, it's good to be back. We'll take a look at the format just to bring you guys through what is in store for the entirety of the tournament. For those who are tuning into this broadcast just for the first time, just know that right now we're at the Snapdragon Pro Series Open Split 1 Finals, where we will be looking for the top 4 teams. We have 2 splits for the Open, and the top 4 teams from both splits will kind of head towards the challenge stage, where we will play the GSL bracket in a best of 5 for 2 groups to look for the top 4 teams. Will then advance to the challenge finals, and of course that will be a best of 5 elimination. Of course, the top 2 teams from each region based on the leaderboard total points will represent the region to head towards the master stage at the end of it all.
Yeah, so it might sound a bit confusing, but then again, this has been the standard that Supercell has set for Brawl Stars as far as how you qualify to Masters. So again, it's going to be more about the consistent performance throughout the challenge stage itself, because the challenge finals is literally going to be a play for like the main the prize for that finals itself, whereas like we're really looking at like the consistent performance throughout the GSL bracket as well as the challenge finals in order to get the points there to go towards the Masters. But in that sense, there will be 2 representatives from Asia Pacific who will be going to the Masters there, and chances are, given the list of competitors we have here today, chances are they're going to be coming from Japan, isn't it?
Most likely, maybe we'll get the same rosters, but we also need to take a look at what the teams are playing for. This is just for the Open final, so do not be alarmed just yet. It's just the beginning of the journey. First place to 4 of the top 4 teams that advances after this will walk away with $600 US. 5th place and 6th place gets $350 US, and the last 2 will walk away with at least 200.
Yeah, I think it's pretty decent, especially for one day's work, technically. I mean, again, most of these teams had to qualify their way into this Open Finals through the splits, and of that, like, it's really interesting to see that, you know, the guys who we've constantly been seeing dominate the Brawl Stars scenes, they still continue to dominate even to this day. So I think it's going to be a big challenge involved for everyone here to see who can really topple the guys who are currently sitting up on the top, and you can tell there are definitely a lot of takers for that challenge, isn't it?
A lot. Ever since the last time, ever since Season 1, there are teams who have been at the top and haven't really been dethroned just yet. We will see if that remains. Far as I remember, coming into this Open Finals, we have very clear pack leaders, and you know, they are definitely looking forward to qualify for the top 4 and fight for that seeding when we head into the next stage. But that aside, that will only come true at the end of the day. This will be the brackets to kick off this lovely afternoon. Barcelona takes on Raid Esports for the first bracket. Questa against Team Wood, Madrid against Triple W, Ziz Xanax against Help Me. And a lot of these matches will be played concurrently because we have a lot of sets to go through, but just know that if you want to see your favorite teams on screen, send them your best wishes and hope that they make it far enough.
Yeah, so if you don't recognize some of these team names here, that's because they are actually lineups that have existed before. They're competing under a new name because they had been released by the organizations. And what I mean exactly is like teams like Barcelona and Help Me, they used to be part of Zeta Division before the World Cup for this year. Then we also have Real Madrid as well, who used to be Rising Sun Esports. So all of these teams, they had competed in the World Cup, and of that, Zeta Division 0 was the one who actually ended up, Division 1 was the one that ended up taking top honors at that competition, but they're going to be competing here under the name Barcelona, but it's still essentially the same lineup of people here. So again, I think that's still a very smart move on their part to, you know, just maintain that team synergy going forwards and see how far along they can still stay on the top in this kind of like situation. But nevertheless, it is going to be double elimination brackets. Mainly, we're going to be looking at the teams that are going to be making it to the upper bracket finals as well as the lower bracket semi-finals. Then once they've reached there, they know they've already secured their slot.
Absolutely, and of course, just to give you guys just one last add-on, Triple W. A lot of them were just Rising Sun Esports from last time, so we will see my favorite player of all time, Aaron, playing in a little bit. But this is what we're gonna kick off with in the upper bracket quarterfinals. Barcelona taking on Raid Esports. This will be a banger to kick it off because, just like Victor mentioned, Barcelona, one of the strongest rosters that we have in Brawl Stars for, I believe, almost 2 full years at this point, and they are still at the prime. So it will be a very good appetizer to give us a taste of what's to come.
Yeah, in fact, like there's a lot more going for Barcelona, I feel, for this split in particular, because throughout the entire split series, they have been the dominant team.
They have.
Leading up to this open final, they have been consistently outscoring everyone, maintaining their position on top of the leaderboard week after week after week. So I think very much they are the favorites for this tournament.
They definitely are football fans.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of football fans in this competition here. Barcelona, Real Madrid. We don't see any PSG, although Brawl Stars used to have a PSG team.
Yeah, they do.
Here.
I mean, PSG at one point, I believe, was on the world stage as well, right?
Yeah,
so,
they won.
They won the world championship at one point. Suffice to say that, you know, all of the histories aside, I think we have, what, 6 best of 5 sets today? Best of 5 or sets of 3, if that makes sense to our new viewers. But you guys will get a hang of it as we progress through the sets later on. But, you know, looking at the first series, it is very easy for a lot of us to pick a favorites, right? Barcelona being the most dominant team, but we also have to look at their opponents. Raid Esports, name that we haven't really seen as often as the Barcelona roster coming into this. I think maybe this might be one of those scenarios that we get some surprises that we, you know, were able to see in the previous split, previous season. But with that aside, we gotta thank all the people that made this possible. But of course, they include you guys. So join our Discord in the link down below, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. Join the conversation and talk to us about all the games, not just Brawl Stars. We have so many things lined up.
Yeah, and of course, we want to thank our sponsors for this event, especially Snapdragon Pro Series, for really making things possible for us to run this for like 2 seasons now. I mean, I'm really glad to have gotten the call up for this, because Brawl Stars has always been an exciting game to not only watch, but also an exciting game to commentate, really, because the action there is non-stop, and Snapdragon Elite Gaming has certainly provided the best possible platform for these Brawl Star players to really show them what they're made of.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be an exciting year moving ahead. 2023 has just started, and we're starting off on a very, very high note. I have a feeling that this year is going to be a great year.
I mean, again, especially for these squads that have been released from their rosters, it's like there's a lot more at stake here. I feel because again, when you don't have that, the name to kind of carry you anymore, you really have to show that you still have the skills to maintain your consistency season after season. And if I know anything about esports, it's that being consistently at the top is always the hardest thing to do.
Absolutely, and you know, if you are the players from Raid Esports, this is, I wouldn't say kind of the true test, but this is definitely a kind of, you know, starting your game, starting your day on expert difficulty. So we're looking at Raid Esports to kind of give us a glimpse of what they're capable of against Barcelona. Maybe it will give us a better gauge of, you know, what we can expect later on, because there is actually not too much time for any of these players to take those long breaks to reassess their gameplay, especially if you're on the losing side. It is double elimination, but you gotta keep playing to make it at least into the lower bracket semifinals.
Yeah, so I mean, with that regard, I mean, we talked a lot about Barcelona themselves because they are ex-Zeta Esports. Again, they are very strong team. I mean, again, you got such legends like Cite Tampo, Tensai, Moya, the ex-Zeta division, like top squad, the one that won the World Cup this year. So now they're going to be coming back here to prove that they're still the team to beat in Brawl Stars right now, at least for the East Asia region. And again, with a lineup like that, you can't really go wrong, can you?
Yeah, I feel like if you are, you know, is it safe to say that we are looking at a team of fakers for Brawl Stars, in Brawl Stars terms, right? Because if you are that good at the top of your game for years, I think it is only fair that you stay until a better team comes along.
True, yeah, just kind of like pass the torch, isn't it?
Yeah.
But then again, they might just want to keep hanging on to that torch as long as they could, because they so far had worked so hard over the last 2 years to really come to this point, and it will just kind of feel a bit of a shame if they aren't able to just maintain that, maintain the throne, you know, as soon as they lose, as soon as they've been released from the roster like this. But nevertheless, like I said, there's going to be a lot of eyes on this squad here, because given their performance in the split so far, and you know the reputation that they've built up as part of Zeta division, there's going to be a lot of expectations put onto this roster here.
Yeah, absolutely. We gotta take a look at their opponents though, kind of the dark horses coming into this first series. We have Raid Esports with DJ Goon, Don Mac, NEC, and Gan. Names that you probably have not even heard of in the scene, because they are considered the new bloods. At least for the Snapdragon Pro Series, they were definitely not around in Split 1, at least not in the top 8. But it's good to see some fresh faces competing in Season 2, because where's the fun in that if we just get the old guards?
Yeah. Even then, like, even though this is going to be their first time in the Snapdragon Pro Series, I do have to say that at least one of these players here at NEC has actually been quite consistently competing in the Brawl Stars Championship since 2020. So they're not exactly like inexperienced, like new fellas coming in. They're actually comprised of, like, at least in the case of NEC, a veteran player of the scene, you know, having played the last 2 years at quite a high level. So hopefully that little bit of experience combined with the new blood that's coming in from Raid Esports' lineup here, we're hoping to see if they can actually still compete against the very best.
Yeah, we've seen some pretty great storylines in Season 1 where teams that you don't really know too much about almost making it to the top. I think Rising Sun Esports at that time was kind of the recipient of some of these dark horse powers. So maybe Raid Esports can give us that, you know, that's the breath of fresh air coming into this first split of the year.
Yeah, so again, it's going to be interesting to see how this is going to go through, because there have been a bit of changes to Brawl Stars since the last time we covered it. There's been new brawlers coming in. There's been a bit of a shake-up as well in the meta with the new gears rework. So there's plenty, I think, for these teams, even if they've been around for a while, there's still plenty for them to get grips with, so they can maintain, you know, their performance year after year.
Yeah, Brawl Stars just gets interesting as time passes by, and a part of all of this, when we talk about the Snapdragon Pro Series, aside from the partners of Snapdragon Elite Gaming, is Samsung Galaxy, one of the latest additions into this entire party. They came in late last year into the tail end of Season 1, but we are really happy that they're staying with us for another season. So we hope that this goes on for more, because there's so much more to look forward to. Grab yourself a Z Fold 4, because that thing is awesome.
It just looks so awesome, isn't it? A fold-up screen like that, and you know, given that most Brawl Stars players, even the squad here, Barcelona, Barcelona, they're also well known for playing on tablets. So they
Oh,
definitely
yes.
use a lot of that screen real estate, really. And I think having a foldable phone helps a lot in that regard.
I do that on tablet as well. I it's I feel like it's a free win. You know?
Sometimes,
my
yeah.
my logic has always been bigger screen, bigger hitbox, easier to maneuver, easy wins.
Easy wins, he says. Wow. But yeah, it's not going to be that easy, I think, to just get into that top 4 because it's going to be so competitive in this bracket here, no less due to the amount of really strong teams and players here. So here we go. This is going to be our first match of the day. You can see that, like you mentioned, it's going to be a best of 5 sets. And each set, quote unquote, is basically one map and one game mode. So the first one we're going to be going with is Shooting Star. This is going to be a bounty round here. And you can already see the picks and bans on the right hand side of the screen there. And Barcelona already just banning out some of the typical kind of brawlers that you will see in a bounty round. The Bell, of course, is going to be the Piper is going to be taken out. Very popular pick here on Shooting Star. They're already taking them out right off the bat here, both Ray Esports and Barcelona. Now it's going to be up to them to see what they can try to patch it up with. They already removed the Tick as well as the Brock. So those are brawlers that generally are quite reliable at getting you those stars and can generally keep a lot of distance and space away from their opponents. So I guess I really want to try to force them into more close quarters or mid-range sort of battles.
Yeah.
And I think in that regard, Barcelona will definitely shine because they're very good in those kind of combat conditions.
Yeah. I think at one point we've even seen, at least back towards the end of Split 1, we saw, you know, brawlers like the Genie, for example, getting picked up because you have that trump card to just grab one of your opponents at the very end and take that bounty away. Colonel Ruffs at one point was also a favorite, but I'm not really sure if Barcelona are too concerned with that. We will see kind of a fresher face, Mandy, being brought into the roster. And, you know, just for our new viewers, these brawler bans would only last for the set that they're playing with. So when we move on to Safe Zone, we get a new set of brawler bans, and, you know, we rinse and repeat until one team wins that best of 3 in this whole best of 5 set.
Yeah, so naturally, you know, in these ones, it's way more tactical. You make these bans knowing that you have to pick you want to force the funnel the picks towards what you expect your enemies to bring out. Now the Jean and Mandy combo is interesting for me because again, Jean very powerful in bounty because of his special that allows him to vacuum brawlers towards him, and that has made a lot of swings in many bounty rounds in the past. But the Mandy pick, this is definitely going to be a replacement for what usually would be the role that's filled by the Piper, which is a long-range marksman who will be able to take out enemies without having exposed themselves to so much danger. So the thing is that the gimmick with Mandy, though, is that she has near infinite range on her special, and her special itself also deals a ton of damage, way more, I think, compared to Piper, but it does move a lot slower. So I think like this is going to be a challenge to see whether or not Barcelona has already fully mastered what they can do with the Mandy here. And given that it's going to be one of the first times we're going to be seeing her in competition here, I'm super stoked. I want to see what they will do with this new brawler.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, when we go into this very first set, we get to see how the gears actually play out as well. And I feel like when we look at something like Bounty, when you play on maps that have a lot more brushes to play with, vision gears makes it a lot more beneficial, right? You get that review for 2 seconds. But if you guys are wondering what is the third pick for Raid Esports, it's actually gray, so there's a bit of a graphical glitch right there. But just know that they have that gray as the third pick moving into this first game.
Yeah, so I mean, we already see the Poco and Max there. I think the third pick there might be a bit glitched out. That's why we're seeing 2 Pocos in there. Hopefully we'll be able to see what the actual pick is by the time we get in game. But nevertheless, let's go ahead and jump straight in now. Barcelona going to be playing from the bottom side, and then Raid Esports, they're on the top there in red, and already right off the bat they're getting pressured so hard, pushed all the way back to spawn right now. They lost out Don Mag, and they are trying to hold their positions by the spawn.
Yeah, if you're Raid Esports, the first thing you gotta do is to try and get rid of City Tampo, because this guy has not been touched. You can just see the positioning of Barcelona, right? They don't really feel too threatened. That's the special coming up from City Tampo. Just infinite range and a lot of intense pressure. that I think Raid Esports is struggling to deal with because they can't really outrange the Mandy and they can't really get close to her despite having that max. But even then, you kind of need his super to come online, and it's kind of a tall task. So Don Magno with that grade, able to push on just a bit to equalize that bounty score.
So Raid sticking very close together, and Siddhartampo and Tensai doing a very good job keeping them spaced out and the distance from them. So far, stars are still balanced between 2-7 each for them, so they're not really too concerned with being too aggro here. And really, it's just about maintaining control. And so far, Barcelona has just been able to push them all the way up. Tensai joining back into the fight right now, trying to put some pressure onto Raid's left-hand flank, and already scoring the kill onto the Poco. That's going to put them into massive trouble as they lose stars as well due to another kill brought onto Don Mag. So the Siddhartampo has already been scoring a lot. Now Raid is just going to just gang up on him, get the kill away, take the 5 stars. Still not enough to overtake Barcelona, who fights back and take 2 stars back after the kill on the Poco.
Yeah, Tensai waited for that one moment to unleash that special. You can't touch him and he just ranged airdrops on you. But this is the final push with that max special coming in from Raid Esports, running straight into Barcelona, but also straight into Siddhartampo's line of sight. This first round is done and dusted, 22 stars in favor of Barcelona. They get the first round.
Yeah, and I think this is where Barcelona is like one of the really tough teams to kind of defeat in this regard, because again, even when you fully commit to these fights, sometimes Barcelona is very good at like just keeping themselves isolated. Like Raid had to kind of like go in like death ball mode, really trying to take down even just one of the members here, and Barcelona just very effectively dissects them in that regard. So nevertheless, let's go ahead into round number 2 of our first set, and right off the bat, Raid sustain a lot of damage. They lose Poco yet again. Don Mag not able to provide any support because he has been pressured here by Moya. Tensai joining in the fray as well to try to keep the left-hand flank held, while DJ Goon tries to put some pressure on Siddhartampo, isn't able to take him down quite yet, but keeping him very far behind that line.
And again, for Raid Esports, it's all about getting that super online and going for one fell swoop, get that big bounty cash out. But that's going to take a long time. They need to buy a time that Barcelona is not giving to them, because Siddhartampo, once more, that special charges up so fast, and it puts a lot of pressure on that Poco to constantly heal up the rest of his team. But then you have this Genie that does this, gets rid of the Poco, and suddenly Barcelona has gotten momentum.
That's the thing, as long as Genie has his partner with him, it's going to be nigh impossible to take him down. And even when they try to go into Siddhartampo's range is so great that he could actually try to space him out. Now he's already quite low. That's forcing Tensai now to use his super to try to keep Raid under control, but Raid is continuing to push themselves quite far forward. They got themselves separated. Tensai is actually isolated right now, and Raid just focuses on him and takes him down. Moya, Goku, and Siddhartampo can only watch on helplessly as they take away those stars, but they still have a 5-star lead though. And with Tensai back in the fray now, it's still back to square one, I think, for Raid Esports. And he'll lose out. Well, they try to take down Siddhartampo. They do take him down there, but they're also losing a lot of health. And with Tensai already used up his super, they're already keeping them at bay, not able to try to wrestle them back. They're desperate to try to hold onto them, but with 8 seconds to go, it's not looking good for them, and they lose DJ Gon in the process.
Yeah, Barcelona just had this whole defense. Really felt like this was a soccer match, if there was a soccer ball on the field. Every time Raid Esports goes in for that final push, I mean, Tensai just unleashes their super, right? You zone that push attempt from Raid Esports, and it was kind of just a clean win for Barcelona, taking that first set away. Kind of what we expected, just pure dominance, 42 stars to 19 across both rounds, and just the damage discrepancy tells a very compelling tale.
Yeah, I mean, again, Mandy's range is just insane, right? Especially on her, her special is actually infinite range, but then even her main attack is still quite long. So that makes it quite easy for Siddhartampo to, stay out of trouble for most of the fights and just allow Moya and Tensai to just basically tank a lot of that damage there in front. So really, Raid Esports, no matter what, it was still going to be having an uphill climb to try to deal with that Mandy itself, and unfortunately just left themselves quite open to the counterattack coming from the Gene. So very unfortunate for them in this first round, but again, it's still a best of 5. There's still 4 more maps they could try to play for here against Barcelona. So let's see if Raid is going to be able to pull out some sort of like recovery from here.
Yeah, even from the draft, you know, despite Barcelona having that first pick, Red Esports, they get to see kind of the full deck of cards from Barcelona before picking that gray. But with that last pick, I believe the Jeanette really solved all the problems, and that's just based off of the info that they got from the first two selections from the side of Raid Esports, right? They saw the Max, I believe they saw the Poco, and they were like, all right, this is kind of a death ball comp. We need someone to split the battle line. Jeanette is the perfect pick for it. So Barcelona really put a lot of thought into that draft in such a short time. It is almost impossible to dissect from the get-go. But with that being said, Bounty very single-handedly taken by Barcelona. They need 2 more sets, so Raid Esports, they started off on the back foot, but it's kind of what we expected.
Yeah, it's kind of be expected. And again, bounty rounds are normally very skill-heavy rounds as well, so it's no surprise really that Barcelona will be very dominant in that regard. And again, we're talking about the Z Division players here. They're usually head and shoulders faster than most other Brawl Stars players, and that's been kind of the key to a lot of their success. You know, not only having that speed, but really able to back it up as well with like full commitment whenever to go for attacks. So you can see that as soon as Siditambo gets pressured, that's when the Jeanette just immediately bounces up, uses a special, and tries to break up Raid's line. So they already have that completely set up from the draft itself. So you can see that why Raid Esports, like I said, they are just having a mountain to climb really if they want to try to defeat Barcelona.
But there's definitely more chances for Raid Esports. You know, we have potentially four more sets to go for these two teams. And of course, there's that lower bracket gauntlet run. We're going to kind of look into that next set, and I think this is kind of a different switch up, right? We have Bounty, it's all about the mechanical skills, but going into, I believe, Gem Grab next, that is going to really test that macro knowledge of this team.
Not just macro, but it also tests your commitment, your will for commitment actually, because a lot of times Gem Grab rounds can be won literally from the final 30 seconds of the match there, because like the swings can be very, very insane, and if you already go for a move but you don't commit to it fully, that's when you know you're immediately going to be on the back foot, and with only seconds to go, that's when the pressure really amps up. And that's what exactly makes these Gem Grab rounds usually such chaotic affairs, especially towards the end. Now everything has to go from the draft here onwards. So let's see what they already have taken out here. They already taken out the Penny, they taken out the 8-bit as well as the Bell, Brock, Brock Bell, as well as the what's his name again? Byron. He's going to be taken out here. So they're going to be bringing in Piper first from Raid Esports' side. But no, it's actually not going to be Gem Grab. It's going to be the Heist round and safe zone here. So I'm expecting to see whether or not Daryl will still be an option here, though he had been nerfed quite a bit. We've seen success as well with other brawlers like Pam. That could possibly be one option here. But again, when you already have a Piper, you want to have something that can reach that brawler from a distance. And I think getting a Jeanette again, very good pick, because she can definitely go into the back line and keep harassing that Piper to ensure that she doesn't get a clear shot.
Oh right, yeah, I just realized that we're actually going to Heist instead of Gem Grab. So
yeah,
an error on my part, but we're looking at, I believe that is a Bonnie. Common confusion, right? Because they look almost identical, but yeah, you know, Bonnie's missing a front tooth. Just for for those with the observant eyes. So yeah, Bonnie and Max into that Piper. We're looking at Barcelona once more having that first pick. So Raid Esports for the second set in a row gets to see what Barcelona kind of want to do. And Raid Esports just going for a very classic approach. You have that long-range marksman in the form of the Piper, and then you have Colonel Ruffs kind of playing defense for the team to prevent Barcelona from running down that save. But that Max is kind of what Barcelona is most likely looking at, to rush that save at the last second. And we get one of the most classic picks from the dawn of Brawl Stars inception.
So okay, so I mean, again, it's a classic pick there in the cult, but it tells me that right now that Raid Esports is just banking more on the range rather than the ability to kind of like be mobile on the map there. Now, granted, the Bonnie will definitely deliver that sort of mobility on Barcelona's side as far as like trying to rush the safe. And then we also are seeing, what I'm also seeing here is that with the Colonel Ruffs, the Ruffs is going to be played mostly as support here, using his special, his super basically to bring in extra items there for both the Piper and the Colt to make use of. So they're hoping that at least by trying to keep a distance from Barcelona, perhaps they will be able to chip away at that the safe. So I don't know about this game plan necessarily, because I know that from experience, Barcelona loves to play aggressive, and range brawlers tend to not work out well in that, especially when there's not enough cover. So I wonder how exactly Ray is going to try to play this, because it's quite risky, especially you can see it right off the bat. Barcelona already take control over the middle of the map now, and with Moe Goku holding the line there from the middle. Oh, they're putting a lot of damage on the safe right now. We see the tempo just going up bravely in front. They've already got them dead to rights there, and they're already starting to put some damage onto that safe.
Yeah, Moya is literally in the base. And one advantage that Barcelona has with this draft is that they generally just have more HP pool to kind of face tank the damage on Raid Esports, and at the same time they got rid of the sidewalls from the very beginning. And now Barcelona not only is not worried about Raid Esports beating them, they have so much health. They are running straight down at Raid Esports and keeping them at bay at the same time, because we see Barcelona, they took control of that right side of the map, and Raid Esports have very little way to get rid of that left wall. They finally did it, but it felt like it was a bit too late. That safe is down to just 39% of health.
Now you can see what Sidetambo is doing the whole time. He's just flanking them, and with the other two members of Barcelona keeping them distracted in the front there, they couldn't really handle that kind of pressure, because the pressure from the front was already too great. They had to have someone to defend there, and Sidetambo just uses that opportunity, that gap really, to just run around the side and
look at
put
this.
even more damage. Oh my god, Sidetambo again just one-on-one taking down the Colt there. This is turning from bad to worse now for Ray, because now they just have to try to recover from spawn. They haven't made a single dent onto Barcelona's safe right now, and they're already down to 23%.
Yeah, they just can't kill Sidetambo. They need to focus fire in this guy. 7,200 HP. Raid Esports just do not have that consistent firepower to deal with this Bonnie, let alone when you have Moya as the Griff constantly just harassing, DJ Goon from that right side. And Don Mac, he doesn't want to be dealing with Moya alone. He needs to be protecting his marksman, but that is not going to happen with how Barcelona is doing this push, and one final push would do it. Round number 1. Very, very convincing win.
Yeah, wow. I mean, that's so brutal to watch, especially, the Bonnie pick. Because Bonnie typically isn't going to be strong, simply because her movement speed is quite low. But then, again, she does have a lot of range, and her attacks still have plenty of damage. So, Sidetambo is just playing her very efficiently, really, just kind of like finding opportunities, letting his team basically open up opportunities for him to set up those flanks. And you see even from that final one, he was just basically standing in place, being like an artillery cannon, just slamming that safe until there was no more. So Raid Esports now had to figure out very quickly, how can we work our way out of this really bad draft?
Yeah, and funny enough, the draft that Raid Esports kind of selected is good if you have a choke point. But when you have more than one choke point, this is where problems start to arise. And sure, they took out Moya, but it really doesn't matter. Like, Barcelona just amps it up a notch. They get decent damage onto that save. Sidetambo ready to give his life out, Tensai as well. But that respawn is going to be in time for Moya to come right back, and Raid Esports, this is the farthest they've crossed onto the side of Barcelona, but still no damage to the save, and it's safe to assume that Tensai is about to get a kill.
Yeah, like one member of the Raid is already trying to set himself on the flank though, but Tensai is on the case right now, trying to ensure there's some defense here onto the Colt. But then Colt still, even though he has range, but then he doesn't necessarily have a good spread. And Tensai is going to try to use a peek method there to take him down. That's a very easy one there, especially with Sidetambo coming in just in time to land the final shot. Moya Goku in the meantime had been pushing on his end as well, and he's actually a lot more successful because there's actually nothing between himself and the safe there, because he's already cleared out the two walls. So now Moya on that Griff, continuing to stay on the front lines, while Sidetambo rose in from the left-hand side. He's going to head-to-head with that Colt right now, and Colt is just desperate to try to hold his own here, but the safe is still taking a lot of damage, down to 21%, down to 16%. Sidetambo putting shot after shot, and he's going to be able to put on a special as well, jumps straight onto the save and takes it out completely.
Yeah, it's an explosive ending for Barcelona, making this set ended quicker than the first one, but Barcelona is just light work. Another day in the office for our world champions.
Yeah, and even then, like, you can see the huge disparity in just the level of damage, but you can see that even actually Raid Esports did more like attack damage actually onto the brawlers on Barcelona's side, but even then it wasn't effective enough to keep them back. But a lot of that is really because also Barcelona has been just constant in that oppression as soon as they started the map, already take control of the middle.
Oh, yeah.
No choke points really for Raid Esports to take advantage of, to have some cover, and even by the end Griff also also took out the cover on the right-hand side, so that even opened up more holes in the defense.
Yeah, it is definitely a tough one for Raid Esports to deal with. What we see, kind of the game plan that Barcelona pulled out from the get-go. You get rid of that right side wall, and you instantly take control of what's 70% of the map. It's just so hard for Raid Esports to have any space to breathe. So that's that. I mean, Barcelona also a quick 2-0 start in this best of 5 series. One more and they will be moving on to the second round, the upper bracket, and actually putting them just one series away, if I'm not mistaken, from that top 4 finish.
A common comment I've seen, like especially during the World Cup this year, was that people were just wondering in the chat why does these matches look sped up? Because like it feels like Zeta Division is so fast. I mean, Barcelona x Zeta Division, these guys, they really bank on their speed and commitment. And
Oh yes.
because like there's no pulling back. Once they've already decided they want to push forward, like hell or high water, nothing is going to stop them really. So you either have to just commit as well, or you're just going to be forced to just fall back again and again. And that's a way that Barcelona is able to oppress their opponents very much during these kind of battles, just by taking control over the ground so early on, clearing out those covers, and just leaving like very little time for you to react, to all those kind of things happening at the same time.
Barcelona speedrunning the series thus far, but this is it, kind of the deal breaker. We'll see if Barcelona gets the 3-0 finish, or will Raid Esports sends us to Brawl Ball for the set 4. The bans are now on the screen, just one mirror ban, Poco on both sides, but aside from that, Raid Esports going for the Jeanette ban, no Mortis for this one, and for Barcelona, they take out the Squeak, they take out the Mag, and they started off with the Penny.
So again, taking out a Squeak, this is a hot zone matchup here, and Squeaks tend to be very, very effective as just solo defense, so it makes sense that Barcelona wants to remove that from the equation. And Raid Esports already saw what the Bandit can do, and especially on a map like Dueling Beetles, using the super like that is going to make it very hard to pin her down, so it's only natural to try to get her out of the equation. Poco, always is going to be a major presence anytime when close combat is concerned, and shotgunners are always kind of OP at close range. We can get easily one-shotted by a Poco who knows what they're doing. So let's see what they're going to try to do, as Reds are going to be trying to bring in some newer brawlers to this matchup here.
Yeah, we see the Gus, we see the Lu being picked up. Gus definitely the newer face, but for Lu, we don't see this brawler very often. It's a very cute concept. Love it when people throw ice cream in your face. But for Hot Zone, I think what we're looking at is Barcelona going back for a more classic defense, right? You have that Penny who's going to use the special, and you get to cover areas of the map. And for Dueling Beetles, there's decent cover. So I wonder if Rez will commit at least one pick to get rid of those walls and make sure that you open up a bit more space to push this Penny, the Penny super out of his hiding. With Bell and Brock being picked up as well, I think Barcelona is sending a very clear message. We're going to play that long range, we win those initial duels, we set up the Penny Cannon special, and then we start capping that point.
Yeah, Penny is a good alternative to the role that she plays there, and the Brock especially will be able to clear out whatever obstacles will be between the two hot zones here. So it's a very salient pick on Barcelona's side. And Bell, you can't really go wrong with Sidetampo and Bell sometimes. He's sometimes so cracked as a player, he can land those shots no matter what. So the natural choice there for Barcelona. Raid Esports are going to do something a little bit different here. Ice Slurry, I think, from the Lu is going to be what they want to try to do to negate some of that advantage that Barcelona might have in terms of being able to rotate. But then again, they're just going for something completely ham, I think, on Raid Esports side, because they're bringing yet another new brawler to this mix here. So I think they're just basically they're just throwing in all the wild ideas here to see what sticks.
Yeah, see if this Buster can also give us some kind of let us see where he stands in the competitive setting. Right now, we're heading into kind of game number 3 or set number 3 to be exact. Barcelona having to play that long range. This is what we expected from them, but that initial kill onto Don Max is going to allow Barcelona to slowly kind of push up. DJ Goon can't stand. Raid Esports have just lost control.
Yeah, oh my god, and it's not a good thing to lose two brawlers right from the get-go. Don Mag comes in completely solo and then loses his life, although they do get a trade onto Moya, but still, that's not good progress yet that Raid is able to do right now, as Barcelona is already caught up in percentage here. They're just maintaining control over the mid side of the map, and Don Mag just has no room at all, with Moya constantly keeping him under suppression.
And there it is. There's the Penny special. There's no way for Raid Esports to deal with it. Basically, it's a 4v3 right now in favor of Barcelona. Raid Esports able to get that area back, but they need some time to regen their health, and that itself will give Barcelona control of that center of that hot zone again. Raid Esports just constantly trying to push Barcelona out. They would have done so. Don Mac taking a lot more space for himself, but you have this constant presence of that Penny special. It's just so much things to worry about. Don Mac losing his teammate, and then he goes down himself. Barcelona makes it past 50.
And so far, like, the Penny turret has just completely been left untouched whatsoever. So he's just constantly bringing more and more value every single shot he's bringing in there. You know, when the shots land, they do put up an area effect of flame there, so it's already bringing natural choke points onto the map there. So now that the turret's already down, Penny immediately puts it on the other side now, so it's just going to be so hard for Raid if they don't deal with this pressure that the Penny's bringing here. And oh my god, they lose DJ Gone yet again, and it's completely unopposed right now for Barcelona to take that zone.
Yeah, we have two abilities from the side of Barcelona that puts up that flame zone, right? You have the Penny special, and then you have the proc basic attack as well. It is just, you know, the floor is lava right now for Raid Esports. They're trying to maneuver all of these things thrown at them from absurd amount of range. And Barcelona, you know, on top of all these annoying utilities that they bring to the set, they are basically just mechanically sound. They're just mechanically gifted. They're winning the initial trade, and they have taken control of that hard zone faster than they did in round one.
Yeah, they're just individually just keeping an eye on those choke points, making sure it's as toxic as possible for Raid to even try to make a move there. In fact, like, as soon as they hit the scene, they will still take some kind of damage, and they just use that to make sure that Raid is always on the back foot constantly during these battles. So Moya and Tensai back from spawn right now, trying to regain control, because so far Raid Esports has been doing well now to keep control over the hot zone, bringing it up to 50% here, but then their health is already running low. Siddhartha gets a kill now. It's starting to fall apart for Raid as Norma gets taken out as well. The last member standing there, the Lu, desperate to try to get back to the wall there, just only gets there in the nick of time, but by that point, Moya, Tensai, and Siddhartha have control.
Yeah, very, very tough. Even though they threw that utility of Lu on that hot zone, it doesn't matter because the entire team has been wiped out. So it's kind of when it feels really bad when you have to use it defensively, because there's just very little value. You don't get to cap the zone, but you don't really prevent the enemy from doing much either, right? You lose control. Donmac, again, pushing forward. Raid Esports doing a bit better compared to match number one, capping it at 80%. Barcelona gets rid of Donmac, but time is kind of running out. Barcelona needs to go in for that final push, and maybe Raid Esports have found a way to make a dent in Barcelona's clean streak, and they would do it in the second round. We're going to round 3.
I was actually expecting that Barcelona was saving their supers, but it looked like they would actually used it up quite early on there, so they weren't able to force Raid Esports off of that. So that's a good one there from Raid Esports. Again, they had the Buster move up forward, and I think the game plan there really is to just kind of use him to negate whatever attacks Siddhartha can do, and that certainly will be so powerful, because with his special, he's going to be able to deflect attacks coming in from there. So that's why now they literally take him out from the get-go here. They don't want to deal with that anymore, but Siddhartha still gets pressured there, and he will get taken down anyway. So Raid still regains control over the hot zone, up 20%.
Yeah, the shift in priority from the side of Barcelona, wanting to eliminate the Buster from the get-go. But of course, you have a Bell that is very, very cheeky, hiding at the spawn of Raid Esports, and that's going to divert their attention. Siddhartha and Tensai have a good chance to get rid of the Gus, and they will not do so, not for now, but they do have the damage eventually getting rid of Gus. Moya sacrifices his life. Donmac trying to push forward as the Buster, but ends up also going down. Barcelona getting a bit more control of that hot zone, and they were able to establish that Penny's special where they want it best, and that's at that right side corner.
I wonder if Moya is going to try to do that again, because, you know, having the Bell on the back line means he's going to try to disrupt the spawning rhythm that comes out from Raid Esports side, so they'll kind of left them, especially Don Mag, out in the lurch for a little bit too long. So this kind of like collapsed their sort of like hold over the hot zone now, as they were easily just able to pick them out one by one. So now Barcelona is fully caught back up. They're up 50% now and almost reaching 60%, which puts them on par with the capping percentage that Raid Esports has done so far. But now Raid's trying to fight back, but Brock already brings out his special, completely clears out the bush just in front of the hot zone there. So there's not a lot of cover on that right-hand side for Raid to use.
This is one of those scenarios where you're playing a game and then the enemy boss has an unblockable grab and now you're in his choco. Raid Esports breaking free just for a little bit, but you have Tensai. He is giving a lot of problems. That special again re-established, this time on the left side of the map. They got rid of DJ Gun and Buster Don Mac able to bring himself back to full health. Pulls out the shield, still goes down regardless, but this is as close as it can get for Raid Esports. There is a chance to push it to Brawl Ball. Moya needs to survive this one. Moya actually takes out both of them, keeping it alive. It is so close to Barcelona. Don Mac just rushes forward. 99 for Raid Esports, but just 1%. He goes down the last second. Barcelona with a trio clean sweep in the first round of the upper brackets.
Oh man, the thing was that it actually looked like it was working out for Raid because of Lose Super. They were actually making the hot zone a lot more toxic than before, and it made it kind of hard for Barcelona to just roll in there. But man, did that really come down to the wire there. I mean, it looked like the Raid was on the verge of bringing this to a fourth game, but Barcelona, they just basically kept going and somehow managed to just eke away that win by just 1 percentage point. That's insane.
Just a Moya clutch.
Yeah.
Day in, day out. Close as it could get, but you know, Raid Esports, they will still have their lower bracket run. It's going to be a long evening for the boys on RES, but they did make Barcelona sweat a bit in that round 3, so that's kind of a good sign. We might still be able to see more from RES, but for now, Barcelona getting that initial dub, kind of what a lot of us expected, as they are the fan favorites. But you know, this is one of those few replays where Raid Esports really took all of us for a ride.
I mean, again, they went all out. Like, just judging from their picks as well, you could tell that they were just trying really radical ideas here, a very risky move on their part, but they did manage to make it work by the end. But this is a bit of a worrying thing, actually, for Raid, because, again, they didn't actually have the best start. If they actually had kept the first 2 sets there quite close, relatively, I would say that it will be a much closer fight, but it's really, they only started to get the grips with how to deal with Barcelona by this final game here, and it's still, in spite of their massive effort, it wasn't enough.
Yep. There's more to come. There's more to come for our RES. Do not do not feel discouraged. We have a lot more coming up, but of course, all of this made possible by our partners at Kachi Shop. If you want great deals and great top-ups, do remember that you don't have to look any further than kachishop.com. www.kachishop.com. That is where you can head to for the best gaming deals.
Yeah, indeed. So shout out to our sponsors there. Make sure you guys visit that shop there, especially when you are low on your in-game credits. That's going to be the best place to get that top up. So that's our first match done and dusted. We still have plenty more to go. We still have opportunities to see whether Raid will be able to make recovery from the lower bracket onwards. And then we'll say that given that they've already started to get the grips, hopefully we'll be seeing a lot more of them in this future.
Yeah, hopefully that is going to be the case. I mean, we have 5 more sets coming up, so you know, just hold on to your horses. We're gonna be back for more games after this.
Oh, okay. So I guess we're still gonna be here for a little bit.
Yeah, I tried to freeze just to make it look like we are going off, but no, we're back.
No, we're back.
We're back.
We're still back.
But
We're
more to go.
Yeah.
We're more games to go.
But yeah, it's really great to be able to come back in Season 2 of Brawl Stars here, because, you know, it's really a game that hasn't had a lot of attention in this region, especially when you have other esport titles that tend to get more the limelight, so to speak. But that doesn't make this game any less of an esport, I feel, because I think more than even other esport games, this one very much relies on your your ability to handle the nuances, because again, Brawl Stars severely limits the kind of tools you have. You literally only have 1 attack skill and 1 special, you know, whereas other games, they would tend to have a much wider range of kit, so you really need to be very well versed with the nuances of this game to really do it, and that's why teams like Barcelona, they know in the ins and out of every brawler. They know exactly how to play it, and it really shows.
Yep, it definitely did show. We still have a lot more chance to see not just Barcelona but a lot of other teams later on. But this time we're gonna head for a true break. We will come back for more Brawl Stars action.
They don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve it with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map. Get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me heating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team's so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Love, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me,
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know they see us walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
And welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Season 2 of Brawl Stars is a go, and we've already witnessed our first match of the day. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Husky. We're going to be your commentators as we run through our second round of this upper brackets here. And boy, I mean, the first round already from Barcelona, that seemed like a bit of a speed run from the boys, isn't it?
Wait for another season of championship. I regret to inform that I actually don't watch much football. Or soccer for some of fans from other regions, but I think Barcelona has pretty decent accolade.
Oh yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
there's a reason.
There's a reason.
There's a reason why they pick those names, right? I mean, we're talking about meaning Brawl Stars. I feel is kind of like a place that kind of like attracts a lot of football fans for some reason. Again, you've got Brawl Ball, that's for sure. That's always a crowd favorite. But even the way you play it, sometimes it just kind of feels like you do apply a bit of like a football strategy to it, because you have to think a lot about your positioning. You have to think a lot about how exactly who's going to be your striker, who's your defender. There's a lot of elements of that, and naturally, a lot of the Zeta boys especially seem to be fans of football themselves. So only makes sense for them to bring that reference into this competition.
And part of it is made possible by our partners over at Monster Energy. I mean, unleashing the beast within everyone behind the scenes. I mean, the entire thing is powered by Monster Energy. So if you want to bleed green, do remember to check out www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And we actually have a guest, a special guest for this broadcast. And yeah, it's right here.
Yeah, Baby Bear.
It's,
Say hi.
Does Nita Bears have a name?
Yeah, Baby.
Baby.
Yeah, Baby, the bear.
There it is.
Yeah, this is like OG, like Nita is like one of the OG brawlers.
Back then when you played Brawl Stars on Portrait. That's
Yeah.
how far back.
That's how far back it goes. And Nita has always been like my favorite brawler, essentially. Every time I go into, if I'm just like wanting to just play a casual round, I always just go to Nita all the time.
Now you know the mode that you play the most in Brawl Stars. You must be a showdown player. 100%. 100% a showdown player. I mean, coming up for our second series, we at least from the break, we know that Madrid will be playing. We're gonna see who the next opponent, who their opponent is going to be, just for a bit. But I'm looking forward to the Barcelona Madrid match. That's all I want.
The actual Barcelona or Madrid, or
this Barcelona Madrid?
This one. Okay.
Hold on.
Yeah.
We gotta get this close up.
Yeah.
There it is.
There we go.
It's pretty huge.
He's you. He's a big baby. He's a big baby.
He is. I mean, if you put Nita beside him, obviously he is bigger, but he is definitely larger in life.
I think he might be a bit mad right now because I think he thinks that you call him fat.
No. He's not. No, he's not fat.
No,
He's eating really well. You know, it's a festive season. We fed him really well. We had a lot of Yisang this year.
A lot of Yisang. I hope you guys had a lot of festivities during this this Chinese New Year. I mean, it's a new year, it's a new day, a new dawn, really, for this year, isn't it?
It's the year of the rat.
Rabbit, isn't it?
Rabbit. Oh yeah, rabbit. What? It's the year of the rabbit. I got the first half right. I'm very out of touch.
I mean, again, rabbit and rats.
It's the year of the rabbit. It's a good year. It's a good year for a lot of people. If you are into zodiac signs, at least it's a good year for a lot of signs. You know, as an ox, I'm very happy because it's one of those years where we are actually lucky. A lot of these years, ox for some reason just have very bad luck.
Is there any good luck for like me because I'm a horse?
I think so.
I mean, again, I'm trying to imagine which is faster, a rabbit or a horse, because I know that rabbits can really sprint.
Tortoises are the fastest. That's what the fairy tale taught me.
But tortoises are not in the zodiac though.
They're not. They lost the most important race.
Yeah. Well.
To be fair, I mean the rat cheated its way to the top. So
yeah,
there's a lot that can be said. We have a dragon, for sake.
How do you defeat a dragon?
I mean, the dragon wasn't first, so I suppose he's beatable.
Fair enough. Yeah.
It was beatable. We're getting sidetracked a bit.
Yeah, indeed we are. So we again, like just to explain a little bit, you know, a lot of matches are ongoing at the same time. So while we were watching Barcelona versus Raid Esports, the other teams were also playing at the same time. Now we were going to watch Madrid versus their opponents. The thing is, their opponents haven't quite finished yet because, as you can see, it's gone to a 5-game series.
Yeah, this Xanax against Help Me, that one is happening right now, and of course, you know, Madrid just decimated Triple W, and that team was again no X Rising Sun Esports, right? This is a very familiar rematch for these two squads, but Madrid again proving that they are just the better team in this case, which is, I think, it's pretty impressive because you look at the Madrid roster, probably the first name that comes to your mind is Milkyo, right? He was also at one point from Rising Sun Esports, so there's a bit of familiarity, amongst these players.
Yeah, I mean, not only Melkrio, but Shizuku as well. Shizuku, even though he has not really had a lot of big achievements, but he's been a long-time player of Brawl Stars. He's kind of like one of the fan favorites, actually, in the Japanese community, and always a really a fun presence to be around as well. And I'm glad to see that he's coming back in and certainly has already put in quite a performance for his team, at least given that Madrid managed to 3-0 WWW in that round. So I'm thinking that they definitely have a lot of strength behind them. Whereas with Ziz, Sanex, and Help Me, they're still stuck in their own fight there. Ziz, Sanex, comprised of Totoro, Hotaru, and Vice Yuki, so I think they're kind of a newish squad. But Help Me, actually, they are the ex Zeta Division players, actually.
Yeah.
The Zeta Division Zero's ex lineup is now playing under the Madrid name, so that's why we're kind of seeing them there.
Yeah, well, Help Me, right? I think, Help Me.
Help Me, sorry.
Yeah, so they were, previously Zeta Division Zero. So it's kind of insane, right? Again, we talked about maybe we will see a more interesting split for the second season, starting from teams like Raid Esports that we didn't get to see in the first season, and right now you have Help Me being pushed literally to the brink. This is going to be an interesting split one open.
Yeah, it is. So again, we're still waiting to see who is going to be the team that will be facing off against Madrid here, and hopefully we will find out the results of that match very, very soon. But for now, it's kind of funny as well to see that both Xanax and Help Me are the only matchup right now that has gone to that fifth game, because even Quasar versus Team Wood, right now they're still stuck at that third game, but Quasar is already 2 up, so we still haven't gotten an update on that specific matchup there yet. But it's quite interesting to see that Xanax is still able to hold their own against the ex-Zeta Division Zero squad here, so I'm really curious to see who is actually going to come out on top there. But nevertheless, even if they get bumped down to the lower bracket, there's still another chance for them to get into that top 4, because remember, we're looking at both the entrance into the upper bracket finals and the people who make it to the lower bracket semifinals. Those are going to be the slots. Once you get to that slot already, then you're already qualified to the challenge stage.
Absolutely, and from that point onwards, it's all about playing for the seedings. At the end of the day, the way to get to the final destination, which is Masters, is not by winning challenge, it's by being consistent enough and getting enough points so that you are the top 2 teams by the end of the split. It's a very unique format, which I do like, right? It rewards team that really just keeps the grind going. But it's safe to say that right now we are seeing some teams being significantly more consistent than other squads that we have out there. But we're going to take a look at just a very quick recap of what happened in the past series. So in Barcelona against Raid Esports, it was a quick 3-0. It was a 2-0 on Bounty, 2-0 on Heist, and 2-1 on Hot Zone. Almost made it to Brawl Ball, but again, that last minute clutch for Barcelona to kind of take that win away, and gives them a very, very quick entry into the second round of the upper bracket.
Yeah, which we actually didn't catch this during the live broadcast, but then when we saw the replay there, we realized that it was the knockback that came out from the Tenji side that actually gained them that slight advantage. So it's just like and the thing is that knockback is not usually something that you build for the character for the most part, but they just figured that just having it and for that specific kind of situation, it just definitely helped them a lot, because once you knock back, like again, there's nothing you can do once you get knocked back. You can't cancel it, you can't dodge it around. It would just push you out of the hot zone, and that was what gave them that 1 single percentage point.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think going into the next series, when we look at Madrid, the potential opponent I believe is either Help Me or Zizanax. I personally want to see them go up against Zizanax, because I think this will probably make it a bit more interesting, right? We have Totoro, we have Hotaru, we have Vice Yuki, names that, again, when you compare to the roster of Madrid, maybe would feel a bit more foreign, and that is going to help us set up the stage for the rest of the evening. We still have so much more to go.
yeah, we still have a lot more matches to go after this as well. But yeah, it would be very interesting, in fact, actually, if Xanax is able to dethrone the squad that's currently playing as Help Me here. Because again, Help Me used to be Zeta Division 0. They used to be one of the top dogs here, even in this Snapdragon Pro Series. So, you know, if Xanax does successfully dethrone them somehow, and even this first round, that's going to give them a lot of, takes a lot of potential onto them, you know, to see how far they could go.
Yeah. And you know, I mean, out of 8 teams, we only have one squad that is represented by non-Japanese, and that is a Team Wood. But we have the final score of that series. Help Me winning out the last set. So 3-2 over the Xanax. We're gonna get Madrid against Help Me. One of the kind of the throwback moments. Again, we've seen this plenty of times. We're gonna get to see it again in this new season.
Yeah, indeed. So, but it does look like it was quite a close match. I mean, again, we don't know exactly what the point split was for each set, but given it did go to the 5-game limit there, it seems like they were quite evenly matched, actually.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, I'm going to be very curious to see where Ziggs ends up as far as the lower bracket is concerned, because they still haven't had another chance to come back in this tournament. But nevertheless, though, Help Me will be the main opponent for Real Madrid here in our second match of the day.
Yeah. The Real Madrid.
The Real Madrid.
It's gonna be a bit more tiring for Help Me because they just finished a long series, and now they have to jump into another best of 5 set of 3. Whereas Madrid, they have a fair share of time to kind of take a breather, kind of reset, and kind of scout out their next opponent, because they did win 3-0 over against Triple W earlier on. So it's safe to say, let's see if Help Me can kind of take that momentum and continue forward, right? Their engines are still warmed up. It's just that, for them, they have lesser time to kind of catch a breath.
Yeah, so again, they were going to be coming hot off like a five-game set as well. So, there may be that potential for fatigue, but that's kind of also the thing we're testing for these kind of tournaments, right? Even if even if you can put up your best plays occasionally, you're always looking for teams that are able to maintain that performance consistently throughout a tournament. So, it's tough luck that they had to go for that 5-game series because of their matchup being that close. As Madrid, they 3-0'd their own series there, so they had a lot more time, conversely, to recover, to regroup as well, and plan, rather have more time prepare basically for this matchup now, especially now that they know it's going to be against Help Me, so they know that they're literally going up against one of the stronger squads in this competition. So let's see whether Levi, Milkrio, Shizuku, legends in this Brawl Stars community in Japan, whether they can still maintain that legend status here from this match.
Yeah, gotta do it for Madrid. That's what a lot of fans would say. Safe to say, again, the favorites against Help Me, but I do expect it to be a bit closer compared to the first series that we witnessed that Barcelona played in. This one, I want to see how Madrid can kind of push Help Me to their fullest, because when we look at Help Me's roster, these names, at least for some who follow the strongest, the creme de crop, would be more familiar with Achapi, with Kenji, with Kuru. They've been around for years. We get to see them again, so it's great that to know that some of these icons will still be around in the competitive scene.
Yeah, again, they were grand finalists this year during the World Cup. Let's not forget that fact there. So even though they seem to be putting out a cry of help here in terms of their team name, they're not really a squad that you should look down on here, because Achapi, Kenji, and Kuru, individually they are amazing players. Together, they can be a really invincible squad. So, and also having that relationship in the past as ex Zeta Division, so they also are very familiar with the type of plays and strategies that even the Barcelona squad is going to be doing as well. And again, given that this is literally in some ways this is like the former New Bloods going up against veterans here, because like I mentioned, the squad that comprises of Real Madrid here are largely players who have been in the scene for a very long time in Japan. And Shizuku especially, it's been known, he used to be like the ex-champion in a way. 2019 was his best year, so now it's like a kind of a recovery path for them to see whether they can still prove to the world that they're still on the top here. And that's still also the same as well for for Help Me is because they being released from Zeta Division. They also got shown up by Zeta Division 1 during the World Final, so they're still also looking to try to claw back some of that success.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, you know, when we look at some of these, some of the teams that are in this tournament, you know, you can be a cheeky and say that this is just a scrim between a couple of squads because they have, you know, been circulating consistently so much. But again, I want to see how Madrid takes on Help Me, because it will give us a good idea of what's to come. Losers goes down to the lower bracket, but winners, you know, for them, they, I think, lock in top 4. This is a very important series for, you know, Barcelona and whoever goes up against them in the upper bracket, and, you know, for Help Me and Madrid as well.
Yeah, and I'm thinking that especially, you know, Madrid and Barcelona are definitely looking to just secure those top 2 slots already from the get-go, and I think they already are building up the momentum, you know, having their own sets. So now it's just to see whether or not Help Me can slow down that rhythm there, and hopefully put a bit of a damper to their hopes a little bit. But then again, you know, we're talking about 2 very, very highly motivated squads here, so anything can still kind of happen, I think, even at this juncture.
We're going to go into the picks and bans for this best of 5. This time, I'm going to start with Gem Grab, double swoosh, Madrid, and Help Me. We see the bans on our screens right now. Very, very common bans from both sides. The double mirrors, you know, no Janet, no Mortis. Madrid taking out that Jean. And of course, for Help Me, they will opt for the Otis ban.
Yeah, so I don't know. Taking on the Gray, again, Gray might be a brawler that's going to be a little bit strong, and this is going to be a gem grab round as well. And oh, Madrid going with a Crow. That's going to be a classic pick here. And Crow has, like, out of all the, throughout the entirety of like the patches that have gone through for Brawl Stars here, somehow Crow still remains like a A-tier brawler really in a lot of different modes, and still very flexible to use. And I wonder, is it just because like they've somehow struck gold with his like kits, because again he has high amounts of mobility, you know, he can literally boom and zoom, as in like, you know, jump in for attack and then immediately pull back, and that makes it a very difficult brawler to pin down. And, you know, especially when you have mechanically gifted players, they love to play the Crow because it's so easy to control the terms of the fight, you know, given how quickly Crow can jump in and out of fights. So it looks like Help Me will be picking up the penny for this round here. Wonder who they're going to be pairing her up with in this regard, because again, when you have the penny on the ground there with her turret, you are effectively having an extra like person, right? Actually, extra DPS that's autonomous, and pairing that up with a Pam who is very, very tanky and also has very good range could be a very difficult thing. Could be very difficult for Madrid to try to push them off as soon as they get control over the gem spawner. So that's going to be something that I think Madrid has to watch out for.
And I think Pam also solves a bit of problem that this Crow might present in this gem grab when you want to kind of hold a spot for as long as possible. I think what makes Crow so strong despite all the years and all the patches that we've seen is the fact that in a game that, you know, you want to regen your health only when you're out of combat, Crow delays that so much more with that damage over time. And now Matt doubles down, they bring in the Gust for the team as well. It's kind of a boost for, you know, that Crow. I think it's going to be very focused on having this Crow dip in and out of fights, making sure that even if Pam and Penny kind of sets up their super to try and hold you know, a specific location, Matt has a way to deal with it.
Oh, I'm just going to put this out there. I think like, given that the third match is going to be out in the open there, we might actually end up seeing a 4th game here, because I think that out in the open is going to be a bit hard for both sides. It can be quite a toss-up because it's not so much going to be about skill, but really how you're going to be playing that map specifically. But nevertheless, looking at the pick and bans right now, Colette will be picked up to round out the lineup here for Madrid. One more pick to go for Help Me here.
Yeah, and I do like the Colette pick as well. You have all these utilities set up. The good thing is that Colette's super does insane amount of damage, and it's basically kind of a touch and go situation for this brawler. So it solves the problems, the utilities that Help Me brings to the table. But of course, when you have that B, you have options to slow down Madrid if they want to go in for that fast and furious rush. So it's kind of a game of rock, paper, scissors. Both teams bringing out solutions to try and kind of hinder their opponents in this regard. But I think that if you are Help Me, the game plan is so much more easier to grasp. Set up your supers, slow down the push from Madrid, and just hold your ground.
But Help Me is going to rely a lot on whoever is going to be playing that B to open up those spaces, because again, if Help Me doesn't take control over the gem spawner and like Madrid is able to set up the defenses very well, and especially given that they're running a Colette and Crow, you know that they're going to be playing aggressive, you know, most of this round here. So it's going to be a bit tough, especially don't have control right off the bat. Madrid is going to be playing on the blue side. Help Me on the red side right now. Kenji a little bit low as he tries to hold the line, waiting for a Choppy and Guru to try to get control. Now they're going to be taking their places here. Let's see who's going to be coming out on top in this wrestling match.
And you can already see that Madrid has set up their utilities. This is what we're talking about, right? You put the Penny utility behind the wall, and unfortunately for Help Me, they don't have a way to get rid of that, you know, structures, and they are just getting completely pushed back by Madrid at this point.
Oh, aggressive.
And this is aggressive jump by Levi. Traces life. Milkgrill still gets control nonetheless. There's 9 gems already, and the Pam seller just could not do anything.
Wow, I mean, again, a very massive risk that the Crow took there, but they managed to make it pay off now with Milkgrill only 1 gem away from starting the countdown, and unfortunately, they couldn't quite take down Levi, but he left the gap open, allowing Milkgrill to pick up the last gem. 15 seconds to go for them before the end of the round, but then Sing out and Levi just holding the line here, making sure that both Choppy and Kenji aren't able to get close. Kurunero has just come out and spawned. Now he's going to be taking most of the brunt of damage as Colette continues to keep him suppressed, and with that said and done, they aren't able to take gems away from them, and Madrid wins the first round.
Kind of go as the way that we expected it to go. Help Me sets it up, but unfortunately for them, Madrid is just so much better at kind of clearing these areas. They have a lot of ways to control space as well. With Levi, again, that damage over time, it doesn't really matter how much health you have. Pam needs that super to offset what the Crow brings to the table, but to get to that super, it takes a really long time. And when you have the Colette really pressuring you on one side, it makes it infinitely harder for them to do much. The Colette and Gus, in fact.
Yeah, I mean, because the main thing Colette needs to do is just try to keep Levi suppressed as much as possible. But you know, as soon as his special comes out, it's going to be very hard to keep him down, and the Crow can easily jump in and out and just completely make a mess of your back line. And Kenji has been doing so far so good in trying to keep up parity of the gem pickups so far. So they are 1 for 1 at this point, while Sing out getting a little bit aggressive, and that Pam had to fall back onto the wall right now as Kurunero is going to try to force him down all the way. But Levi is already forcing the Colette to fall back as well as he's taking the damage. Levi is taking a big brunt of shots there from Kenji, but they do get the kill onto Penny. Now gems are on the ground. Can Melkrio take down one? Yes, he does. He's going to go ahead and pick up a couple. Now he's up 7 gems, but immediately pulling back, he sees that Kenji comes out to spawn.
And that's just going to allow Madrid to reset once more, and Colette just dives in with that super. Not getting a kill, the Pam tanks all of it up, but it allows Madrid to get space, take out that Pam super, and just regain control of the map for themselves. And the Choppy and Kenji has a lot that they need to accomplish. Kenji getting a drop onto Levi. The countdown has started nonetheless, though. They need Milkgrill to go down. And Kuru, he's going to walk on forward, but no backup from the rest of Help Me. It's just Kuru and himself alone. Milkgrill will not go down. They just do not have enough to do it. Levi throws his life. 3 seconds left. Can they get that reset? And Milkgrill puts up the shield and it's done. Done and dusted. Madrid takes the first set.
Wow, it felt so helpless and frustrating there because the timing just wasn't there for Help Me in order to try to recover as soon as they started the countdown, especially with the Pam already all alone there. There's not much you can do because she doesn't have that wide range of attack. So very well done on Madrid's side. It was a very straight and very convincing set they managed to pull off here against Help Me. And I think it may not necessarily be a problem with draft, but but then again, I cannot ignore the fact that Madrid went with a very aggressive lineup there with the Crow and Colette pickup. So that already puts Help Me already in a kind of position where if they don't have full control over the gem spawner and just continue to chip away, Madrid will still end up with the advantage anyway, especially once both the Crow and the Colette have their supers to charge up at the same time. So either way, I mean, again, valiant attempt, but doesn't quite land on the first hit. Maybe they have to go for another.
Yeah, and it's a very convincing one from Madrid as well. As you can see from that gem, from the stats, right? They did not have any of that gems denied. This replay kind of tells us a very straightforward tale. It's just Madrid getting control from the get-go. We talked about it during the picks and bans, and it did fall into place for Madrid.
Yeah, so a bit unfortunate there, especially like I think what they could really have had maybe is a little bit more tanks, but again, you expect that the PAM will be bringing in the health chest, and that should help them kind of maintain a lot more stability, especially during the mid points of these fights. But I think what they hadn't anticipated is like how quickly that strength kind of swings over to Real Madrid's side as soon as both the Crow and the Colette have supers, because again, when you have both at the same time, you have two people jumping at the same time. Who do you focus on? And Pam only has literally one attention span that she can use. So, nevertheless, we're going to be jumping onto another map here, which is going to be Super Beach. This is going to be Brawl Ball. So you know you're going to be bringing out the fast ones, and of course, they're going to be bringing one out here from Madrid's side.
Yeah, of course, when you get the stew, that's kind of an indicator of what Madrid wants to do. Normally, the answer to that is you would see the other team pick up something like a Max, right? That has been a very staple option. So we'll see if Helmi goes for that. The bans are pretty much mirrored except for that Mortis and Poco. But aside from that, I think there's so much more options. As for Helmi, they are going to give Otis another go.
Okay, Otis will be an interesting one to see. I mean, again, he's been up there as far as Brawl Balls are concerned. But the thing is that when you already have a stew in play here from Madrid's side, you know that their strategy is going to largely revolve around speed and stealth. So I'm going to worry if they're going to bring in a Leon or a Sandy here. That's going to make it a very difficult kind of like setup here for Madrid. So I'm not sure whether Sandy is as effective now. I know that Leon is still hands down one of the strong brawlers with an invisibility ability, and that makes it very hard for him, very hard to kind of pin him down, especially during Brawl Ball rounds. Colonel Ruffs will be brought out from Help Me's side, and that I think will be a decent choice because Ruffs will be able to provide lots of support for Otis in terms of getting item drops. Madrid is going to be bringing in the butler, the robot butler himself, though, so that looks like they're not so much focusing only on speed, but they're also focusing on trying to create unique choke points during this match here on Super Beach. And with the Crow on the side, I think Crow has already showed would be like a decent choice here to just maintain a good base of attack there, while Stu provides the buffs, and then like they can basically use the super coming out from the robot butler in order to clear out certain zones. This I think is still a strong setup here, but Help Me goes for the El Primo. So
Not really sure how that is going to work out because El Primo has relatively slow movement speed compared to the brawlers of Madrid.
At least until he gets his super, then like I can imagine them trying to go for a long pass. You know,
Yeah.
You know, if like Otis and Ruffs are able to maintain possession of ball, and then have El Primo, you know, basically make a breakthrough using his super and then passing the ball to him. That could be one way to go. But I don't know how they will be able to hold onto the fights though, because again, it's going to be quite tough to deal with the Crow, and then we got Melcrio on the butler, so it's going to make it kind of hard. Especially when he does have the super, he's going to be able to block out a lot of the flanks here.
They are able to clear up a lot of the walls, but once more, El Primo, you know, incredibly one of the tankiest brawlers that we have, but you gotta get up close and personal to do the damage. So we're seeing Madrid playing the offense and Help Me playing defense. Not that it matters though, Madrid just scores the first one in this Brawl Ball round. We still have almost 2 full minutes to go, and Madrid, they are very comfortable just eating up all of this zone. You have the Barley creating, you know, this floors of impassable terrain. You have Levi who just outruns Kuru on that El Primo. So Help Me, getting close to Madrid is already a challenge.
Yeah, and you saw exactly the kind of trouble that happens for them once Barley has a super. It's like the whole map becomes lava again, and there's not really much room to maneuver, even though there's not a lot of obstacles in this midfield here. But again, the kills are still coming through here. Kenji's taken down one more time. Kuro is trying to get a trade down. And Melcrio loses his life as a result, and he loses his super as well. So now they're pushed out completely to the front. The ball is already picked up, and Oh, Levi just shoots in, but Kuroneko comes out just in time to block it and pushes it away to safety.
Yeah, they couldn't defend it because of the barley attack, and thank goodness Kuru is back, but now he just has to face tank all of those attacks, shoves the ball into the corner though, just to prevent Madrid from scoring, but this is just going from bad to worse. They're trickling in terms of respawns. Get the trade one back, and pass comes out from that Stu. Retrieved by Help Me 40 seconds to go.
Yeah, at least now possession is still kind of put onto Madrid's court there, but then they're still pressuring it right in the front there, and then Sing out. He was inside the spawn, but they couldn't pass the ball. Oh, Levi just shoots the open goal and gets the score right in there. Blue Madrid taking that first one.
Yes, Zizou is in that spawn. I do not know how that happened, but you know, to a certain extent he did clear out space for that shot. So Madrid off to a great start. Okay, second round, we see if Help Me can adjust to this, because we talked about how El Primo 9,000 health, sure, great, but can't really get close to Madrid. Crow is not an option because he's super, allows him to get out. The Stu can dash away, so your only true option is Milk Row, but even then he makes your life pretty hard just to get close to him, and he has a slow as well.
Yeah, but the thing is that, most of the time Milky is just going to try to farm up his super, because once he brings that out, and the Stu is going to be able to keep the oppression going. But then now they've already got the pick off of both the Barley as well as the Crow, so that's leaving the Stu completely alone now. He's going to try to get a kill, and the Kuroneko does get the kill just in time, but Choppy's already brought the ball forward. Levi and Milky has come out of the spawn right now. They're able to force the ball away, and Choppy's going to have to pull back now. Ball is still in the midfield here as Levi brings it closer and closer as to get the kill onto the Otis and the Ruffs. Now El Primo's going to have the solo defense here, but look at that, Levi jumping in, making sure that he's out of the way there. Pass, puff, and Levi scores yet another goal.
Yeah, and Madrid just looking to take the second set for themselves. And Help Me really needs some assistance at this point. They are taking, they're making this a pretty open field, which definitely is a bit more beneficial for them, right? It kind of dampens the effect of Milkro getting these choke points locked down, but Kuru is just having such a tough time to even get close. He's getting slowed down. He's eating all that damage.
Look at that.
That's it. That's Kuru out of commission for the next few seconds. And the Chappie has to take over that responsibility. And meanwhile, you have this Stu who has cleared out the back line. Levi is just going to go for the score. And the second set is done. Madrid up 2-0 in this best of 5.
I think Madrid's game plan throughout that round was basically try to keep Kuru suppressed. Like, just aim Kuru all the time, making sure that the tank is the first one to fall. And this, you could see, like, round after round, that was what worked, what the game plan was. Once the El Primo falls, then his teammates will start to fall one after another, and there literally will be just so much space there for Madrid to just keep pushing forward. So, yeah, not even close here, ladies and gentlemen. Madrid, yet again, another convincing round here on Brawl Ball, and certainly, maybe a very handy challenger here to what Barcelona will be bringing later on.
I have a feeling that maybe these two teams, prior to signing up for Split 1, they talked to each other and they were like, you know what? We are the two strongest teams in the world. Let's make it a rivalry, right? Instead of Zeta Division 1-0, that, unfortunately that they were not a part of right now. Let's come up with team names that can solidify that rivalry. Barcelona, Madrid. Good idea. And then they went with it.
Yeah.
We will see them in the next round if Barcelona makes it through as well. But this is one of those scenarios where you just don't get to play Brawl Stars. And in that case, it's just Kuru having an abysmal time on the El Primo.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's such a strong showing here. I'm seeing echoes of what Barcelona was doing there, and again, given that it was a very convincing set as well, there was very little time really for them for decided to help me to kind of deal with this situation here. So yeah, kind of have feel bad for them as well, given that they just only got released from the roster, only get kind of stomped on like this by Madrid. But then again, that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. You may think you'd be on the top, but in esports, the top is sometimes a temporary spot.
Yeah, sometimes it does happen, but the journey hasn't ended yet. And a part of this journey is, of course, with the accompaniment of Samsung Galaxy, the latest addition to our Snapdragon Pro Series family. They joined us late 2022, and we're just happy to have them for another season of Brawl Stars. And of course, they are not only a part of Brawl Stars, they are a part of a lot of other games in the Snapdragon Pro Series. So look forward to what this Year of the Rabbit has in store. And I think Baby Bear also approves of that message.
Oh,
so
yeah.
thank
Baby
you very
Bear
much.
definitely approves of that message here. So thank you so much for Samsung for joining us in this journey here. There might be a bit of a late comer to the series, but you know what they say, better late than never, right?
Better than never. The journey has only just begun.
Indeed it has. And you know, we're already waiting on this like third matchup here. I mean, again, I just kind of feel really bad for Help Me here because unless they pull off like a miracle of a draft here that somehow suppresses whatever Real Madrid brings in, I think mechanically speaking, skill-wise, it might be a bit of a gulf between the two of them, maybe.
Yeah, well, I mean, the third round is what you said could be kind of a toss-up, right? Because it literally is knockout. There's no respawn. There's no such thing as getting a second chance. It's one of the fastest game mode in Brawl Stars as well. So we're gonna see if that picks and bans is gonna give Help Me a good chance to push us into set number 4, because we're gonna go out into the open for this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to, even if they manage to get out the gauntlet that is knockout, you still have the bounty round after that. And like, the reason why like knockouts tend to be a bit of a toss-up is that it's a lot more dependent on how well you know the map, knowing the good places you can kind of camp in, as well as like places where you can kind of defend. You really play around with cover a lot here, and knowing that once you're taken out, you're out for that round specifically. That puts even more pressure for you to want to stay alive as much as possible. So playing around those covers so important in this game mode here. So right off the bat, the bans coming in here: Brock, Jean, as well as I think it's Gray actually, not Mortis, that we've been pointing out so far on that portrait there. Then you got I think that's Bonnie at the bottom together with Piper, as well as Max banned out here from Help Me. Haven't had any picks yet, and I'm just holding on with bated breath right now to see what they're going to be bringing out here.
Oh yeah, you are right. You're right. Yeah, I was mistaken. They do look the same with that crop portrait. Well,
I mean, again, it's like Mortis and Gray, they both look like
it's
archetypes.
It's like Bonnie and
and Jeanette.
is it Bonnie and Jeanette?
Yeah, so it's got kind of oh, Help Me is going to bring in something that's going to be a bit of a teaser here.
I actually
Madrid.
one of my more favorite more favorite picks, I think, having Eve as your brawler, because we've seen Eve's ability, especially it really feels like you have a Crow on your team, but there's a lot more utility to it, right? You have that super that really latches onto your enemies. Matt bringing in the Gus again. We saw how Madrid used that Gus to really survive that gem grab, that super that he brings out. Having that extra shield just helps you in these situations to survive just a bit longer and just survive long enough for you to get those knockouts.
I always feel like Eve is kind of like a counterpart to Penny in a way, but then like whereas Penny's turret does direct attacks, I think Eve's one is a little bit more indirect in that it depends on the highs being able to spawn extra minions for her to kind of use, and typically when those spawns get out of control, that's when it makes it very hard for the comeback. Now granted, Eve had been nerfed since her initial introduction, so the spawns don't come out as much these days, but it still can be very difficult to deal with because you're not really dealing so much with like an extra hero. Just imagine mini heroes that you're going to have to deal with, and they were just going to keep chasing you throughout the map. So if Eve finds a very good place to put her hive, and the hive keeps spawning more and more of her minions, it can be very difficult control. So Help Me is going to be picking up the Jeanette as well as Belle for this round here. Gus and Leon has been picked up from Madrid side. Oh, Leon, this is going to be interesting because like
And we see the Carl.
Carl as well. Okay, so Leon will use the invisibility a lot. He's going to be kind of like hiding. He can play kind of like a lone wolf in a way. Let the Gus and the Carl kind of keep themselves as a center of attention, whereas Leon finds an angle in the back line and tries to take them out. But I think importantly, the Leon here is going to have to counter what Eve will be doing with the hive here, making sure that if he finds a hive, he takes it out completely.
I kind of have this This is this weird idea, a weird feeling of what Madrid might do. You know, when Carl uses the super, you do gain a bit of a damage reduction when you go for the spin, right? And you can be in the face of Help Me's members and, you know, really chip them out just because of how durable you are. And then when you throw in a Gust that also has that damage reduction, it kind of doubles the survivability. But I say that Help Me has already started off the round by really pushing Milkro back. So you need that Leon to create a bit of space. Kuro very occupied by Levi right now, but Help Me, they are currently the ones having more control of the map. And as long as they can keep Madrid kind of confined and really just not allow this Leon to kind of gain space and get those flanks off, I think Help Me has a good chance of just taking down Madrid one by one.
It seems like Levi is more focused on trying to keep Kuro suppressed here, and that's why, because I was expecting Carl to be taking the middle there, actually, not the Leon, because I feel Leon would be more helpful in the flanks, but I think Kuro is already providing too much of a pressure here, especially they don't want Kuro to be getting the special too early on, but unfortunately the poison clouds are coming out already. The arena is starting to shrink, and it's forcing them to get closer and closer to each other, but look at how low the health is on Kenji. Chabi tries to jump in, but loses his life. Now there's only one more chance here, but Kuro does get the last shot, though. He gets the last laugh as Help Me picks up the first part of this knockout round.
And just a Jeanette super, just incredibly annoying. There's nothing you can do against it. And of course that last moment Help Me doing it so well, but we saw that durability potential, right, from both Levi and Milkro. They're just gonna just go deep into Help Me's face. This is definitely round number 2 for them. We talked about how they can just run it down, and they did. Now it's going to be that tiebreaker round for this first match.
So they were saving the Carl Super for the second round. Okay, so that's fair enough. But then now you're going to be back to square one. The Jeanette will have her Super dose. He's already going out, guns blazing here, trying to keep Sing out, as well as Levi completely suppressed. But Milker has somehow managed to push all the way to the right-hand flank. So he's already putting pressure onto Kuro. Nero almost taking it out completely. That could have been huge there, but then still Kuro is able to keep himself under control there, thanks to Kenji providing support, preventing Levi from finding a flank. Now Choppy joins in the fray once more, pushes out Sing out. Milkro and Levi forced to kind of hold back a little bit, but then look at that spawns coming up from the Eve. It's already starting to put a bit of pressure now into Levi, who is already down to 2,200. Another shot there, Rebels putting down to a nearly one-shot kill there, but then Kenji is doing very well, keeping the rest of Madrid completely suppressed.
They're losing so much ground. Milkro is going to go down first. Kuro gets the snipe. It's a 2 versus 3 Sing out. Really wanting to run forward to get rid of that utility from this Jeanette, but Levi, he gotta do something right now as the Carl Super is online. He can still pull this out. He's looking for the opportunity, spins right and gets focused down by Help Me. The prioritization is right on the money. Help Me getting that first match.
Wow, they literally pulled that from the brink there, I think, from Help Me. But again, it was all about that super timing. And even though Jeanette had used that super early on, I was kind of worried for them. They weren't having much in the reserve, but they still pulled it back by the end of that round. So now we're going to be going to another one here with Help Me with that advantage here. Can they bring this successfully to a 4th round?
Feels like that is a possibility, right? Madrid definitely realizing that they ran into a bit of a problem. Levi and Milkro, they were supposed to kind of be the one to take some space, but they are getting pushed back so hard by the members of Help Me. And just at the start of the round, Levi, he just does not have any chance to recover health. And Milkro can't really help him as well. It's not like we're looking back in the old meta where Byron was a priority. Madrid, they have a lot of conditions that they need to fulfill, and one of it is to get Levi his super.
Yeah, but then putting that thing down is kind of like force the fall back. Now that it's already run out of time, they are able to take down Kenji just as well as Kuro Nero. Now it's only one more person left, which is going to be a Choppy, and that will be the first round won here by Madrid. And that seemed like it happened a lot faster than I was expecting it to.
Yeah, and one of the core reasons was that the Leon Singer was somehow able to sneak all the way past the right side, past the defenses of a Choppy, and really put on the pressure. They got the pincer going. Now Levi and Milkro both have their supers online. We've seen this story before, but Milkro just goes down. This is good news for Help Me. The Eve able to escape. Levi wants to at least trade one back, finds that one, gets covered, and now a Choppy is a 1v1. Kuro though finds a kill to Sing out, and a Choppy survives. Help Me. But skin of the teeth forces us into a tiebreaker once more.
literally one unit, if there was one more unit of range there, that could have been a choppy taken down, but it was just enough range there for him. And with Kuronero able to kind of like survive his battle as well, became a 2v1. That's when it was kind of over there. But man, it was just that little bit that kept him alive. But nevertheless, another round here. It looks like Madrid is taking more control over the map this time around, forcing Help Me into a corner now as Kuro is going to be forced to bring down his little booster. That's going to force Melkrio now to fall back, but he does still get a kill onto Kuroneko anyway. A choppy hand as well as the Bell player still alive for now, but then they completely cornered and surrounded on all sides. Kenji still trying to get some shots back in return, but it's already taken quite a bit of damage. Poison Cloud's coming up now. Kenji going to try to jump, use a jump pad, but jumps just into the line of fire of Levi and Sing Out. The choppy new wheels all over, just goes in, takes an L here. So it's 1-for-1 in the set so far.
Yeah, lovely display from Madrid, really kind of switching up the pace to get this second set, this second match for themselves. And again, this all really came out from a lot of effort from Sing Out, and they were somehow able to corner Help Me, right? The E pick was particularly because there is a body of water, you allow just a bit more extra maneuverability for Help Me. But if you have these kind of situations where Levi somehow just infiltrates the backline, this game might just be done. The Choppy able to escape with a takedown, so there is still chance, but a lot of control has been lost. Sing Out still has his super, Milkro is back to full, and Help Me completely trapped in a choke point. That's not where Choppy wants to be. He wants to be able to control that body of water.
Gotta watch out for Sing Ao's Leon right now, because he not only was able to take down the flank all practically by himself, but got a really good kill there. So that's already put them in a bit of trouble here, and it's been quite hard to spot him out, especially with his invis and just playing around in the bushes. He's very difficult to pin down. Only Melkrio has been giving it that presence. He got a hit on the Kuroneko. Sing Ao tried to follow up, couldn't quite get a kill done, but Choppy is still providing a base from fire from behind. Melkrio now trying to keep it distracted, but Kuroneko gets his special just in time. Can he get some damage done here before he inevitably falls into the grace there of Sing Ao, but Sing Ao finishes him anyway, and then finishes up the E by the Choppy and wins the round before the Poison Cloud comes to engulf them all.
Sing Ao just dance around their super. This guy puts on his dancing shoes and won that round for his team. Madrid 1 round away from cleaning up the set 3-0. Help Me putting up the pressure. Levi gets out with that long dash. Sing Ao pushing forward, just absolutely fearless as a Leon. But Help Me has now found Madrid in a situation where it's beneficial, at least to Help Me. Milkro has that super. Levi again taking control of the left side. We've seen this pincer maneuver before. Kuroneko gets sniped. That's the worst case scenario. That's the Jeanette. The line of defense for Help Me has crumbled.
So the thing is, it helped me figure it out early on that they just have to counteract the lollipop drop play that Sing Ao is doing on the right-hand side. So they kind of did that and actually got a bit of a lead early on. But unfortunately, with Kuroneko down, this is already putting them under, like, they basically have one less man, one less person to kind of keep the ground covered. And Sing Ao's going to be able to find a gap there to put up a massive burst into a Choppy, and Melkrio with a long shot takes it down completely. Kenji's alone, has a shield, not for long though, as Levi spins it to win it.
And Madrid just cleans up the third match as if it was the result of the set all along. So series win for Madrid, 3-0. They're going to face off against Barcelona in that next round, the upper bracket. Just like what we wanted, but for Help Me, this felt like it wasn't even remotely close.
Oh man, but no, it felt like they were starting to adapt a little bit, but quite frankly, Levi was just so sick on that Carl. Like, you met with the moment he was able to find an opening, he went, committed so hard for that pressure, not caring whether or not he'll be able to survive the onslaught. He knew that as long as he can provide enough damage and Melkrio was able to follow up the shots, that would allow them to just win out, knockout here outright. And it really was a very good application of tactics and strategy there that allowed Madrid to win out and end. And that's also, again, bolstered by just the sheer speed and skill, you know, on the touchscreens.
And I think, you know, towards the very last round, you can definitely see a bit of that desynchronization from Help Me, right? They were just getting sniped one by one. It felt like it was one of the slower rounds for them. And of course, just the coordinated fire from Madrid was too much for Help Me to deal with. And yeah, Madrid getting a 3-0. Yeah. Another team that is basically speedrunning what we have right now. But of course, that is just series number 2. with 6 more to go before we close out the evening. So if you guys are just tuning in, you haven't missed out too much. Just know that we're gonna get a very El Clasico kind of soccer team matchup later on. Barcelona against Madrid. All of this brought to you by our partners at Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters. This is the 2nd season for Brawl Stars and a ton of other game titles, but just know that without them, none of this would have been possible. We wouldn't be able to bring Baby on set. We wouldn't be able to have this awesome set for ourselves. So everything, was just made a reality by these guys. Of course.
Yeah, of course. We also have to thank the other sponsors for this event, because it's not only Snapdragon, Kachi Shop has also been instrumental in providing the support here for this event. Because again, if you are running low on your in-game credits, if you need a reload really quick and you want to get the best possible deal, kachishop.com/my is probably the place you want to go. So go ahead and check them out at their website, and we thank them for being along for this journey in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, we have so much more left to witness. Again, we are going to finish the entirety of the Open Finals today, so it's going to be a long and exciting ride, but every ride has a pit stop that we got to eventually stop and take a break, and we can do just that, and we will be right back for the 3rd series of the night.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
They don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve them with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map. Get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me eating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. so mean right now. But what you mean, y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you gotta cry with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you gotta cry with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for
10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fold. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping. Yeah, believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like wall. Time's right, and I know they see us walking in a limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Welcome
Back,
back to
back.
the Snapdragon
Yeah.
Pro Series Brawl Stars Season 2 Split 1 Open Finals. I mean, we just came back from a break. My name is Husky alongside Victor, and
and Baby Bear. Don't forget Baby Bear.
And Baby Bear.
Yeah, the most important cast member right
yeah,
now in
so,
the cast.
Yeah, so we just saw Madrid take out Help Me 3-0, and a lot of the matches actually are still ongoing. And I feel like we have something in store. I can't put my finger on it, but
Yeah, something feels a bit weird right
does
now.
feel a bit
Yeah,
weird.
I mean, I'm feeling like there's a sensation going on in my ears.
Yes, there
like,
is.
It sounds like as if there's not just me and you right now. Not
No.
even Baby Bear. Baby Bear doesn't even have headphones on. Who possibly?
yeah,
No, he doesn't have one. No,
no, it's gone
it's gone.
for now.
Yeah,
Actually, I don't need anything.
yeah, that's really weird.
Tapi
Hello.
Hello, who
Hello?
is that?
Hello?
Wait,
yeah.
oh.
So we are
that
hearing
is the sound.
we're hearing our pals from the BM broadcast.
Yep.
Sir Cloud and Cross.
Yeah.
Yeah, who-
So
yeah.
siapa yang dekat belah sana ni? Suara siapa kita dengar ni, sir?
Oh, saya rasa kita dengar macam suara Victor dengan pengguna tablet.
Pengguna tablet.
Husky.
Yeah, so,
ya ke?
Oh,
Yeah,
oh
so
dia ke?
Husky.
we just got news that we are because a lot of the matches are still ongoing, so we are challenged by our friends from the BN broadcast to play a show match.
hi.
Wow.
And
oh.
I am gonna demonstrate world-class standards by doing this.
Okay.
Yeah, by using
It
a
is.
tablet.
Yeah.
I only got a good old classic phone here, guys. So I'm probably at a little bit of a disadvantage, but
So,
knowing Husky's reputation in other games, I'm pretty confident he probably will be able to carry me.
Yes, I hope so.
tapi ada
I'm
sebab
really hoping
sebenarnya
so, in fact,
Victor pakai phone. Dia
Yeah.
kita punya double agent.
Ya, dia kalau kita aktifkan sleeping agent dalam Victor tu, dia akan aktifkan, dia akan betray Husky tau. So kita boleh menang secara percuma. Jadi kalau mana tak tahu sebenarnya daripada side English untuk Brawl Stars, diorang challenge kita daripada side BM.
Betul, dia orang challenge kita.
Challenge kita.
No, wait. I
No,
thought you guys were the ones that challenged
Yeah,
us.
don't blame it on us.
Yeah, don't put it on us.
Tablet
completely.
users don't matter with phone users.
Victor, you're supposed to be on our side.
No, Victor is
I mean,
on
I'm
my
on
side.
your side, but I'm not
Kita tak
on
aktif
your
lagi
side.
sleeping
You know what I
agent
mean?
ni.
Belum lagi.
Belum lagi
Yeah,
aktif
no.
sleeping agent Victor. So
No, aku masih I'm still wide awake right now, guys.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
still wide awake.
Victor, I choose you.
So ni kali pertama kita berdui bahasa di dalam stream Brawl Stars untuk English dan juga Malay. Tak ada siapa pun nampak lagi.
Itulah. Kalau boleh nak tarik wayar.
I mean,
Kalau
I
datang sini.
I just wanna say that we've been waiting for this show match to happen, but for some reason our BM friends are not in. I don't know why they chickened
Yeah,
out.
they seem to be
Wow.
quite slow. You know,
Yeah,
a bit slow, a little bit late. You know, not quite on time.
Balas balik.
Yeah.
Balas balik.
Wow. Of course, because we are on the Malaysian broadcast. What are you talking about?
Well, you're talking about Malaysian time, is it?
Yeah,
No wonder. No
Yeah,
wonder.
we are fulfilling our destiny as Malaysians.
Wow, destiny. Stereotype is destiny now.
What?
I see.
Sure. Very nice.
So like what's your strongest brawler here? I want to kind of size you guys up a little bit. So like
I'm going to give my strongest brawler, right?
yeah, according to my intel, Cloud's strongest brawler is I think it's Piper
Nah.
Hyper.
or El
Okay.
Primo. I don't know.
Nah. Make sure you ban my cult, you know.
Oh.
Just say it.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
the last time we saw Code on broadcast, Code lost. So
I mean, the call has been nerfed to heck already. So I
Code
wonder.
is as old as Cloud. So we don't worry
Oh,
about it.
yes, indeed, yeah. It's almost as old as Cloud is as well. So, yeah, I mean, definitely that's why it's such a good fit, right? You know, Colt and Sir Cloud.
Yes.
Cloud Cold.
Sir Code.
The name is almost the same. Atau nama ya Sir Cloud dengan nama Cole kan hampir lebih kurang. So dia punya synergy as a living being tu ataupun the chemistry with us and character is as one. That's why it's apa cakap hati-hati dengan apa cult dia.
Betul, hati-hati.
Hati-hati.
Saya sebenarnya sedang cuba masuk tapi tekan-tekan tak dapat.
Yeah,
Tekan-tekan tak dapat.
yeah, we're still waiting.
Yeah, we're still waiting.
to get in.
Yeah, we're still waiting to get in. I mean, I'm going to be bringing out big guns. I'm going to be bringing my Nita. I mean, I already got Baby Bear here to support me during this match, so I have to represent the colors right.
You do. You actually do.
Yeah, you are wearing red today.
Well,
No.
somewhat.
We
Actually,
have our synergy though.
Oh yeah.
That's easy.
Kita kuat gila hari ni.
Now you see why the reason Victor is wearing red as well.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
so we're all ganging up against you right now, Husky.
Yeah,
Do you
no
feel
problem.
do you
No.
feel the pressure here?
No, I
No,
don't.
not at all.
No.
Like not even a sweat.
No.
Not even a tear.
No.
Man, the
Okay.
confidence, man.
It's
the
a good year for
confidence.
the Ox. Okay. Not afraid at all. No problem. No problem.
Okay.
Right. So kita nak cuba masuk ke dalam lobby tapi nampak macam ada benda yang menghalang kita daripada
masuk lobby.
masuk lobby. Tak jumpa pun orang yang nak invite kita masuk tu.
Yeah, so we've received news that, at least for now, our friends can't join. From what I understand is that they don't have enough trophies to fight me.
That's probably why. Yeah, I mean, again, you know, the levels are not quite there
Yeah,
yet. So I think like just to kind of give them a chance here. Maybe they have to borrow an account for someone else. You know.
Wow,
Yeah, it's-
betul menghina kita tu. Ingat kita brawler tak cukup ni, tak boleh kalahkan diorang.
Nasib baik saya tak boleh masuk lagi ni. Kod
Apa saya boleh buktikan yang quality lebih bermakna daripada quantity.
Wow, it's going for the value judgment there. I mean, but
yeah.
again, like when you don't have that wide of a pool of of brawlers, can you really say that you're a master at Brawl Stars though? Just saying, just saying.
Yeah, I mean, well, Cross said that he's gonna prove, you know, that numbers of brawlers don't matter, but you can only prove it if you make it into the lobby, my friend.
Yeah.
Not in the lobby yet.
You know,
Yes.
in order to win, first you have to show up, right?
Yeah,
you have to show up to the fights. Otherwise, you have no chance.
Yeah, I've been waiting for the past 20 minutes. Come on, guys.
You know,
I feel like by the time our friends come in, we have to do the next series, and we won't be able to settle the score.
Yeah.
Save yourself some embarrassment.
you know the star players normally they come a little bit later, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
fashionably late, eh?
right?
I'm pretty sure the star players are on time. That's how the show started, on time.
See?
Yeah, that's why we're still waiting for a red carpet. You know.
Oh,
the red
wait,
carpet,
I
we
see,
don't-
I see Sir Cloud in now.
Yeah, there you go.
Now he's in.
There it
Now
is.
Cross is in.
Now we are ready to rock and roll.
Yeah.
So you see, we have on our team EQ Achapi. Yeah, just saying.
No, it's Siti Tampo.
Oh yeah, EQ Site Tampo.
You can't
Yeah,
even
no,
get your
yeah.
teammate's
Tampo.
name right.
That's
Come on.
Zuku.
We have Executor X. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all we need.
Okay.
He will execute.
Yeah,
He will
execute. He will.
execute it all for us here.
We have real life Nita Bear,
Bukti
and
kami
we have a
pengguna
Nita
telefon.
player right here.
Kita guna phone guys.
Kita guna phone saja untuk kalahkan English side yang guna tablet seorang
Okay,
je.
here's
Husky yang guna tablet.
here's
Asking
what
them,
my prediction will be. Regardless whether it's all for fun, you know, it's not for any ego challenge. But
Oh.
regardless we win or lose, right?
What?
Our friends will have something to say about.
Oh.
They'll use tablet as an excuse. But
Wait.
we're gonna jump in. We're gonna jump in. We're gonna.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
We're gonna
Let's
kick
jump,
some bottoms.
let's jump right into this match right now because like I really cannot wait to finally show the BM casters who are actually the real casters here in Malaysia.
Oh.
Yeah, I feel like our BM casters are.
Oh.
They need a reality check.
no.
I mean, come on, Cloud. Come on,
Oh,
come on.
Come on.
Oh wait, it's gem grab. Grab the gem, guys.
That's what I was doing. What do you think I was doing just now?
Be careful of the train. You langgar the kereta api, you die.
I am the train. I am the train.
train.
I am the true train.
Be the train, guys.
I am the
Be
train.
The train. Let's take down Husky. This tablet users or cannot.
Wait,
I am the
I need to cut off Victor.
Aduh.
Come on, Victor, you are just running away. No.
I see
Guys,
strategy.
who's-
Oh my god! I got I got crushed by the train.
Oh man, the train.
Train. There's no brakes on this train,
No, I
guys.
am the train. I am the train.
You're
I
the
will
train.
run you down.
Are you a train or are you a train wreck? Because like they're not too dissimilar from each other.
Oh, they are the train wreck.
Oh my
Get
god!
out, get out.
I'm getting plastered completely.
Come
You
on.
guys just don't want me to get my super, is it? That's why you're targeting me the whole time, is it?
Ingat apa kita ni? Kita api.
Eh,
Oh, be careful.
kita api.
There's a bear.
Bear done.
What does my gadget
elak
do?
kereta api.
I don't know. But I just activate anyway.
How can you call yourself pro Brawl Star player when you don't even know what your gadget does?
Hey, you know, sometimes...
Hey, because we play with the pros.
Yeah.
Hey,
So-
what is this?
So kena carried lah, that's why.
Aiyo.
It's closer than I thought it would be. We gotta protect our man Executor X because he has so much
Shoot,
gems
shoot,
on
shoot.
him.
Get him, go get the gems, get the gems,
gems,
get
sir.
the gems,
Sir,
get
get
the
the
gems, get the
gems.
gems.
Sir, get the gems, sir.
Run, guys, run.
Run,
Get
I'm
out,
running,
get
I'm
out,
running.
get out,
I'm
get
sending
out,
the bear,
get
I'm
out,
sending
get
the bear
out,
after
yeah.
them. Go, run.
Hey, you want some gems, Cross? You want some gems, Cloud? Here's two
my
for you. Consolation prize.
Oh my god.
Hey.
Itu mistake lah. Aduh,
Mistake
sir, apa
lah,
ni,
that's
sir?
why.
Okay, to be fair, tadi tak ready lagi, dia tiba-tiba start.
Tak ready, he
tak
says.
ready.
Tak ready.
Patutnya saya nak pilih brawler lain. Bukan nak pilih Colt. So dia tak ready tadi.
Oh. See, they're changing brawlers. Yeah, they're scared.
Yeah, okay, tukar brawler.
Tukar brawler. Okay, let's tukar see.
Tadi tukar
Hi.
brawler. Okay.
That
How
was
you
a
doing?
quick one.
Okay.
Very fast, right?
Really fast.
So
Didn't even break a sweat.
I'm still cold.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
still
yeah, very
chill
cold.
right now.
Yeah, so
Wow.
I'm
tadi
not even
saya tak
warmed
nak
up.
pilih Colt.
Oh,
Jadi saya bagi dia chance.
Bagi tunjuk macam tu bukan brawler sebenar kita lah
Betul. Saya dah kata dah ban Colt. Sebab saya tak nak main Colt.
So ni kena ban ke apa ni?
Tak ada ban lah. Ini main je.
Tak ada kena
Not the
ban.
Ben.
Yeah. So all I remember, the entire match was just me running down Sir Cloud. I don't know what he's doing.
I gave it to you. I didn't want to play Colt anyway.
Yeah.
Okay,
I was like, I
we'll
don't want to play
see.
Colt. Yeah.
We'll
Take
see.
it.
We'll see if Sir Cloud is going to prove us wrong. We're gonna go back for round 2. We're gonna go back for round.
Yeah.
Yes, we are round 2.
So
Okay.
So you said not ready, okay? You better be ready now, okay?
Yeah.
Ready or
Yeah,
not,
yeah, yeah.
here I come.
Check out my skin, yo.
Oh yeah, he's bull.
Oh, he's a bow.
He's a
Yes.
barbarian king.
Check out my
Well,
skin.
he definitely has.
wait.
Oh, he definitely has more HP this time.
Ow.
Take that, Husky. Take that.
Why is that,
Yeah.
Husky?
All right,
Take
right,
that.
What are you
Get him,
doing?
get him, get him.
Oh my god. It's so
I'm a
bad.
solo.
Oh my
Take
god.
that. Oh my god, Husky.
Man, our team is doing a great job.
Whoa, what with that shield? Whoa. So, oh my god.
Woohoo! Told
Okay,
ya.
alright, okay.
Told
So
ya.
ada kereta api di belakang. Just be careful. I'm
Yes,
gonna
Victor.
Yeah,
cut.
go.
Great
No.
job.
Sir,
The train.
sir,
No, the
you
kereta
go.
api.
Go for the train.
The
I'm gonna
kereta
pick
api.
up all the stuff.
Hey.
Victor, don't you dare.
It's
don't
all
you
part of the
dare,
plan.
Victor, don't you dare.
Dia dah
don't
plan
you
dah
dare.
benda ni.
Oh,
Oi.
cover bontot saya please. Oh,
Eh.
Husky's trying to do something weird over there.
Siapa ni?
I
Oi.
can see Husky's dead. Oi.
Oh, I see that ambush. I see the ambush of me. Good one.
Train. Ay, sakit.
No, one more, sir.
Itu sakit. Itu train sakit. Itu train. Husky down. Husky down.
Wait. Tengok. Ada banyak benda boleh dikutip tu. Cubalah. Cuba dekat. Alamak,
Cross.
Victor.
Cross, I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you.
Get him, Victor. Get him.
Victor's dead. Wait. We need to get the execution. Whoa, I'm taking so much damage.
Oh, train.
You are our tank, sir. You better do something about
Ayo,
it, sir.
the train.
Coming
like
for you,
tank.
baby.
Get him.
Got the
Nice.
Shelly. Space created, guys. Space
Run,
created,
guys. Start running.
I lured Sir Cloud all the way to the left-hand side because I
Wait.
knew
Don't,
it'd be too far away.
They are winning.
Let's go,
Husky.
Run, guys, run.
I'm running.
Oh, cross.
Come on, aku ada super. Let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Nak buat apa?
Let's go.
Nak buat apa? What do you want to do?
Let's go.
What do you want to do? What do you want to
Come
do?
on, give Vic.
Let's go.
No, Victor.
Yes.
Victor throwing.
Run.
Wait. They are leading.
Victor.
I'm getting them.
Revenge.
You collect all the gems. Oh my god.
1 second.
No.
So much for getting carried, okay. Hey, so much for getting carried. Come on lah. Executor banyak buat kerja kot. Dia orang kena carry. Come on lah.
This is the problem with our friends. They make so much excuses when they lose.
I know, right?
Come on
It's so
lah.
annoying.
So yeah, this light works. That's it. That's it. All right.
Executor carry kot.
So we declare that
apa
the
ni?
English broadcast we won hands down, easy game, no
Yeah.
problem. We'll see you guys at Masters.
Ya,
Wow.
tadi kita bagi dia orang round 1.
Tadi bagi
Tahu
chance
tak
je.
round 2 macam mana? Depan belakang kan?
Itu pun Victor terpaksa komik seppuku
Yeah, so
kot.
we're gonna cut off this white noise from the losers. We're gonna go for a break, let them take a breather, mourn over their loss. We're gonna come back for a real Brawl Stars game in a bit. Hope you guys enjoy that. But yeah, see you guys in just a little bit.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series. And after a little bit of a spot of fun there, with a little play match there, I think we're going to be going back to more serious business from this point on. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me is Husky. Joining us as well is Little Baby Bear. And we're going to be bringing you guys more Brawl Stars action as we continue to run through our open finals for split number 1. So we already have 2 matchups done. Now we're going to be going to the final upper bracket match, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
It's going to be between Barcelona and Real Madrid. So, yep.
This definitely feels like a grand finals already, but of course we're going to see how this plays out. It's going to be a tight one. All of this made possible with one of our partners, Monster Energy. I took a swig of Monster Energy, and that's how I was able to completely beat the living lights out of our friends just now. So be proud of the English broadcast. We've done it. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming to find out more about our beloved partners right here. And I'm pretty sure the members of Madrid and Barcelona will also need a bit of that green energy moving into this series. For qualifications, they've already made it to top 4, but now it's for the bragging rights.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and check out the brackets one more time to refresh you guys about where we stand right now in this journey here for our first split finals. So early on, we watched the match between Barcelona and Raid Esports that ended in a 3-0 victory for Barcelona, which moved them up to the semifinals where they faced off against Quasar and actually beat them in a 3-1 series. So Quasar was still able to get that 1 series off from Barcelona. So it's not quite a clean sweep here for Barcelona to get to that finals for the upper brackets. In the meantime, Madrid, they had to defeat WWW, and they did that in a 3-0 fashion. And they also went up against Help Me, and they beat them 3-0. And that's how Madrid made it their way to the upper bracket finals here to face up against Barcelona. But regardless, both of these squads have already qualified, I believe, for the challenge. So now it's just going to be a fight to see who's going to be the better of the 2 just for this split alone.
Absolutely. And at the lower bracket, Team Wood is the first team to get eliminated from this open finals. They lost 1-3 with WWW winning that one. And at the same time, you know, on the other end, we have Raid Esports against this Xanax. That one is still happening right now. So we will see how it's going to pan out. In fact, I think WWW will take on Quasar in that next lower bracket quarter. So I think it has a bit of a graphical error right there. This Xanax still actually playing Raid Esports, so they are not in that second round of the lower bracket just yet. Help Me will take on Raid Esports, and the rest is just going to be a lower bracket gauntlet run for whoever wins their second lower bracket round. So it will be a very, very exhausting gauntlet, but it is necessary for the teams to make it to at least the lower bracket semis to make top 4.
Yeah, again, like whoever wins that match between Help Me and Raid Esports, they're going to be qualifying to challenge already, and the same as well for Xanax versus Quasar. So that's why this match is a lot more important here, I think, compared to further down the line.
Yeah, hold on, and I think now there's a bit of fix in the graphic. Actually, Triple W is the one that got eliminated. So this Xanax won that one, so they will fight Quasar. Team Wood also eliminated alongside Triple W, and Raid Esports will take on Help Me in that second round of the lower bracket. So the stage is set. I'm a bit sad to see WWW go though, because this is the ex-Rising Sun Esports team that has so much of a good track record. So this is one of the more heartbreaking early exits for them.
Yeah, and especially Team Wood as well. They are the sole Singaporean squad in this all-Japanese affair right now in this split number 1. So it's also kind of sad to see that they got themselves eliminated quite early on as well. I was hoping to see them, somewhere in the mid-stage of this competition. But nevertheless, let's go ahead and talk about these top 2 here, because I think undoubtedly Barcelona and Madrid have shown themselves to be amongst the strongest contenders right now on this upper bracket. Barcelona, of course, have been just steamrolling their way through that first round, and they unfortunately dropped 1 round against Quasar, but still, that momentum is very much on their side. But Madrid as well, even up against a team like Help Me, the former Zeta Division 0 squad, they were still able to just handily dominate them in a 3-0 fashion. So this is going to be quite the head-to-head here. I mean, both of these squads have shown that they are not only extremely skilled, but also just as fast. So I think it's certainly a fate that brought both of these squads together, but only one of them will be proceeding through this upper bracket.
Yeah, and I just like can I just say that Barcelona's logo is very, very, it's very nice, very calming to look at. It's sort of a zen element to it. This is the lineup for Barcelona. If you guys haven't been keeping up to date you guys just tune in with Rel, Siddhartampo, Tensai, and Moya, or some of them might know him as Moya Goku. This is one of our champions for the first season Masters, if I'm not mistaken, back then when they were in the division. Here they are again to go for a second attempt at the Masters appearance.
Yeah, again, so with this lineup having been together for like 2 years in a row here, you can imagine that the synergy between them, the communication ability between these team members is what is very vital in allowing them to go for that full commitment. Because again, you know, one thing that's really separated these top guys from the rest is just their ability to just get a grasp and just kind of like make quick decisions, like sometimes even snap decisions, but just fully committed to the point where, you know, as the opponents, you're not going to be able to react fast enough. But granted, Madrid also plays a very similar style. They also are very oppressive players themselves. Levi, Melkrio, and Suzuku have shown themselves to also be contenders as far as like their skill are concerned with Barcelona. Now, they haven't had the same level of success in past tournaments, so this is also going to be a test now for this lineup here to see, you know, up against the former world champions, where do they really stand?
Yeah, well at one point, I mean, the interesting part is that we just witnessed the season 1, you know, SPS Masters champion, which is Barcelona, you know, coming into this upper bracket finals, but we also saw the former world champions, which is helped me getting 0-3 by Madrid. And it kind of makes you think, where does Madrid stand, right? They definitely are kind of the outliers in this three-way fight, but it's safe to say that Madrid now has a chance to take down the former Season 1 Masters champion.
So, in any case, all of this wouldn't have been possible, ladies and gentlemen. The Snapdragon Pro Series, thanks to the sponsors here, especially Samsung Galaxy, showing off their latest phone, the Galaxy Z Fold 4, a phone that folds out to give you more screen real estate, and that can be very handy, especially if you're a gamer on mobile and you just need that extra real estate to either put in extra buttons, to just see more of the map in general. The Galaxy Z Fold 4 might just be the phone for you, so go ahead and check them out. And we also thank Samsung Galaxy for being a great supporter right now for the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, it's just great to have them on board. And we know that this year there's going to be so much more in store. So it's going to be an exciting year. Strap in for the ride. We're going into the picks and bans. Third set of the evening. This one feels like grand finals material already. Barcelona against Madrid. If people are listening to this broadcast without looking at the screen, they would think that, you know, this is a football match. It very well could be. We have superstars on both sides.
Yeah, it's a football match, but the logos are different in a way.
Yes.
But there's a lot of parallels really between like how you handle like how Brawl Stars plays out as a game. When you look at how soccer is, generally soccer is all about positioning, all about like knowing where, keeping tabs on your opponents. Now, granted, there's not a lot of direct combat that happens that happens here in Brawl Stars, but you can sense that there's the team spirit, the team element plays a big role in some of these lineups, some of these squads actually being more dominant over others. So therefore, that's why squads like Barcelona, who have been playing together for a long time, they know exactly what each other are capable of. They also, very importantly as well, know what the limitations are, and that's going to be very crucial, especially when they're going up and the opponent is going to be as tough as Real Madrid. But looking even at the map selection here, I mean, gem grabs are going to be a bit of toss-up. The knockout, like literally, if it gets to the 5th game here, ladies and gentlemen, the knockout round can become a real twist of fate for even the most dominant teams. So that's going to be something you want to watch out. And Sneaky feels especially good for that stealth kind of run-up. Now, open zone, though, again, like the name implies, the hot zone is going to be very, very wide open. So naturally, that's why you see the Crow bands come in. They want to prevent, they have brawlers that have the flexibility of being able to jump in and out of cover. So now that it's removed from the pool, they're going to have to focus more on brute force. They're going to have to focus more on getting tankier brawlers to be able to act as a front line. Maybe they might even bring in the Buster, because Buster's special should be able to block out some attacks. And if they do bring in like a long-range marksman on the Madrid side, that could be something that Barcelona can consider. However, Madrid, they're going for the stew straight away, so it looks like they're going to be committing more to a speed-based strategy here. So what do you make of that?
I honestly find it, you know, kind of very interesting, right? As much as we talked about these two teams having kind of very similar aggressive play styles, but we also can say that they have their own ideas on who to approach as their brawler choice. You know, Madrid so far has just been the fast and furious one, very, very technical with how they approach things, and Barcelona is, for them, they are really great playing at long range, but at the same time, the way that they kind of draft their brawlers makes it seem like they have all their bases covered, you know, with their picks. And I do want to point out the fact that Barcelona went for the Penny ban, considering that it is a brawler that they did show in their series very in the first match against, you know, Raid Esports, but they will get themselves the guts regardless. We've seen how effective that brawler is with their super.
I mean, it's understandable why like the Penny may not be that ideal of a pick for a map like Open Zone, because it's literally only 1 or 2 places you can place a turret compared to other hot zone maps where there might be more multiple options there. So it makes sense that even if you use the Penny, it can be easily countered, that turret there. And plus, there's not a lot of cover on Open Zone, so you naturally want to pick a brawler that's either tankier or is going to be able to handle a lot more of those direct attacks up front. And you can see already Real Madrid is really going aggressive here, going with a Max and Stu pick up there. So Stu with his speed zone plus Max's like natural ability to get kills and just kind of play aggressive is very, very strong. So I think Madrid is just banking on just kind of trying to overwhelm Barcelona from the get-go, trying to force them to try to force like stalemate fights, basically, like where they just basically have to trade percentage for deaths. So that's, I think, the strategy that Matt is going with. Oh, and they're also going with like the doppelganger play here. So that's also going to become another problem here with Barcelona, because now they're going to have to deal with an extra damage dealer on Real Madrid's side.
Yeah, just fast and furious, right? With just a lot of damage. They don't really have the most health pool, but they have so much damage output and just maneuverability with that Max. I wonder what Barcelona's response to this is. I mean, the gray is still open, but I'm also looking at the potential. Do they want to go for something like Mandy? No, they're going to go for Colonel Ruffs, a more defensive approach. And this really kind of feels like what is to be expected between the clash of, you know, Barcelona and Madrid, where Madrid in their previous series was just, you know, kind of guns blazing. They go really fast and they win the game with speed and aggression. And Barcelona, they're fine hanging back with how defensively they play, even against Raid Esports. Yeah,
and you know, I think one thing I have to consider, Madrid is definitely going aggressive. I mean, with Lola already in hand, she can really double the presence, and that already doubles the amount of damage that she can, damage potential she can provide. So I think right off the bat, Madrid wants to take control of the hot zone as quickly as it can. So you can see Levi's already done that here under the cover of that speed zone that's been set up by Sing Out. They will be able to have control early on. They will already bring it up to near 20%. So the Tampo, in the meantime, continue to try to push on the left-hand side to try to keep the backline suppressed there, because they don't want them to necessarily pick up their Melchior to pick up his super early on, while Tensai and Moya getting a little bit contained on the left-hand side, though.
They just cannot hit them. They are so, Madrid are so fast. Barcelona cannot hit them with the shots. I mean, just look at how Levi is utilizing that Stu speed zone. It finally expires. It you know, went the full duration. That is maximum value from the Stu. And now they're going to finally break the wall on the side of Barcelona with that Colonel Rouse utility. Tensai tries to face fight this one, but just absolutely blasted by Madrid. No opportunities for Barcelona to even get onto the hot zone. I don't know how they're going to do this. We're at 85% and Barcelona could not even break through the defenses. Seeing how he's just going in, Shizuku doesn't give a crap what Barcelona has in mind, and Madrid had just got it the first match just like that.
Wow. Again, the draft, already I was worried that this was going to be the situation here where Madrid is going to go super aggressive and Barcelona doesn't necessarily have the health pool nor the tankiness, the shielding even, to deal with that level of aggression. And this is going to become a very tough fight now for Barcelona. They might potentially lose this first set if they cannot find an answer right now to this strong combination of the Stu together with the Max. So this is proving to be a bit of a tough cookie. Tensai is going to have to take a big brunt of attack there, while Moya has been forced out of lurch there, even though he does have the sandbags out. Again, he only has 4,200 health, so he doesn't really have a lot going for him as far as tankiness is concerned. And as soon as he gets closer to hot zone, he gets targeted immediately. Now the health is a little bit low for Levi and the Stu. Stu will be the first one taken out. That's given them now an opening here, and Tensai Moya immediately gets onto the hot zone.
But the one thing guaranteed for Madrid is that they can always utilize that Stu speed zone to its full potential. But Barcelona able to chip them away, and now Madrid needs to wrestle back control. Moya just goes in face first, takes out the stew. Now able to drop that armor pack for Tensai. Levi will get the exchange. Madrid having the numbers advantage. Gonna drop the second speed zone, and now Levi just goes in with that super, just dancing, just weaving in and out, dodging all those shots. They get control of the zone again, but Barcelona being pushed back.
Yeah, Singhao is so good at dodging the shots coming from Moya, and the thing is Moya can't even get close enough because the back's range just literally outclasses the roughs here. So this is literally a rough situation. Moya just literally has to try to push through. He will take damage inevitably. The question is how long can he stay? Can he stay long enough to get the kill done? Melkrio is going to be taken on the back line though. This could be the opening that they're looking for. Barcelona immediately taking control now, just trying to single out Singhao, who doesn't have the support of the speed zone anymore, so he might be a little bit more vulnerable to Moya's shots this time as he continues to try to pile it on. But look at Levi keeping the pressure on the Tensai, trying to force him off the speed zone. Comes out once more, but then unfortunately Levi is going to get picked off. This looks like Barcelona's chance to try to close it. Only 5 percentage points left. Milkrio still out on lurch, doesn't have her super though, so they will concede this round to Barcelona.
Lovely play from City Tampo. Just the long range from the B. Kind of a good match against that Max if you can land the shots. Those shots, they hurt incredibly, just a lot of pain, honestly, from the side of Barcelona. We'll see if Madrid will make an adjustment. This is just textbook opening for Madrid, but they have to be really careful because Barcelona now focuses a lot of that attention on getting Levi low enough so that he abandons that frontal post. So Singhao needs to make sure that Levi doesn't go down, but look at that. They're just pelting Levi with those shots. And Singhao will have to use his body to kind of provide a bit of protection, and Levi cannot go down. They get Tensai out of the way. Madrid off to a great start, 34%.
Yeah, but again, it's the same game plan that Madrid has played so far, and that's worked out for them. But the thing is that Barcelona is just trying to chip away, trying to find a way past, but unfortunately Moya has been suppressed too much. Now Stu goes in for the kill, takes out the roughs. Now an opening in the back there, and Tensai might be a little bit exposed here with Singhao continuing to stay in the back line. Now City Tampo will come in on the hot zone to try to back him up, but they still need to climb the percentage up to near 50% before they can overtake Real Madrid. So this is still going to be a kind of a tense situation here. Now Rubs is back in the fight. Singhao tries going in front. Unfortunately, City Tampo gets picked up on the side by Melkrio, and a speed zone gets run all around encompassing that hot zone. There's no way for Moya and Tensai to stay right there.
Yeah, look at the movements from Madrid. They did lose Singhao, and Levi also gets sniped as well. Melkrio is caught in this cowboy standout with City Tampo, and Tensai decides to interfere with this one. Barcelona cutting it really close. They have now overtaken Madrid. Madrid only has one final chance to make it happen, but with one of their players completely pushed to spawn, Madrid is now in a very tough spot, and City Tampo again with the snipe. Levi also able to dodge that shot, but not the second one from Tensai. Barcelona clawing back, making it to 90%. Madrid, one final chance, feels like it's not going to happen. Singhao goes down once more. Levi cannot make it onto the hot zone. Barcelona claws back, and they snatch this first set away.
Snatched by the efforts of City Tampo, even though Tensai picks up the star here, but City Tampo was the one who was carrying his team to victory there by pulling off shot after shot there from a distance by the B. And wow, I mean, again, a lot closer than I think Barcelona probably expected. I think Madrid actually had a lot of advantage here, you know, given that they had a solid game plan from the start. But Barcelona still were able to hold their own, and now they are going to be the ones to take this first set. So now we're going to be onwards to the next one.
Just lovely adaptation from Barcelona. We can clearly see the focus from Barcelona shifting after that round number 1 defeat. Realizing that, you know, Levi was the problem. They got to somehow wrestle control away, and just the prioritization of target from Barcelona was you know, as good as it can be. And winning the first match, this is kind of I feel like this knockout was kind of the pace setter. So let us know where both teams stand. But with Barcelona winning that one, I think right now it's safe to say that Barcelona just feels a bit more had a better chance, I guess, against Madrid.
Yeah, I mean, definitely being able to beat them out in that first set, even though they were behind, is going to do wonders for their confidence. But they know that as the sets are going to continue on here, Madrid may have an opportunity to fight back and actually put more bruises onto Barcelona's face here. So again, they're not quite out of the woods here. This is probably going to be the toughest fight they will face in the tournament so far, I think, because like again, if they are successful in overcoming Real Madrid here, I think it's going to be a smooth sail from them from this point on. But then again, if Real Madrid somehow manage to eke away at this next set here, then we know we're in for a long fight.
And I would not have it any other way. This is probably the best series that we're gonna get, at least up to this point of the competition. But you know, there's still so much more to go. I think when we talk about knockout, when we talk about something like a knockout or something like, you know, hot zone, it's all about taking control. But if we go to gem grab, it's almost the same concept as well, right? We saw how Barcelona really defended gem grab with their setup. You know, we saw how they really utilized the penny to do so as well. I wonder how Madrid is gonna go with this, because I do think that they will continue to play that fast play style. But with how Barcelona has been able to kind of put their foot down on hot zone, they might just apply the same concept to gem grab.
Yeah, and gem grabs are always all about the timing. You know, you're not only trying to maintain a steady rhythm around that gem spawner so that you're constantly going to be able to trade pickups, but then really you're saving those, you're saving your supers until the very last moment there before like all hell breaks loose in the last 30 seconds of the round, and you literally have to pour everything there to just make sure you don't lose your gems. But then, like, again, you know, given how quick and fast these teams can do, another possible angle for them to do is basically try to get the countdown timer very early on. Sometimes that can happen if they can successfully get the ganks done. Sometimes it can just mean basically doing a dominant map control by just picking brawlers that are able to contain or just basically lock out certain zones of the map, and then just you basically use that as a jumping off point to just get more kills done on your opponents. So Madrid will commit their first brawler here, which is going to be Ruffs. Barcelona still has yet to pick up. So far they've banned out the Jeanette. The Penny has been banned out on Barcelona's side here, so it looks like they are already kind of like, they know that the Penny will be targeted, so nevertheless they're just going to take it out themselves. Gray is still banned out from both ends. Again, Gray is still that too strong of a brawler right now, and neither side wants to be able to deal with it. Madrid in the meantime has already taken out the Carl and the Max, so I wonder if they're going to try to use, I don't know, they could try to use a Pam or they can try to use a Stu. But nevertheless though, gem grabs, you have to, and this is like really going to be the test of the team synergy here. How well can you communicate with your teammates, and how well can you coordinate your attacks or even your pullbacks sometimes if things are not in your favor.
I actually see the 8-bit from Barcelona and the Otis. So again, Barcelona, we've seen this in their first set against Raid Esports. It seems like they're going back for something similar, right? You have literally a damage buff for you to be able to lock down a big zone, and that's gonna also allow you to, you know, have a bit more control, collect those gems, and start that countdown. Whereas for Madrid, very standard. We've seen this even back in season 1 of the Snapdragon Pro Series. We have the Bell and the Colonel Ruffs. Usually you see them on opposite sides, but Madrid got the hands of both of them. The question is, who is going to be the main damage dealer on the side of Madrid? I think they need someone with a bit more firepower for Hard Rock Mine.
I mean, yeah, I'm trying to think what would be good for that. I mean, okay, so that means the main damage dealer is still going to be the Bell. I thought they're going to be picking up something to complement her, but it looks like they're still committing to speed here over like all-out aggression. I mean, granted, I think with if the speed zone is placed strategically enough here on Hard Rock Mine, perhaps that will give enough coverage there for both the Bell and the Ruffs to be able to main or frontline the attack. But Barcelona picks up a Poco though, so there's a lot of defensive options on Barcelona's side, so that actually makes it a lot tougher, I think. So Madrid really has to focus a lot more on getting pickoffs here, especially on that Poco, to ensure that Barcelona will not have that sustainability during when they're tussling for that gem spawner, because that seems to be the edge that Barcelona is banking on right now with that Poco pick.
Yeah, and I think if Madrid can break through the defense of Barcelona, it will be a bit tough for them to set back up again. So it's all about whether they can kind of find that chink in the armor of Barcelona. But if Barcelona can hold their ground, I see it as a pretty challenging challenging fortress for Madrid to break right through. Of course, you are going to have Moya leading the charge. One of the slower brawlers that we have, but his range and damage can be deadly if underestimated. So he's going to try and be the one to collect the gems and start farming up the super, and once he drops that super, you're going to have this big zone of pain that Madrid will find it hard to get into.
Yeah, that's what they're banking on. I mean, but again, you have to time it right. You don't want to let off your super too early on and still leave a gap there that allows your opponents to get the leg up and an advantage. But Sidetampo, good shot there to take out Levi. Now he's going to be down and out. Milky is going to be left completely on alert, and Sidetampo will be able to finish him off as well. So that's all the gems now going into the hands of Barcelona. And another attempt there by Levi actually succeeds in taking out Sidetampo, but not before they've already done some damage.
My goodness.
They weren't able to pick up the gems though, so Madrid does pick up a 1 gem lead. Moya will be able to pick up the next 2. While Tensai up close and personal there with Levi, forces him back there on the Poco, but Levi is able to recover very quickly, clears out the wall, but not before Sidetampo gets taken out by the roughs.
Yeah, Levi wants to go for the super, but of course Moya on the 8-bit, you can always teleport back to that super if you are in danger. And now this is the setup that we all dread, and for Madrid, it's just so exponentially hard to break right through. You have Moya just constantly pumping a copious amount of damage. He can grab the gem and TP away if he needs to. He's slowed down, but it's just not enough. Even gets to save the TP, uses it just for safety measures, and now all he has to do is to survive. Barcelona just playing this composition to a T. Milkrio is trying to search for Moya, but he is so far back at spawn. Round 1, done and dusted. Barcelona gets a clean one.
Yeah, 8-bit is so annoying to deal with, because once he has his super on, you know that he can, like, with the teleport available, it's very hard to keep him pinned down in one spot. And Barcelona is just basically banking on that to be their trump card, really, whenever they get the timers up. So this is definitely a handy win here for Barcelona. Madrid, even though they had a decent game plan, are kind of finding a bit of chink right now in what they were going for. So will they be able to adapt swiftly to what Barcelona is bringing to the table, though? We'll have to see.
You can see that Moya is just really making full use of what the 8-bit is good at, you know, constantly staying in the brush and only coming out when he needs the gem, and that's what makes him such a good gem grab, at least against this composition on this map, right? You have that 8-bit super, you can easily just grab and TP away, so that movement speed doesn't really matter too much. And both Tensai and Sidetampo are doing a great job. Sing out, he's trying to go for the flank. He needs to take out Tensai first before he can deal with Moya's super. He's gonna try and do his best, but Tensai receives a bit of backup from Moya, and Sing out completely pushed away. They're not able to kind of break through this defense, but Madrid has had a lot of time to gather those gems for themselves as well.
Yeah, Singao finally picks up his shield there, so now he will have a bit more to work with here, but his teammates are still being held back, especially with Tensai keeping the pressure going on the back line there, making sure that, you know, the Stewie isn't able to get close enough to support the Sing out on that roughs. But nevertheless, they will manage to force them back. Moya is hanging on with their life, but he gets picked off though, and the gems go in the hands of Levi there, but no, oh, actually he teleports
he
teleported just in time there. So again, Moya finally bites the dust now, and the Valkyrie moves in immediately. Start the countdown timer from Madrid side. Barcelona has no gems to their name. They need to try to take down this one very tenacious Stu, but he is going to be holding them back now, making sure they can't get anywhere close with his teammates. And with the time running out, Madrid finally gets a point on the board.
Yeah, Madrid is winning those 1v1 duels, really putting on the pressure on this 8-bit who is constantly trying to stay safe. Saw a bit of aggression from the Poco, trying to just push and keep the members of Madrid at bay. He was even throwing on his super at one point to keep himself alive, but the focus fire for Madrid proved to be a bit too much for Tensai to deal with. And you know, ironically enough, Tensai, you know, having lesser health than Moya in totality, and Levi, he's just in his face right now. Tensai didn't stand a chance. And Moya now doesn't have a space to set up. Sidetampo needs to take initiative, but he will trade his life back. Moya gets taken out. Levi doing a lot of the work.
A lot of work, especially breaking down the walls. That leaves a lot less cover for Madrid to hide around. You can already see that one of them has already moved Tensai's already moved all the way up to the front. They're trying to get a backline, but Levi takes him down quickly enough. Now Moya a little bit low, gonna get chased down by Levi. Will he be able to survive though? But Levi just aims straight for the teleporter, trying to take it down quickly, but will not be able to do so before Tensai gets in place. And Moya almost gets a shot in before Melcrio snipes him away. No gems for them right now. They lose another one as well, and Milkrio picks it all up. Only 2 gems away, 1 gem away from starting the countdown.
And this is just everything just falling apart for Barcelona right now. They need to find a way to get close to Madrid, but it doesn't seem like they can do it though. Moya is completely obliterated by Levi. This Stu is really showing his chops. Levi dancing around the members of Barcelona, and time is not on their side. It's going to tick down. There's nothing that Tensai could do. Madrid ties up this best of 5. We're in for a treat, Victor.
Yes, so like I said, you know, Barcelona won that first set, but if Madrid successfully wins the second one, we've got a race on our hands right now. The race to Game 5 here between Barcelona and Madrid. And I gotta say, Madrid, very impressive in this gem grab round. Like, granted, they didn't have exactly the best of starts, but it's not about how you start off in gem grabs, how you finish, how you're able to wrestle away the gems and wrestle away the advantage that Barcelona had. And just thanks to them being able to suppress the tempo this time around, that allowed them to somehow be able to keep them under pressure for a lot of this round here.
And just love how Madrid figure out kind of the playbook of Barcelona. And I mean, Levi, this guy just shows up in the second half of this set and completely takes over the game. It's nothing that Barcelona could do about it. We're gonna go into set number 3. I think if this one goes the distance, I will not be surprised. Again, this is Grand Finals material that we're watching right here in the upper bracket.
Yeah, again, like this is going to be as good as it gets because we're talking about the 2 top teams in the upper brackets here. So you know they're going to be bringing every single thing they have in their toolbox here to this fight. And now that it's going to be a bounty round, it's even more important now for Barcelona and Madrid to still keep their confidence intact because, again, it's not quite the finisher, not quite a finishing round here. They still, even after they win this one, they still have to win 1 more. But this is a lot more balanced compared to the hot zone and gem grab rounds in that it's very much dependent on your skills now. It's going to be purely about how well you're able to control your brawlers, how well you're able to control the terms of the fights. And you can see right away, Jean already banned out, Eve as well, Tick out of the pool, along with the Poco and the Penny, and finally the Gray.
So that means that, you know, long range marksmen are on the table, right? If you are playing on a bounty map with a lot more structures, a lot more walls, Brock is one of those options that can help you create those shortcuts. And I do wonder if we would see that on this map. The Jeanette instantly comes up from Barcelona. They've done it against Raid Esports in that first set in the upper bracket. The Jeanette as that final line of defense. But without the G, I think Barcelona would have to find an alternative. Maybe that Tara, that could be a good replacement if Barcelona wants to go down that path.
Yeah, the Jean is going to be a super important pickup here because, like, again, Canal Grande has literally a canal in the middle of the map. So naturally, with the Eve out of the way, so the only option you're going to have is either brawlers that can jump or like Jeanette, who basically can use her super in order to try to fly between left and right. So that's going to be the main way that these guys will kind of fight. You're going to have to see who can take control of one side of this map versus the other, and the Jeanette will be able to kind of like play that role where she can break through. Even with the choke points already naturally set up by Canal Grande, can still break through the defensive line here and hopefully catch Madrid off guard. Nevertheless, though, Madrid still bringing in the trump card, which is that Stu, and no doubt Levi is going to try to use that one in order, that brawler, in order to keep the pressure onto Barcelona's strikers.
I do wonder what Barcelona would opt for right now. Carl also can jump over walls. He does have that dash for him as well. Colonel Rouse would be the choice of Barcelona. A bit more defensive this time. I'm still looking for a main damage dealer. Jeanette and Colonel Rouse more on the kind of more frontline duty. So I think that last pick, I mean, the Mandy is something that they can consider, right? We've seen them pick that Mandy in their earlier series as well. You have that infinite range, and it's one of those brawlers that can deal with this Stu. It basically just outranges the Stu, and you have 2 brawlers to protect you, but Barcelona decides that they're going to go for the Otis. Just playing something that they just showed this series, but feel comfortable with.
The thing is, like, what I had in mind as well is that Mandy's like super, even though it has infinite range, its the projectile speed is rather limited. So even if you do pick her up, it can be quite easy for a Stu to dodge her attacks every single time. So you need something to kind of lock down that Stu, and I don't know if Barcelona necessarily have they necessarily have what it takes here to try to keep him locked down. Oh. And they're also on Madrid's side, going with the little plant robot. So now that's going to create even more trouble because now the choke points, like I said, are already kind of tough in Canal Grande. Now they're going to be even tougher here once all the supers are ready on the Madrid side, because very easily this brawler here, he will be able to kind of like use a super to block out one of those choke points, and that's going to make Barcelona's job even harder. They're going to have to be even more reliant on Jeanette's super to break through those defensive lines here. So this is going to be a very, very tough one.
And I think it's very important for Barcelona to have you know, the Moya land his super, especially onto the Stu. You want to disarm him, and so that he can't kind of output the damage, right? And with that Carl literally in their face, it's not going to be easy for Moya to find a super on Levi, but it seems like he's doing a great job. Milkro just going for the super spin, tries to trade Tensai back, but ends up getting focused down. Now Tensai starts clearing out all his brushes. Sing out does get him, but it's just 6 stars, keeping it tight. They have the Sprout to block off access point in the middle, and that's exactly what they do. Sing out making sure to keep Barcelona at bay. Now it's just going to be a trade from across that canal for a while. Cine Tampo trying to look for any ways to kind of provide that suppressing fire. It does have the super if he needs it, because Moya charging up his one to disarm Levi when needed.
Yeah, but the thing is that, well, what they're all doing on Madrid side is making sure that Sing Out has the space, you know, to farm up his super, and that's why, like, as long as he can keep that middle choke point constantly spammed with his Sprout special, that's going to make it very hard for Barcelona to find openings here, and they had to rely solely on their range. And already meteors from the sky. Cine Tampo sets out super, tries to aim on a Sing Out, can't quite get the hits landed, will not be able to get the kill before she touches down on the ground, and unfortunately will trade Howl Alive for Sing Out's there, but Moya and Tensai now using his opportunity here to try to break into their defense here, trying to keep them contained on the top right-hand side of the map. Cine Tampo scrambles to try to wrap around the canal here to see if he can find an opening on the flank, but will get blocked out by Milkrio with the Carl still trying to hold the front line.
Yeah, this is most likely done for Madrid unless Barcelona can pull out a clutch. Milkrio goes in for the spin, gets it. 14 stars, and Barcelona can't keep up. Just a bit of a heartbreaking mistake from Barcelona when Jeanette decided to pull that super and fly in. They just ran straight, and they completely ignored the Stu that was obliterating them from that choke point. And it's just kind of a tough round. I felt like, you know, Barcelona slipped towards the very end. They did eventually get, you know, the Otis super on the Stu to disarm him, but you have a Sprout to block off and entry, you know, so Barcelona can't get the finisher. It's just these small moments that Madrid just played out really well. You can see that Milkrio, he's just gonna go forward. Tensai goes down. Barcelona couldn't keep up, and backup is prevented thanks to the Sprout super, and Sing Out even gets a snipe on the Cine Tampo.
Yeah, the Rouse is not going to be like effective on his own there, and Tensai is going to having a hard time actually dealing with Milkrio alone.
Oh my goodness.
He needs some sort of backup here, otherwise Milkrio is going to continue chipping away until he can finally just dive on him with the spin. Now Moya is going to be coming in to try to back him up here, so at least he's not too alone, but it's still, stars-wise, Madrid is having all of it in their hands right now, and it's with the Sprout already, probably already getting his special already up. Now Cine Tampo's going to try and get some pressure. They do get a kill on the Milkrio as they try to bring in meteors from the sky. Moya continues to try to push forward. Sing Out's only down to 500 points. One last shot didn't quite take him out. Sing Out still survives and still continues to fight on.
Yeah, but they're all trapped in the corner. This is a chance for Barcelona to push in, and Milkrio, he needs to create space, and again the super comes out in time. Milkrio just goes for the spin to win. Cine Tampo gets the trade back. He now has his own super. With 40 seconds left, Barcelona has a good chance. They're keeping Madrid at bay. As long as Moya stays alive and they wait for Tensai to come in, there is an opportunity for us to go to that tiebreaker. And now the super drops down. They can try and funnel Madrid onto the right side, but thankfully the Sprout has a super, and of course Tensai uses his to break that wall of vines. And here comes the Jeanette super. They're going in for the final push. Moya getting stopped by Levi. They need to get at least an elimination, but Milkro survives that one. This disaster for Barcelona. Madrid holding it so well. Moya can't do anything. Tensai also locked out. No access to the members of Madrid. And this is going to be Madrid taking a lead in this best of 5. It's 2-1 after that bounty win.
Yeah, the net super timing was not right because Moya didn't have an opening there to keep the pressure going. So that was very poorly timed on their part, and that again just kind of shades of that previous round there. The net super just not really providing them the value they were looking for. So Barcelona loses yet another round here. Madrid seems to have it in the bag, don't you think?
Yeah, it definitely feels like it. Madrid played it so well, so much more dominant in that second round. I mean, when you look at the replay, both rounds are kind of lost with a Jeanette super, right? That was kind of the trigger for Barcelona to go all in, but I mean, Madrid just had ways to stop it.
But again, the situation is such that even if Jeanette gets good positioning, there can't really be much follow-up from Tensai or Moya because Moya is being held back by the Stu, who is constantly marking him the whole time during that round. And Tensai being the color rubs, without the sandbags in position, without any cover, he can't quite approach without risking too much of his own health pool. So either way, you can see that it's very much a squeeze there that Jeanette had to deal with. There's no kind of really the only thing she could do is try to make an opening with her super, but she does that anyway. But then both Moya and Tensai are not able to follow up. Yeah, it's just a recipe for disaster in the end.
Yes, it's a tough one. We're gonna go to a fourth series, well, fourth set of this series is gonna be Heist Bridge Too Far. At least the first series number 4 on broadcast. Barcelona against Madrid. Again, you know, if Barcelona wins this set, we're gonna at least have a penalty shootout at Sneaky Fields for our 5th set, but only if we make it there. It'd be a great ending if we go to Game 5. Now I want that because we go to Brawl Ball, right? And we get the penalty shootout. Eve first pick for Barcelona. We see the bans. No Bonnie, no Bell, no Max. Stu is still on the table, and we've seen how monstrous Levi is on that brawler.
I don't know whether Stu will be necessarily a strong one for heist maps in general. I mean, the thing is, Bridge Too Far does have like very clearly defined lanes that Stu perhaps could like drop a speed zone on one of those and keep that in control. But then again, you already have an Eve in play here, so I think still you still want to try to prioritize a lot more on being able to sustain damage coming in from the Eve's own minions. Now Madrid is going to use the Lola here, but they still haven't really picked some brawler here that can kind of main the front line. Lola is more of a damage dealer in that regard, and Eve is more of a utility rather than a damage dealer herself. So they still haven't quite decided yet on what game plan they want to do, but with all the mainstays kind of taken out, there's still the possibility for them to go with the Crow. Piper is going to be brought in here, so that should be a decent one to pair along with Lola, but they still need to try to find something that will be tanky enough to sustain damage unless they're going to be relying on the Lola to tank, which I don't think is necessarily a good idea. But they still have the issue of like if Barcelona uses a Colette or even a Crow, they can easily try to use that brawler to pressure the Piper specifically and just knock out like sort of like the damage potential that can come out from Real Madrid.
Yeah, the fact that, you know, like you mentioned, there are defined lanes, it's easier to kind of go for those long range snipes. You know, just a straight line. The Colt comes out for Barcelona, going back to the classics, and you know, and then the B also kind of an option. Barcelona picks that one up. Good on long range. I wonder if Madrid wants to all in on that damage. They already have a heap of it. If we look at utilities, maybe the Sprout to block of choke points, or maybe they can just opt for the Mandy because there are just so much lesser space for the members of Barcelona to kind of weave around.
I wouldn't say the Sprout is a good choice because there's not enough bushes really, and bushes are what actually gives Sprout his kind of strength when it comes to map control. So again, like Barcelona is already fully committing to the long range strat here. They saw the Piper pick, they saw the Lola pick, and now they're going with the Penny here, which is going to be the counterpart to the Eve. So this is largely going to be relying more on their ability to snipe here to actually win out these rounds. And again, this means that it's more of a battle. It's very different than typical sort of heist maps, rather heist matchups, because this is actually a lot more leaning towards utilizing both Barcelona and Madrid's players' kind of natural skill to actually determine these fights outright instead of having a good combination of supers coming out at the same time. So I think like this is going to be an interesting one. especially I want to see who they pair up exactly for these lanes here. So you can see Eve is on the left-hand side. Colt is going to be in the middle. And I'm expecting him to going up against a Piper, but it looks like it's going to be the B that will be the one to try to single out, sing out there. Wow, that's a bit of a tongue twister, but Tensai is already a little bit low, so Sing Out might just have an opportunity. He almost gets a shot down at Tensai, almost sending him back to the shallow round, but he nevertheless still persists on, still putting his body between the safe and Sing Out.
And you can see that the gears that these guys took for themselves, right? Just extra damage when they're down to less than half health, and it's working out for Barcelona. Tensai is just able to run down the mid lane, and I feel like Madrid is having a tough time trying to stop Tensai. Sing Out does that finally, but that Eve's minions are going to start to spawn. Sing Out needs to find a bit more ground, and does get it, but Moya can cross over bodies of water. This guy walks on water, in fact, and that's going to force the Piper to instantly back off. Sing Out cannot find any window, gets this first shot in, but they are a long shot away from tying it up with Barcelona.
Yeah, Sinetambo is keeping Melkrio completely tied on his end and finally gets an opening to take him out completely with Moya providing the fire support. But nevertheless, he's already down to 100 health, so he has to fall back. But with the left-hand wall already broken down, Tensai and Moya can certainly just keep an eye out on the Levi's Lola here, who is continuously making life, living hell on the left-hand lane here for Tensai, and it's making it quite hard for him to actually keep him back. Now, unfortunately, Sing Out's getting close enough to put some chip damage onto the save, and is putting Moya in a bit of a tough spot right now. He is able to take out Milkrio, but then he's going to need the backup coming in from his teammate. And Tensai, unfortunately,
go for a rush?
away. Oh my goodness! But then they're going to try to rush onto the safe there. Will they have enough time though? He's already down to 30%.
No,
I
they
don't think
don't.
it's not. It's not going to be good, guys. They're still trying to commit for it, but it
Whoa,
will not
no.
work out. Oh, will it?
They might do
will
it.
They might do it. No, it does not. 1%, 5 percentage points was the best they could do, but it seemed like, you know, they were kind of hesitant a little bit. I wondered.
Yeah, they made a U-turn halfway through the map. I think they didn't know whether they should fully commit, but I felt like, you know, if they just decided to push on with that decision, maybe they would have got it with a small margin. So really came down to the wire in that regard. I mean, Barcelona, Barcelona were doing so well up to that last point, and now Levi started off by taking out Moya. Madrid pushing forward, letting Sing Out get a couple of pot shots in.
Yeah, Moya unfortunately getting picked off, and then as soon as Moya comes back into the fight, they manage to pick up Tensai as well. So they're practically trading lives here on these mid and right-hand lane. And Sinetambo, in the meantime, is trying to keep Melkrio completely occupied here, just as he did before. And he finally does take out the Piper, though. Levi, in the meantime, brings out a doppelganger, and now it's going to be chase for her to try to see if he can take down Moya. She does take out Moya, and now the save is going to be wide open. But Sinetambo and Tensai does put some good damage there, bringing it down to 68%, and it's going to keep them under pressure here as Melkrio and Levi come out and spawn, trying to force Sinetambo off, manage to get him all the way back. But Tensai is back in the fray, keeping control over the mid lane.
Yeah, luckily, they got rid of Moya just now. I believe with the E minions. If not, I think got rid of Levi. Excuse me. Oh, Levi would have done so much damage onto that save of Barcelona. Levi, literally in the red, able to push Sinetambo back, and now with the doppelganger trying to look for Sinetambo. Sinetambo blocks it with the hive, but it's just not enough, and there's a wall between Levi and the rest of Barcelona. And Levi is now going to try and heal up. Moya pushing on forward, tries to get rid of Milkrio. Sing Out supporting him. Moya just kind of jumps onto the other side of the map, jukes it out. Tensai survives. Levi getting pressured. Sinetambo needs to get Levi out of this area right now, and he does it. Madrid not able to get control.
Yeah, that's good. Pick-offs one after another, and now they very, very squarely have control over the middle of the map. Now the question is, can they break through the defense now to break the safe? But with Sing Out already coming on spawn, they have plenty of bodies here to throw at Barcelona here. So now they're going to be forced to pull back a little bit as they start to stabilize these lanes here. Unfortunately, they lose out Levi one more time. Sinetambo is going to make a break for it, while Tensai and Moya are going to try to hold the front here against Milkrio and Sing Out. But then now, will the B will be able to hold back Levi? Unfortunately, Levi gives them the slip. Tensai is going to have to solo defend here while they're going to try to bust in onto the save. There's still plenty of percentage points here, but Sinetambo gets picked up by Milkrio. Just came out of spawn, so there's no opportunity for him to keep the damage going. Now Madrid trying to flip it around here. They are able to put it down, but unfortunately, the percentage there still favors Barcelona, so they still went out the round anyway.
Yeah, Piper has burst, but she does not have sustained damage. And unfortunately, Piper being the last person alive is worst case scenario if you are Madrid. Just not enough to kind of run the save down low enough. We're going to get this tiebreaker match, at least for the set. If Madrid wins this one, they move on to the upper bracket finals. But if Barcelona wins this one, we're going to Brawl Ball. Tensai off to a great start. Kind of a lane swap with Tensai now taking on that right side. Kind of identifying that this allows them to put on so much more pressure. Tensai does trade his life back, but City Tampo wins his bout on the left side of the map. He's going to get a stagger respawn for some of these members, and City Tampo getting a few shots onto that save with Tensai joining in.
Yeah, Sitambo is alternating between trying to hit brawlers as well as trading shots onto the save, so that's brought it down to 82%. Now he's going to be facing a bit more pressure from the Colt here, sorry, from the low love, and then now Sing Out going to be pressured there by Moya, but Moya just runs straight into Milkrio's gun side, and he will get taken down as the E, but Milkrio facing some pressure from Tensai's Colt. Now it's down to 1,000 health, and Moya is back in the fray. They will get an elimination on both him and Levi as well. This could be huge here for Barcelona as they gain control over the middle of the map. No gaps at all. Sorry, there's no walls at all, so they are having free range of motion here to try to dodge the shots. No cover though, so they still have to make sure they dodge the shots coming up from the Piper. And look at the way Tensai has been dodging it left and right, making sure that he can bring the shots back on the Sing Out. Almost Sitambo gets a kill into the Piper, but it's still no avail. Finally, one last shot there for Tensai, finishes him off, and now they can start putting more damage on the save as Moya jumps straight in, gets the kill down to Levi. This is wide open now for Barcelona to just take the save down, and they do it in spectacular fashion.
Yeah, lovely ending to Barcelona in that last round, just keeping Madrid and beyond an arm's reach. They cannot even touch the members of Barcelona. We're heading to our last set for sure. It's going to be Brawl Ball. And, you know, what a poetic finish for this series. We have both Barcelona and Madrid on the field, kicking some soccer balls and seeing who has the better striker.
Yeah, not quite a brawl ball round, but it was certainly a brawl between the two of them. And like again, you know, this map is very, very different than a lot of other heist maps because there's just not a lot of cover. So you really have to just deny them the opportunity to get shots by being agile enough with your left-hand thumbstick. But again, I think a lot of the credit has to be given to Tensai. Even though he is running on that Colt, he was doing his role very well and trying to keep the Piper suppressed, which was the main role, the main reason why to pick the Colt in the first place. He is the only one who outranges the Piper, so that's why it's a very strong counter towards what they could do there. But now that they're already done and dusted with the save, there's already 2 sets each for these squads. Now we're coming to our final map, Sneaky Fields. This is going to be a tense one here because Sneaky Fields has a lot of grass, has a lot of hiding spots, and it's even though it's a brawl ball match, you're going to be expecting to see Leons and Sandys being very strong here. I wouldn't be surprised if that gets banned right off the bat here. But again, given that this is the last set between Barcelona and Real Madrid, they definitely will want to be able to bring out the big guns if they can.
It's either we see these, you know, invisibilities, or we see one of these teams pick brawlers that can get rid of this grass, you know, in very quick, efficient fashion, right? I think even at one point last season we saw someone pick that, pick the Frank, and it worked out. I don't think we will see it in Sneaky Fields, but I do think that Madrid will kind of probably revert back to what we saw in some of their matches where they just go for the fast and furious kind of playstyle, and just like how they did against Helping early on.
I mean, like kind of like how the real world football team does it, I think, doesn't it? But they seem to still, I think we haven't got them fully in the bans yet, so we're still waiting on them before we can get into this. But I just gotta say, like, this is really met expectations for me, really, because like again, we knew going into this competition that Barcelona was one of the strongest teams, as is Madrid. We knew that the moment they clash in this upper bracket is going to be about as equivalent as it gets to a proper grand finals here, and we're literally seeing it go the whole 9 yards. So Barcelona has the bans out on screen here. They're going to ban the Max as well as Poco, as well as the science teacher, basically, in Brawl Stars. Then Madrid bans out the Jeanette, they ban out the Stu and the Crow, so still no bans on the Brank. So it could be an opportunity, but Barcelona goes for Otis though, still sticking to what kind of works for them so far in this match against Madrid. Though granted, didn't quite help them so much in Canal Grande though.
Yeah, I feel like the Otis matches that Barcelona played ended up in losses. So I wonder what's the idea behind this one. The question is, I wonder if this works in Brawl Ball. I haven't tried it yet because Otis super prevents you from attacking, right?
Yeah.
Does it prevent you from shooting as well? Because you use the attack command to.
Yeah, technically a shoot is an attack.
It's gonna be an
command.
interesting interaction. We'll see. We'll see if we get to spot that. But we see the
Ooh,
Ashe
Ems.
and the Ems. Yeah, Ems. How could we forget about her? Right? One of the few brawlers, and when we talk about a lot of brushes to work with, Ems is one of those brawlers that really takes advantage of being able to hide in the shadows.
Yeah, I forgot that like Ems is gonna be so strong on sneaky fields because like a place with so much bushes like that is basically like a canvas that's waiting for Ems to just paint her brush over it. Now Griff is gonna be picked up by Barcelona, so far it's been a bit of a mix here, but I think they are banking on Otis Super's ability to block attacks here on Madrid, so perhaps they're going for that sort of counter. But again, they're pairing him up with the Ruffs and the Griff, so I don't know. It's still gonna be tough. Like Ems is certainly going to be very oppressive on this round here. So either they already have a plan in mind here in order to try to keep Ems away here, or they're just really banking on whether or not this Otis will finally come through for them in this round.
The last pick of Madrid will be they have Ashe that can, when you start stacking that passive up, you can literally almost 2-3 shots most of the all of the brawlers on the side of Barcelona. But you have that Penny just for that splash damage. It's one of the better brawlers to fish people out in those brush. You have that splash, so Barcelona can't really stick together because of that, and Super also provides the same utility. Very different dynamics from both teams, but going into this, I still kind of favor Madrid's draft a bit more. Simply, I just feel like it's easier to pull it off.
That's the thing. It's like even in the best case scenario, it's still a very risky game plan that I think Barcelona has in mind. But nevertheless, though, we will run into the match here. They haven't quite picked up the balls, and so far, I think Madrid is actually taking a lot of damage here. As Barcelona is able to make the move up. Moya is going to try his very best to cut around the right-hand side, while Sidatampo brings out a Meteor Strikes here, trying to take down Sing Out, but no, Sing
He's so fast.
Will take him out very quickly. Now he's already opening up a line here. Tensai tries to pick out a ball, loses the ball as immediately he does. Levi tries to move in here, trying to gain some control over the front side, the penalty box area. They send the ball as close as they can to the goalpost here, but now they're going to have to deal with the defenders here from Barcelona, who are continuing to try to be a thorn on their side.
Oh my goodness. The gear that gives you increased damage when you're low health, it works perfectly with the Ashe because he stacks up damage. And he's going to be at below half health, so this guy is just going to beat you with a duster and take you out. We saw how Singer, he just ran straight at Barcelona. Probably a kind of a pocket pin. Look at Singer, he's just going ham.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing that Moya could do about him, and Singer is just going to retreat. This guy not only has the durability, Singer just does it in style, and Sidatampo can't do anything. This is an easy score. Madrid opens it up in less than a minute. They've gotten the first round.
Yeah, I think they literally got a Cristiano Ronaldo right there in the Ashe, because he can literally penetrate the defense quite easily, and you can see the back-to-back there was literally nothing that Barcelona could do, and I think they kind of are in a bit of trouble here in this, because this is definitely an unfavorable drop. Look at it, yeah, just literally bum rush Moya, completely taking him out. Unfortunately, he does lose his life though, but that already puts Milky in a very tough spot. Sidatampo and Tensai should be able to keep him contained until Moya comes back in, but Sing Out now will be back in play. They still have to keep an eye out for him, and look at that, even with 8,000 health there, he's already super tanky, so they still have no answer right now to what they can do to Sing Out. Even if they do damage him, they know they're going to be able to bring that damage back against them tenfold, and Sing Out right in front there. They will eliminate Tensai. No way in, no way out. Sing Out scores yet another goal.
Yeah, this guy is an absolute menace. Everyone forgot. At one point, Ashe was perma-banned, but right now he pulls out the Ashe technology, and I mean, Barcelona caught with the pants down. And one more goal, and Madrid goes into the grand finals, and Barcelona will have to make that lower bracket run. Tensai, oh, you want to go for Sing Out? No chance. This is an Ashe, buddy. What are you doing? No opportunities at all. Sing now, he is fast, he is furious, he got the ball, and I think they got it at Madrid. Grand Finals bound, and they did it in just 1.5 minutes in the final set of this best of 5.
Yep, that's no contest there. Madrid outplayed the Barcelona boys, and unfortunately, due to the Ash just being too OP, there was nothing that Barcelona could do to stem that tide here. Well done to Madrid. They brought it back after having 2 back-to-back rounds, and then a resurgence seemed to come out from Barcelona's end. It took them the 5th and final game to finally put to rest all of the tension that has built up before, and they'll be the first ones to get into the grand finals here for Open Split number 1.
Yeah, next time if Madrid and Barcelona goes faces off in actual football, just remember the score that we have this evening is 4-0 in favor of Madrid. You're welcome.
Yep, let's see that one more time. But again, we're just going to be seeing Sing out time and time again, just basically rushing right through. And again, like you said, yeah, the combination of his passive as well as the gear just makes the damage too much to bear. And the fact is that, Barcelona's side didn't really invest too much in getting tanky brawlers to deal with that. So all that damage just immediately cuts them down as soon as Sing Out decides to just go Hulk mode. So smashing right through the defense, smashing straight to the goal. There's nothing they could do.
Yeah, I mean it's called Brawl Ball, but Sing Out plays it like it's rugby. He just bodies everyone from Barcelona. I mean this is incredible action from both Barcelona and Madrid, but all of this, of course, brought to you guys by our main partner, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When gaming matters, they were the one who gave the stage to the players. They were the one who gave us the opportunity to be on the set and commentate all this amazing action. They were the one who spearheaded this entire movement. So we do love to work with them. It's been 2 seasons, and we are looking forward to more to come. At Madrid, Grand Finals bound. They have 2 sets worth of time to rest and see who's gonna get that rematch with them. Maybe it's gonna be Barcelona. But if you guys, are big fans of video games, like maybe especially Brawl Stars, and you want great deals and good top-ups, that's it. Kachishop.com is the location to go to get the best possible deals.
Yeah, so with that said and done, that's pretty much upper brackets more or less finished here. So when we come back, we're going to be joining up to see what's been going on in that lower bracket there and see who's going to be cooking up a revenge plot right now for those who had knocked them down into there in the first place from the upper brackets. So with that said, this has been the Snapdragon Pro Series. We still have more to come here because we will not finish until we know who exactly are going to be the ones going to the grand finals. But with that said and done, we'll be right back after these messages, so don't go away.
Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop. The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Season 2 Open Finals. For split number 1, my name is Husky. Alongside me is Victor Cax, and of course our special guest, Nina's baby bear. We just got done with the upper bracket finals, and what a showdown it was between Madrid and Barcelona. But Madrid pulled out the W at the very end, so now they will get some time to rest as they await in the grand finals. But the night's not over yet. Now we turn our attention to the lower bracket gauntlet, where we still have a couple more teams who want to fight for their top 4 qualification rights, and also to fight for the chance to be the first place by the end of the night.
Yeah, and again, just looking at the reactions from people about that Barcelona versus Real Madrid fight, it seems like a lot of questions being brought out there whether or not Cida Tampo is washed or not. But I gotta say, that was still a very tough fight. It's not really the kind of fight that really any sort of Brawl Stars player can play. This is literally showing off the culmination of skills and experience that these two squads have that really brought us this very, very tight series here. So I think it's not fair to say that they're kind of washed just because they lost one match out of the entire bracket so far. But nevertheless, it does mean that Barcelona's journey from here is definitely going to be harder, given they had to fight their way out from the lower brackets. But I digress. They've already qualified for challenge anyway, so now it's just really a matter to see how they actually stack up against the top 4 in today's competition.
And all of this also made possible by one of our partners, Monster Energy. We've been bleeding green for 2 seasons, and I must say that I am still going strong because they helped me unleash the beast when I play Brawl Stars. And that's how we were able to overcome our friends in the show match just now. I say overcome, but actually we just dominated them. So check out our partners at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. Lower bracket, here we go. We had 4 teams in the lower bracket waiting now, and of course by the end of this updated bracket, 2 more teams will wave goodbye to our open finals. So just take a look at the updated bracket. Raid Esports and Zizanax are the 3rd and 4th team to bow out. So first of all, we gotta congratulate the top 4 teams: Madrid, Barcelona, Help Me, and Quasar. They have officially qualified for the challenge stage. Right now is the battle for seedings moving forward. We'll see where all these teams end up. First of all, Help Me against Quasar.
Yep, so I mean, Help Me got to this point here because they lost out in the upper bracket to Madrid, and therefore had to fight against Raid Esports to get into the semifinals. They beat them 3-1. Quasar, in the meantime, they were dropped down due to a loss against Barcelona. Then they had to fight against Xanax. Looks like that went to the whole 9 yards there, but the Quasar won it by 3-2. So that is how exactly we ended up with this semifinals. But even after whoever wins between Help Me and Quasar, they will have to face off against Barcelona yet again. So I think, especially with Quasar, there might be a bit of motivation for them to try to, put a bit of revenge there on Barcelona for putting them down in that lower bracket in the first place, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Help Me also has a motive, right? They want to go back into the grand finals, or hopefully to take on Madrid once more. 3 potential rematch might happen in this. Well, actually, all of them could be rematches at this point. We'll see how Quasar and Help Me is going to kind of match up against each other. We gotta take a look at the head-to-head first. Just gonna go through the usual formalities. We're gonna start it off with Help Me being a team that we got to witness. They have been on that world stage before. They have ex-champions with them. They have world champions with them. But the fact that they dropped to Madrid was kind of the first surprise that we witnessed early on. But for Quasar, this is a team that is looking to bring forth some sort of upset.
Yeah, again, the Quasar is a little bit newer. Help me, by the way, for those who you guys are joining us in Snapdragon Pro Series for the first time. They are the former Zeta Division Zero squad. They are now been released from the roster, but it's still very much the same lineup here of players that are playing under a different name this time around. Whereas Quasar, a little bit newer to the game here. They are going to be looking to see whether or not they can make a splash here, especially being able to make their way to the second round of the upper brackets. I would say there certainly is a chance for them, but with Help Me, comprised of Achapi, Kenji, and Kuro, looking to try to regain the glory that once was, but has been overshadowed somewhat by their sister team in Zeta Division. Now they're going to be looking to try to regain their honor, and hopefully we'll be able to do that by forging a path through this lower brackets.
And we'll see if Help Me. First, they gotta get through Quasar. They have to get through Barcelona to eventually get that, the revenge, that grudge match. But it's safe to say that, for ex-champions, they definitely have what it takes. I mean, it's just a bump, an obstacle in their journey towards a greater redemption. But we gotta take a look at their opponents as well. Quasar, who have managed to make it into the top 4, and in fact, the guys, it's gonna be the first time we introduce them. Shu, Zen, Ringbo, and Mira. At least some new faces, some new names that's gonna progress into the next stage alongside our long-standing old guards. So looking forward to see what Quasar has to bring to the table.
Yeah, but a little bit of outside information here, even though this is kind of first time really featuring these players here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Quasar's Shu especially has been a former player for Veritel Lien, which is another one of those pro teams from Japan that had recently released their roster. So he's looking to try to bring up his other players here. They are kind of like the same gang together with players like Shizuku. So you know that they definitely have a lot of skills backing them up here. Now the question is that as a team, as a squad, how good is your synergy? Nevertheless, we're running into our picks and bans now. The first map we're going to be playing here is going to be Knockout right out of the gate here. Gold Arm Gulch is going to be the first map, and we're going to see what kind of picks and bans will both Help Me and Quasar decide for this specific round.
And this specific map pool is going to be absolutely brutal because you have the two opening sets, are knockouts and hot zone. So it's really going to test the team's technicality and how they approach these particular sets. Because with Help Me, we've seen the way that they kind of maneuver when they played up against Madrid earlier on. And it's safe to say that Help Me, they do have their own, they do have a more defensive playstyle, especially if we talk about things like Ring of Fire and Hot Zone or Gem Grab. They have these Penny plus Pam setup ideas. I wonder if they will stick to them, especially when this is lower bracket gauntlet.
Yeah, Go Out Gulch, by the way, as a map, has a lot of choke points to really choose from. I wouldn't be surprised even if a Sprout will be brought out in this match here, even though there's not really a lot of grass that Sprout could potentially benefit from. But nevertheless, though, this is still a knockout round, so you still need to find brawlers that will be able to guarantee kills, especially when you decide to go aggro, and also still have sustain required in order to continue to bring chip damage towards your opponents. But bans in the meantime, Gray has been banned out along with Max and Brock for the side of Help Me. They will commit to first picking up the Gene, which should be a good choice here actually for Knockout, because even though there are a lot of choke points and walls, the Gene can still be a real thorn there, especially once it gets super ready. Quasar in the meantime has banned out the Piper, the Gray, as well as Tick, so it's not quite a guaranteed kill that the Tick usually brings, so they have to kind of like find more skill-based opportunities here, I think, or rather trying to set that up really from Help Me and hopefully be able to use the terrain to their advantage. So Gus will be the one picked up here by Quasar first, and we still have yet 2 more brawlers to be picked by either side.
And one day Quasar will consider something like a Carl or Colette as well. You have, especially Colette, you have that ability to dip in and out of the fights. Something that can survive being grabbed by the Gene. The Bonnie is a good option for the front line as well. If you get the shield from Gus, it does allow you to really face tank the damage coming out from Help Me and allow your damage dealers to start getting those kills. But the Grom is going to be out from Help Me. Very, very defensive, not defensive pick, but a lot of utility to really make life hard for Quasar. Now you have the Mandy as the final pick. That is what we call tons of damage.
Again, Jean is going to be playing the mid lane, the middle here. Mandy is going to be chipping away from a distance, and Grom will be the one up in the face. Sprout will be picked up. I already said that this is probably going to be a map where Sprout can bring a lot of help, and I think if Sprout can focus on cutting off pathways for Grom to be able to come up close to Quasar, that could be the way to deal with that situation there. But they still have to watch out for Mandy's super. They're going to be hoping that the Grom doesn't clear out too many obstacles there to allow Mandy free reign of fire. So now Quasar needs to be able to make sure that the Bonnie, yeah, like I said, is such a good choice here because she can basically tank a lot of damage and still have a second chance to continue fighting by jumping out of her tank, and that's going to give her a lot of sustain in this fight, which is something that's very essential for a game mode like Knockout.
Both teams just kind of splitting the map apart. There's brushes on both sides, so it is pivotal for them to able to kind of split the map vertically. Choppy just casually just firing at Quasar. He does have that range advantage though, so that's good news if you are playing that Mandy. I wonder how the Grom is going to fit into this. Kenji taking point, kind of facing off, I believe, against the Sprout from Quasar.
Yeah, again, I still wonder how exactly they want to try to play the Grom in this round here, but so far both teams are just playing it very safe, not really going extra aggressive quite yet. They haven't really been able to put much chip damage even onto Bonnie's tank, so Shu is still having free reign to hold onto the right-hand bottom side here, so still very much a split. Now the Poison Cloud's coming up. This is going to force them now to get close to each other within range of the shots. PFRM and be the first one taken out. The Sprout is out of play at the moment. Shu is be taking a lot of damage, taking even more now as Mel is going to be the next one taken down, and Shu unfortunately will be finished out by Kenji on that Grom.
Yeah, pretty tough, especially when the Poison Cloud starts to form because of Grom's attack. Kind of you get that cross shape attack. So in these tight corners, Quasar just will be forced to kind of face tank the output, and that Mandy super easily taken out Mel if he wasn't careful, but Help Me now has so much control, and the only place that Quasar can hide is in that right side brush, but even then, they're going to find it really hard to walk up simply because of that Grom from Kenji. There are two supers available from Help Me as well. The Genie, the most crucial super is online.
That's why now I'm already starting to question a little bit whether or not the Mandy pick is going to be suitable here now, because again, even though she can get her super relatively quickly, but then her super is very slow. The projectile doesn't really have a lot of speed compared to something like a Piper or Colt, so she still needs to, it's still easy to dodge that shot anyway, but nevertheless the Sprout will be picked off. So now that Help Me has a man advantage, the Gene will suck in Mel and take out the Gus, and Kuroneko unfortunately got taken out by the Bonnie. They will get the trade back anyway to win out this first round. So Help Me already dealing the first blow in this lower bracket semifinals.
Yeah, making it look quick and easy, not conceding a single takedown over to Quasar so far. We'll see if they can continue to replicate that. It seems like Quasar have yet to find an answer. They're starting to kind of split it up a bit, kind of trying to box in the members of Help Me, and it is working out. Now you have the Sprout playing in front, and the members of Help Me, they're clumped up together, but unfortunately Quasar were not able to hold on to their left side with Shu's Bonnie and allow Achapi to really move on forward and have Kenji in the middle. And with Achapi pressuring Shu, he's just not going to be able to do much.
Yeah, the thing is that PFRM is going to have a lot of trouble trying to get his super charged up quickly, because Sprout without the super is actually a very, very weak attacker, so he wouldn't be able to bring the sustained amount of damage that they need, and relying very much on Shu and Mel to be able to do so. But right now they are on the side of Help Me. They are playing very, very safe by just keeping good spacing between them and their opponents, and that's keeping them out of range so far, at least until the Poison Cloud comes out. Now this is going to be forcing the issue. They're going to be hoping they have the supers already charged up. PFR goes in front, does get the one down there. Choppy already out for the count. Kuru unfortunately had to be called around the corner and does not hold his own there, unfortunately, as he loses to Grom. And the first round there, finally Quasar gets one on the board.
Yeah, I love how they adapted with how they with the map control. It's able to, instead of splitting the map vertically, they try to actively take space on Help Me side as well. So you kind of have this half circle boxing method. Help Me this time being pushed back to into their brush. And Quasar, they're fine playing this game. And they realize that if they can get rid of the Grom early on, it really helps them so much more when they try to take space with the Poison Cloud forcing them in.
Yeah, alright. Already the Sprout puts out the block there, so now Kuru and Kenji are, even though they're kind of protected, but they wouldn't be able to farm out the super much as PRM continues to put some tip damage. They're hoping to at least get another burst of supers, but then unfortunately he will have to pull back here with no cover between himself and Kenji, but it's still maintaining this diagonal position here, still waiting for the standoff, still waiting for the Poison Cloud to come in and finally make their move. Now Chapi is up very forward here, now the second super comes out from the Sprout that's going to block up a path there, forcing Kenji to take one poise there, but then Kenji gets trapped out completely. PFR gets a shot. Now he just needs to toss one more in, take down Kuruneko, and help me will be able to take this next. Oh, sorry, the Quasar will be able to take this next round.
Yeah, just the Sprout Super coming in clutch at the last second, pushing us to that final round of this set, kind of the tiebreaker. And Quasar finding an answer to Help Me strategy. And now we see another switch out from Help Me side. Chapi is going to instantly go on to Quasar's side of the map, and that's going to really prevent Quasar from even moving forward with Kenji pressuring them on the Grom and just Shu isolated from the rest of his team. They were able to get him to safety, but now they need to try and take space, and that really relies a lot on PRFM to do so, but Mel, he needs to stay alive. Chapi is not making it easy for him.
Yeah, but the thing is that this positioning is actually better for the Mandy now because he can basically keep this right-hand bush completely clear of Quasar, and that's been the key for their last victory that time. And now this time around, Help Me has full control over the middle of the round here, and this is going to put Quasar in a very tight spot here, no less due to the fact there's very few angles that they can actually escape out. Now that the poison gas is out, the Sprout almost taking one for the team there, but unfortunately will get shot out, sniped out actually by a Chapi. Shu now just trying to play a dangerous game of hide and seek. He will unfortunately be able to be forced to break cover, and it's going to allow Kuruneko as well as Kenji to continue to hound him, chipping away the damage there. And it's, I think, nowhere for a Shu to run. They're going to have to concede this first round.
Help Me just doing it so well. And definitely able to corral Quasar. They will do it again. Chapi straight to the right side of the map. Quasar needs to start thinking of something. They need to try and flush him out, but once more caught off guard by the initial contact. And Chapi, he just sniped Mel, and Help Me starts this round with a man advantage.
That's the worst way to kind of start things off right now. So both Shu and PRFM are going to have to hold their own here in 2v3, and Kenji is just continuing to keep the pressure going on to Shu as now Achabi tries to find an opening there. He's going to try to bait out Bonnie, and Bonnie is going to get too close to comfort there, and Kenji finishes him off. It's all over right now for Quasar for this round here because the Sprout is the last man standing. He doesn't quite have his super yet. They just throw everything by the kitchen sink and secure 2 in a row here for Help Me to take this next one.
Lovely, lovely move from Help Me in the final round of the first set, taking that initial dub. So they put themselves in the lead, 1-0 against Quasar for this best of 5. That is knockout. Next up, we're going to Hot Zone. It's going to be almost the same scenario, but with respawns this time. We'll see how Quasar is going to adjust to it. But man, Help Me really, choke Quasar out in that first round.
Yeah, and Quasar, to their credit, they had one opportunity to kind of like get one round, but then immediately Help Me was able to adapt by just repositioning the Mandy completely, and that completely threw them for a loop. So I mean, again, I think they were generally playing it quite safe actually, and just only realized that, oh, actually, if we just kind of like break up their little positioning there, we can already just swarm and just take over the middle of the map. And that's exactly what Help Me did, and it just worked out wonders for them in Goldam Gulch. Now that we're going to the Ring of Fire, this is going to be the Hot Zone match now, so it's going to be more off that map control there, and it seems like at least from that last round, Help Me might have a bigger advantage here compared to Quasar, but Quasar commits immediately to go on the Poco, which means that they want to make it a fight of attrition for anyone who decides to contest for that Hot Zone right now. So the only thing is that, are they going to be pairing the Poco with tankier heroes? Are they going to go for full aggression here? Because again, they've already banned out Stu as well as Crow, so that leaves out the Max or the Leon here, and the Max will be picked up by help me in this case though. So let's see what they're going to try to pair him up with here in this lineup.
Yeah, and, Help Me having the first pick instantly snatches that one. Having a second pick, takes advantage of being able to get the max, and now they get to pair him up with someone who can utilize that max speed boost. Quasar with that Poco opening. We've seen a couple of it, but so far Poco hasn't really shown much success this evening. Help Me would decide that throwing the Griff for this set.
So I mean, Poco generally is used more for his utility and like his ability to catch assassins. Basically, people who brawlers who decide to jump in the backline usually fear a Poco because at close range he deals he can basically one-shot you if he has the right kind of build. So but then Quasar largely will be using this Poco here to buff or to heal anyone who's contesting that hot zone, making sure that it's going to be hard for them to sustain fights in that area. And Ring of Fire definitely has a setup where two bodies of water on either side, not a lot of walls, but there are bushes here. So I think having a Poco is a good choice, especially if you're pairing him with a good tank. But they're going to be going for the Lola instead, so they're going for more quantity in this case here for Quasar's side. Still one more brawler to pick from either end though, and I think I still cannot really call it as far as the draft is concerned. Quasar will commit to using the Carl, so the Carl will be the frontliner in this case. Lola will be bringing the sustained damage, but Poco will provide the support and utility from behind. And I think this is quite a balanced lineup here that Quasar decided to go with.
Yeah, and now it makes a lot more sense, right? Carl, one of the few brawlers that's just not really afraid of Griff. You throw everything at him, but he's just gonna use the super, and he gets that blade. He will just Beyblade you into oblivion. This kind of puts Help Me in an interesting spot, right? Because now you need someone that can kind of fight Quasar head on. I think the Colette is not the worst. You can definitely dip in and out. If you can get to that Lola, I think it's gonna give Help Me so much more avenues afterwards, especially when you have max to enable those aggressive maneuvers.
Yeah, but I wonder if the Colette is more of to help out. No, not necessarily as well. I mean, it's not a bad pick, but it's not exactly the most ideal either, especially when you got Carl in hand here. But nevertheless, though, this is the max. I think as long as the Colette works well with the max here, there could be an opportunity for them to basically keep good control over the hot zone. Nevertheless, let's go ahead and jump straight into the game now. PFRM is going to try to hold up against Kenji here, but Kenji will be the first one to put boots on the ground here on the hot zone, starting to tick it up for the blue side here, which is Help Me. They already tick out the Poco early on. The Colette looks like she's going to be targeting the Poco here in this fight here, and that's going to allow the Kenji and Choppy to focus more on getting the captures done.
Oh,
she's going to be forced all the way to the corner. No way for him to run out there. Choppy finishes off very, very quickly there. Now Kuru Nero is going to be coming back in to try to regain control over the hot zone. PFM as well as Mel can't really hold on tight though, and unfortunately Colette tried one more time, but the Lola will be able to finish him off, and then now Quasar regains control over the hot zone.
Yeah, very ambitious move from a Choppy. You could have gotten an easy double if only there's a bit more damage. But Choppy again, he's super back up. He charges it so fast with these elimination. Is back up again. Choppy is basically farming that super at this point on the Colette. Quasar, you gotta try and get rid of him. Shu tries to rush on forward, but unfortunately he will have to take some time to regen, and Choppy, he is a constant threat with that super online. PRFM able to keep Kuru Nero at bay, at least for now, but Kenji, he has found a backside opportunity. Choppy also, they just focus fire down the members of Quasar. The Lola goes, and Help Me, they have full control of that hot zone right now. Choppy will kind of buy some time with the super, does end up going down. Mel gets the Poco Q onto Shu, but Kenji is now back, has his super. Kuru Nero can't survive that one. Quasar now getting that progress going.
Yeah, Quasar very much trying to keep this fight under control, but then the Choppy tried one more time to take on Shu, but Shu had the last lap that time around. PRFM still holding the back line there as a Lola, but unfortunately Kenji comes in, getting one more shot down, clearing out the entire defense here, and will be able to take the hot zone anyway. First round going to Help Me in this case here, but I think Quasar put up a decent fight, but I didn't really expect the Colette to be this effective actually.
I mean, the Colette was just an absolute menace. I do like how Choppy, he's just going to go for those flank opportunities, get his super up, and just goes for those assassinations. one of the kind of how Colette is meant to be played, and at the same time you have decent range that can do incredible bursts, and Help Me is utilizing him so well. Achapi is gonna try and just pressure PRFM away from that hot zone, and that's gonna allow Kenji to focus down Mel. Shu is not gonna stand. Achapi finds PRFM, it's a wipe, and Help Me gets the progress going, and already up to 25.
Excellent opening there from Achapi. Now they're going to try to suppress them as they come out of spawn. They take out a Poco early on. That's a good pickoff. Now they're going to be leaving the rest. Of Quasar completely exposed while they're waiting for the Poco to come back in. Kurunir in the meantime has already brought the hot zone up to halfway. Achapi try one more time, but Carl is going to be able to take him down, but not before expending a lot of his health. Now he tries to get a shot against Kuru. He does get the kill against Kuru that time around, but not before the Lola gets taken down. So there's not really any progress done in the hot zone. And finally the Shu is going to get put down in the boot there by Achapi.
Yeah, and Achapi again super ready and waiting. Mel can't hold on to that one. Shu is just gonna go forward for the spin, but eats dirt instantly, and Help Me should be able to get this second set no problem. Quasar one last attempt, but progress is taken away. It's 100 to 25. Help Me with a convincing set number 2.
Yep, and that's as convincing as it gets though. So that's already 2 in a row going to the side of Help Me. Quasar, despite their best efforts there, did not anticipate the Chapi's strong showing on this Colette here, literally making the openings happen for his squad coming to the hot zone. So not quite close enough in this round here. They're going to have to see if they can bring back the momentum for their end in set number 3.
And that is it's such a big difference compared to set number 1. Right? Help Me giving Quasar kind of a royal beatdown in this hot zone match, and just good draft from Help Me. Really understanding. I mean, huge props to Achapi for being able to constantly put pressure onto Quasar's line. I mean, Lola PRFM could not do anything, especially not when this Colette is constantly on his back.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that, from my experience, I don't usually see Colette players playing as aggressively as Achapi does, but obviously he has something that I haven't seen other Colette players have at this point, and that actually worked out very well here for Help Me in this regard. Now, we're going to be going to Game 3. It's going to be on Crystal Arcade. And given that this is a gem grab, you're going to be looking at a lot more map control, but still a lot more emphasis on being able to save your supers and being able to use it at the right place at the right time. Help Me is going to be banging out the Crow, the Penny, and Ruffs. Quasar will ban out the Jean, the Jeanette, as well as Gray. Stu is going to be the first one picked up, and it's Help Me that's going to be running it for this round. And that already kind of indicates what they have in mind, because we've seen how strong Stu is in these gem grab rounds. Crystal Arcade, though, is that going to be a map that's conducive for his kind of play style, I wonder?
Yeah, and I definitely have the same thoughts as well, because we are seeing that Stu getting snatched away instantly by Help Me. And that opens up a lot of possible opportunities for them from the get-go. Quasar goes for the Gus. Seems like we've already have established kind of a tournament meta at this point, but if there's one thing we learned is that Help Me, they really do know how to find those flank opportunities. They always have a brawler that allows them to get on top of Quasar and also renders Quasar with no solutions.
So the question is, is Achapi going to be playing that Stu there, which I think will be a good fit, as long as he can use the Stu to continually pressure whoever is defending on the gem spawner side. That could help things out. Spike is going to be picked up alongside Gus here for Quasar's end, so they're actually looking at trying to tank the damage here from coming out from Help Me perhaps, but Help Me hasn't still committed their damage dealers yet though, so they will go for the max. Things are looking a little bit more like standard here, I would have to say, because again, Max pairs up very well with Stu, and as long as Stu is going to be focused on, Stu puts down the speed zone straight away, the Max is going to benefit massively off of that. But if Achapi is going to be taking the reins on that one there, and actually no, he's going to be on the Carl, I think. So it's very much not, it's going to be Carl that provides the flanking. Stu and Max will be the ones just following through on the gem grabs here, while Achapi just messes up Quasar in the backline. So this last pick here for Quasar has to somewhat deal with this Carl over here. I'm not sure. I think Spike, actually, now that I think about it, I think Spike could have a decent time against him because he is tanky enough, does have a kit required to try to lock down anyone who decides to break into the back line. But nope, they're going to bring down the party crocodile, the lifeguard of the last patch here. And they're going to try to use him here, probably for the mobility, but I think that actually could be good here. Quasar can quickly get the gems grabbed early enough and then use a spike basically to try to hold things back and ensure that Help Me isn't able to swarm them and just keep the countdown going.
Yeah, and that is the ideal situation for Quasar, but for Help Me, it is the classic Max Stu Carl in your face, and there's a lot of speed as well. And the one thing is, if you're Quasar and you're trying to lash onto the Carl, you are gonna get completely obliterated if he has his super. We'll see if Shu can create a bit of opening because Chabi, he's just running straight on forward for that first 2 gems. Quasar looking for any sort of opportunities to get it close, but if Shu is low, he will have to back off, and that is not good news for Quasar. Shu goes in, misses the grab, and gives his life away. Already a poor start for Quasar, and they even lose Mel at the same time. Help Me with 50% progress so far in this gem grab round.
Oh, I was worried about this. I was worried that like Quasar is going to have their defense line break up too quickly. Look at the way the Carl's just spinning his way there, just completely unopposed. There's no base here that Quasar is able to build up, and just firmly the control over the gem spawner is in the hands of a Choppy on the max now. So time is running out. Quasar still has not yet been able to pick up a gem until just now, but Choppy still has 7 in hand. Now we see Mel trying his very best to try to take him on, but Kenji needs to come in just in time, and does come in just in time to take one down. The buzz of Shu is going to be able to get one onto Kuruneko. He does take out 2 in the back there. They actually steal the gems away, and now the countdown is started, but it's on Quasar's side.
Oh, coming in clutch with the buzz. Lovely movements from Shu, and Help Me suddenly getting zoned away by the spike. And this is what you talked about, Victor. They get the gem, and they just keep Help Me at bay. And Shu coming in huge in the final moments of round number 1. You love to see that one. Quasar looking to push us to at least the 4th set of the series.
Dude, like, I mentioned that was the game plan, right? But, you know, even while I was saying that, I was just not confident on whether or not Quasar will be able to pull it off. But the buzz, as long as he can get those hooks just right and take out Kuruneko quickly, then that opening does happen there, and Quasar needs to be able to jump on it. So now that Help Me knows exactly where they are vulnerable at, it looks like they are trying to play a lot safer this time around, conceding a lot of ground to Quasar instead. And especially Kuruneko just watching out for the buzz, making sure it doesn't get a grab, doesn't get a jump onto him. Now he's going to just go ahead and be aggressive on the back line there, taking out Mel early on, forcing Shu to be on the defensive. And in the scuffle, they will take out PRFM. So now Shu is all alone, but Shu has a lot of health there. Choppy almost loses his life, but Kenji comes in just in time. Kuruneko unfortunately gets grasped up there by the buzz, and Shu gets a kill for his name.
And his super is back up, but Choppy is in danger. Shu is just waiting for the opportunity to go for him. Kuruneko needs to get rid of this buzz, at least keep him at bay. Choppy, he has a task to go for the gem, but as long as Shu has that line of sight and those open grounds, it is incredibly hard for Help Me to do anything. They're going to rely a lot on this Carl to get back space for themselves, but they don't have much time left. Quasar at 7 gem, and Shu is ready to pounce onto a Choppy.
Yeah, but you can see that there's a lot more pressure being put onto the Buzz, but Buzz nevertheless will still get the jump on the Kenji, taking over in a one fell swoop. A Choppy forced to back off there, while Kuruneko tries to counteract the grab of the gems there, but Quasar is already up to 8. A Choppy now recovers with Kenji back in the fray. Now Kenji just breaks down the wall there, trying to get his face up against Shu. Still not able to take it down completely. He's still alive. He's still able to get away, but nevertheless, this now concedes some ground here as Kuruneko takes out the spike. They will gain control over the gem spawner now, and it's starting to chip away the lead that Quasar had. But Quasar, all they need is just one gem to the name. They will start again. Oh, look at that Shu getting the jump on the Choppy. The gems are on the ground. Kuruneko, though, was in position to pick it all back up, so there was a little bit of a tight one there. But now Help Me gets the countdown started. Kuruneko with 10 gems in hand now has to dodge and run away here. Shu on the chase, tries to go for the grab. He gets the grab on the Kuru. He takes it down. No, he does not. Kuru survives 5 seconds ago. Mel gonna be taken down by Kenji, and Help Me finally takes one against Quasar.
What a round for both of these teams, but huge props to to Carl. Shu also almost clutching that one out again. Gotta love how Help Me play the last few moments. Using all the supers, running straight at Quasar, knowing that they don't have much health, and just completely taking advantage of that. Meldo and Shu, they just run in and get the first 2 kills. There's nothing that Kurunero could do. You gotta wait for his teammates to come back up, but Shu, he's just gonna jump onto him and get the 3rd knockout, starting to stagger the respawns of Help Me, and you can have PRFM on the right side as well. Kenji, he needs to get some sort of pick up. PRFM goes down. Kenji just doing a lot of work. Traces live, but it's good enough. Shu now rush in, cuts off the battle line. Can he take a Kurunero? Yes, he does. Regains control for Quasar on the map and allows them to start getting those gems again.
Yeah, I mean, Shrew on that buzz is just forcing Help Me to pay a lot of attention to where the buzz is at all times, because they know that Kuru is very, very susceptible to being taken down by Shrew, as he does it yet again, taking out a Carl, and this is putting Help Me in a very, very bad spot now, as there's no gems left in the name until Choppy picks just only 1, but Quasar is still 6 gems ahead. Kuruneko goes for the spin, forcing Mel to fall back, but Shrew's still looking in the background, gets a jump on to Kenji, and a shot coming in from Mel finishes him off. They regain control over the round right now, and they just need 2 more gems to start the countdown.
Yeah, Kurunero, he needs his super right now, but he cannot get it in time. It's Shu once more getting the elimination, but Kenji, he did something on the left side, but it's 1 more gem until the countdown starts, and Buzz, he's just gonna get it. Shu instantly just grapples away. Help Me needs to go for the chase. Kurunero, he has his super. This is crucial. If Kurunero can get his super in and get those takedowns, they can stop this timer, but they gotta do it right now. It's just 5 seconds. Kurunero cannot hold back, but he doesn't have the help to do it. Wait, they can't stop it in the last second. They did it. Oh my goodness, Help Me, they've done it, but they need to do it again. Quasar still holding on, and they get that wipeout. Can Help Me repeat it. Kurunero still has the super, but he doesn't have the help to move in. Choppy is trying his darnest, but Kurunero lost this attempt, doesn't work out. They can't reset it in time. It's Quasar forcing the 4th set in this best of 5.
Shout out to Shu there, like just holding back on the claw grab until the last moment there to just get that distance between himself and a Choppy on that max, and to be able to finish off the countdown. What a play there from Quasar. Not one I expected, but then as soon as like the buzz got picked up, I think Quasar knew they had pure gold on their hands here. So the gem grab rounds goes to the side of Quasar here. We're still going to be seeing how exactly they will try to come back here in the next map here, because again, Help Me is already 2 sets ahead. So there still is a chance now for Quasar to try to come back, but it has to start from here.
And just heroic performance from Shu on that bus. I really felt like, you know, Help Me had an answer, but they couldn't follow through with it consistently enough. Is to focus, fire down the bus. They thought that Carl Kurunero was the answer, but he needs his ultimate. He needs his super in order to deal with Buzz, and whenever he doesn't have it, he just goes down. Canal Grande is going to be the 4th set. We're going on to Bounty. And Help Me, they just need 1 more set to move on and knock Quasar out in 4th, but Quasar, they're putting up a heck of a fight.
Yeah, again, like that, the Crystal Arcade round is just pure insanity there, with like how all over the place Shu was, but yet again still consistently getting kills against Kuru, kills against a Choppy there. So now the bans are out here. We're already seeing the Poco, Penny, as well as Gray banned out by Help Me, and they will pick up the Eve as their first pick of brawlers. Quasar bans out the Tick, the Brock, as well as the Jeanette. And on Canal Grande, I mean, there still is a possibility to use a Sprout here. That's very much in the open, but with Eve already in the play here, that's going to be a bit of a problem for Quasar, because Eve basically can just walk over the canal. That's her passive. She can walk over bodies of water as if it was nothing. So that gives her plenty of mobility, but can Help Me pair her up with something that will potentially allow them to exploit that advantage. Yeah, we'll have to see as Quasar picks up the Gene, which is going to be a decent choice there, perhaps to just basically target his super onto Eve to make sure that she doesn't keep herself too exposed all the time. So that should perhaps temper a little bit of Help Me's potential here. Now Max will be picked up. That should be a standard damage dealer, a decent choice there for Quasar. Now they still have to find one more brawler to add up the utility, and like on the side of Help Me, they have to find out what exactly they want to try to do with this Eve here. They have an exploit. How can they actually exploit it?
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a question that, you know, I feel like when we look at Help Me's composition right now, you definitely have the Genie to worry about in this regard. Colonel Ruffs does dampen that by a bit. We saw how Canal Grande played out. The Sprout is still on the table. I wonder if the teams pick it up.
I mean, yeah, again, like if you sprout to block out the main choke point in the canal, then only the Eve will be able to pass freely between the two of them. And I think the Ruffs, if Ruffs can provide good power-ups for the Eve to take advantage of, perhaps she could main damage, but no, okay, they will go for the Carl. So Carl is going to be relying a lot on Ruffs to be able to buff him up with the power-ups he gets from his supers, whereas Eve can potentially play the annoying sort of like annoying type of brawler that will hang around the map, can constantly keep spawning the hives everywhere, and just make sure that the Max and the Gene are going to have to constantly watch the 6 throughout. And Quasar brings out the buzz once more. Are we going to be seeing more insane plays that we saw in Crystal Arcade back on Canal Grande? That could be possible. And no, but even then, Buzz has a lot of rapid mobility that will allow him to get around the canal even if the choke point gets held. So that's probably going to be what Quasar is banking on here, having the Max and the Gene be like the base here, and the Buzz just going to be roaming, trying to get the catch onto maybe a Choppy's Carl, maybe even also on the Eve, who will be the most the one they would definitely want to try to take out the map as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, that also solves the cross-map movement, I guess, for Quasar. And I think I'm going to go straight on to Chu. They have had enough of Shu's shenanigans on the bus. Just a good start for Help Me, but oh, Shu, he's back. Playing on that left side, has the super ready. And you can see the caution from the side of Help Me. Just they do not want to overstep. Oh, Shu right on top of Brunero, and the job is done. Gotten a lead for himself, and he is ready to come in from the flank. Kenji pins it, dips away, but not far enough. PRFM grabs him back, and that is Quasar getting a lead right off the bat.
Oh, the Buzz is going to be such a good counter to the Eve right now, because no matter where Eve puts her hive, Shu can definitely try to sniff it out and just kill it before it's going to be able to spawn. So this is going to nerf somewhat the kind of utility that Kenji's going to bring in. And the fact that Shu is still bullying Kuroneko even in this round right now just goes to show that he is an absolute beast right now on that Buzz, and that's delivering a lot of value now for Quasar as they maintain a healthy, a very strong lead now. Shu jumps on the Choppy, jumps on the Kenji, 2 in a row there. That's a lot of stars on Quasar's side. True to the name right now, stars are aligning for them as they have this in the bag.
Yeah, there's a bounty on Shu's head. Someone get him. Someone just get him. Just get him out of this round. Do something. I mean, I don't know how Help Me is going to accomplish that. They start to put on Colonel Ruffs, put on the sandbags to get themselves some sort of cover. But in the meantime, Kenji is sniped by. They actually blew up Shu, but they need 8 more stars. Choppy just cannot do it. He does not have the health. Gets focused down. Here comes Shu. He's back in the fray. Double grapple. Doesn't get a knockout, but doesn't matter. Quasar, 25 bounties, and Help Me just does not have the time nor the resources. Shu is just going to run it down. Feed 2 more to them. Doesn't matter. Round 1 over to Quasar.
Again, like Shu, like knows that as long as that he's going to be able to keep doing that, like keeping Help Me on your toes and just pressuring them once they already have a sizable lead. This is going to make this match a very tough affair for Help Me, so I don't know if they necessarily have what it takes right now, especially against this draft here, because whatever advantage the Eve was going to be delivered them doesn't really seem to be coming to its own, especially when Shu can be this fast and getting the pickoffs. Oh, good grab there, but Kenji managed to jump out of the way just in time. Shu in a little bit of trouble there, but he is going to get the grab on the Choppy anyway. Across the canal he goes, and taking out the Ruffs he does.
And Eve, she's on the wrong side of the map, and she cannot help his team. Quasar has made this kind of a 3v2, and they just got rid of a Choppy as well. This is the worst case scenario for Help Me when you have your Eve on the side of the map that she cannot contribute at all. And look at Shu. He's going to grab forward. Kuronero dies again. I mean, Help Me, this is complete catastrophe for them.
Shu is literally a one-man army right now. Once his claws has his grip on you, he will never let it go, and you might as well just decide what you want to do after respawn from that point on, because the damage coming out from Buzz, especially that close range, is an insta-kill, it looks like, especially onto even like someone like the Colonel Rubs here that Crunero is playing. But nevertheless, though, this is going to be forcing Help Me to play a lot more of Death Ball style, which is definitely not what they were looking for, especially with the even hand. And as Shu, season opening on the Kenji takes him out, but then does lose his life as a result. But nevertheless, job done. Again, Quasar having such a sizable lead over Help Me at this point now. All that Shu needs to do is just keep charging them over and over again, keeping the distance between them and his teammates. He misses that grab that time, though. Crunero might have an opportunity to try to get some hurt back on him, but Shu pulls back just in the nick of time. Now he's going to be able to get some space here, while the Max now moves up in front, tries to take down Kuroneko, can't quite pin him down quite yet. Shu still waiting for Regen to come in, still waiting for an opportunity to catch a grab on the Kuroneko. But look at on the other side, though, Chapi's already opened up a flank here, and they almost were 1 star away, but even with the blue bounty in hand there, we're not able to overtake Quasar. And wow, that just got to be a bit heartbreaking there, especially at Chapi. Towards the end, he almost was able to clear out the entire right-hand flank. If it just wasn't for that single star there, Quasar might have just easily have lost their lead.
Chapi held on to his super for the final moments. I thought that he would use it to kind of close distance and pincer Quasar, but I'm not really sure what the communication was, but definitely a super close one. We're going to set 5 for sure between these two teams. So it's fitting that we go the distance. But Shu, once more, my MVP for this bounty set. Completely unstoppable, absolute madness, illegal gameplay.
Yeah, they were literally saving that strat in their pocket the whole time, and they were like, okay, I mean, we're already 2 sets down, might as well bring it out. And boy, what a splash this Buzz has done so far. Absolute playmaker on the Quasar side, and could be the ticket for them going forwards here. But the next round is going to be Pit Stop, potentially another map that the Buzz could do well in, because even though there are good pieces of cover, but it's also a lot of lanes that I can see the Buzz just basically hop between, and that's going to make it quite hard for anyone to decide to go through. But then again, you know, you still have that wall that's in front of the save. You might want to try to pick up a brawler that will be able to clear out obstacles on this map over here. But I digress, though. Bans is still not up yet. It's still up to both Help Me and Quasar to decide how exactly they wanted to approach this battle.
Yeah, I mean, seeing how Quasar has performed in the past 2 sets, I definitely feel like there's a surge of confidence with how, you know, Shu just came online.
Ooh.
It's time to bans. Only Colonel Ross being the mirror. See, no Ems, no Max, no Penny, no Stu. But Quasar, they have been really, really confident with the Max, with the Buzz pick. Perhaps this is one of those few. This is one of the stats where they are just gonna run the Buzz until the end.
Yeah, but interesting that Help Me decide not to ban Buzz, but then again, maybe there might be other game plans in mind here. But with Otis, first one picked out here, Help Me seems to love that Otis a lot here, these matchups. But nevertheless, Quasar still have yet to pick up one. They, of course, have banned out Stu and Ems, which would have been like a real thorn, but it still leaves the Colette, leaves the Crow, Bo as well. Spike is going to be the first one picked out with Quasar, so that Spike actually worked out well for them, especially on Crystal Arcade. Now let's see whether or not they will start to pair it with the Buzz again, or they're going to be going for something else, something maybe similar mobility, but still just as deadly.
Be Help Me's kind of game to lose, I feel like. Quasar pulling out the Nita at the at the deciding set, elimination set, in fact.
That's brave. That's incredibly brave.
They must know something that we don't, that no one does.
Yeah, I mean, again, they could still potentially bring out a Buzz, but I don't know. Like, again, what they could possibly be doing here is like, with Nita's Baby Bear out, Baby Bear kind of acts like another tank as well. So as long as he can keep charging up his super, and Nita as well, even though she's been nerfed to all the way back, you know, she can still be very potent in close range, especially when you spam her attacks very quickly. And given that the speed of projectile also is quite fast for Nita, she could potentially still charge up his super very, very quickly and keep spamming Baby Bear to the point where like there effectively will be a 4th member on Quasar's side. But Buzz will be taken by Help Me instead.
Okay,
so that's
yeah.
okay. So I see what they did there. That's why I thought that Help Me was going to ban him outright, but no, they decided they want to try to take him for himself and to see what Quasar is going to try to bring instead. So Surge will be the one that Quasar will use in replacement for that. And this again, kind of a weird layout, but I think the Surge will be a good choice here, especially on a Heist map, because he has a lot of attack, he has plenty of tankiness, and as long as Spike can provide good support along with Anita, I think Surge could stand a chance. But I guess Help Me now, after seeing Shu bully them over and over again with a bus, maybe wants to give them a little taste of their own medicine, isn't it?
Yeah, Help Me had the first pick, so they had they had the first pick, so they had to do it. I mean, for Quasar, I mean, both Spike and Nita super vulnerable to Buzz, especially, you know, if you get caught out. See how this plays out. I mean, Quasar, do they have an answer for this Buzz? We're about to find out right now. Achapi, he's going to be the one on this brawler.
Yeah, so Shu is going to be playing the Surge here. Mel is now trying to keep pressure on the Kenji. RFM tries to flank him on the other side, going for a bit of a pincer. Kenji taking a lot of damage. What's going on the top though? Quasar is losing a lot of health on their save as Shu tries to defend here. Achapi continuing to try to blast it while RFM and Mel are trying to do the same on the other side. Only getting a bit of chip damage before Kenji takes out the attackers there. PRFM is forced to fall back. Achapi gets taken down, so Shu is still up there and still able to hold his own in defense. Now tries to rejoin the rest of his squad here, but damage is still done on the Quasar side. A third of the health on the save is completely gone now.
Yeah, and Mel, he is just going to get sniped by Kenji towards the tail end of it. I mean, Surge, sure, you kind of quote-unquote scale, but the rest of your team, they gotta be able to hold on as well. And PRFM, he's just so occupied trying to keep Achapi away from those brushes that he's not able to do much for the team. And that is just bad news. Achapi, he snuck through, and there's only the Surge defending this. I mean, the Stu can't defend it on his own now, gets spun to oblivion. And Quasar just completely out of their depth right now. Help Me running down that save, down to 39%, and Quasar barely touched the opponent's save.
Yeah, but I was expecting Mel to be using the bear a lot more, but he's not able to charge up his super fast enough, and that's becoming a bit of a bottleneck now. As Achapi now moves in aggressively on the Buzz onto the Surge there. Shu now forced to try to defend it since Crew Neko was able to chip down the save down to 27% now. So Quasar very much in deep trouble. Mel trying to get the final blow there on the Kenji before Crew Neko comes in though and completely disrupts the party. PRFM is going to fall as well, and now they're squarely going to be focusing their sights on that save, making sure to keep Mel and Shu completely suppressed and make sure they're not anywhere near the save. They will still win it out anyway. Choppy loses his life to Shu, and in the process, Kenji will be able to follow up with a kill. Now he's going to go for the kill shot onto the save as Kuruneko takes the other flank as well. 10 seconds ago, Kuruneko goes for the spin, takes down Mel. Shu forces a Choppy to fall back there, so they aren't able to put the killing blow quite yet. But then finally, an opening presents itself with Kuru as he brings out 10%, but it's still enough time, enough for them to win it once the timer runs out.
Yeah, Help Me just completely dominating that first round. I mean, Quasar, I just felt like it's such a weird draft. You have Surge that needs time, Nita just short range, you get outranged by whatever Help Me has, and then Spike, he actually didn't take the curve attack, so it makes it slightly harder to flush out Achapi when he starts hogging those corners as well. Help Me kind of basically winning from the draft onwards. Achapi, if you allow a Buzz to walk up like that, things are gonna get exponentially tougher for you.
And it's so tough as well because they committed to using the Nita already, and she doesn't have the range compared to Kenji and Kuruneko, so it's very hard for the Nita to be able to bring Bear up anytime soon. So this is already becoming a bottleneck now for Quasar because effectively they're only fighting with two strong brawlers, and with Surge, Shu just constantly having to play defense here, especially with Choppy being this annoying flanker on the right-hand side. That leaves both Mel and PRM to try to pick up the slack, but so far, Mel finally gets a kill on the Kenji. Kenji. Now they can try to focus in on the safe here. Sends in the bear. So that was a strategy going with, but look at how quickly they take down the bear. Kenji and Kuruneko now focuses on PRFM. Trying to take him down, but Mel comes in from the back and takes out Kuruneko instead. Choppy misses a claw. Now Shu is going to come into the mix here, and now it looks like Help Me are going to be caught right around the safe here.
The question is how long can they hold on to this, because Achapi is going to charge up this super very fast, and he's got it again. And the only way for Quasar to continue holding this spot is that not allow Achapi to go forward, but also at the same time, he has to not land his hook. But Kurunero, he just creates space. Kenji just trades his life back, but Quasar, they're forced to go on the defense because Shu might not be able to hold on to this. Upgrades in time, gets the kill, Achapi goes in, resets that 1 second will comes through. But the bear finishes him off. Quasar has a chance, save down to 24, the bear comes out. Help Me defends their save, but there's still some time for them to continue putting on damage. Achapi goes in again. Shu gets the upgrade, resets, dumps on Kenji. There's a chance for Quasar. Shu just needs a bit more finishing touches, 2%, but he cannot find a blow. Can PRFM do it? Achapi goes on forward, gets the grapple. PRFM comes in from the left side. They throw in the bear. They take this to round number 3. We are going the full distance.
Finally, it actually presents itself. So that was a game plan going forward, but the thing is, they need to create the space for the Nita to bring up Bear. And the thing is that Nita so far has been a little bit behind in being able to get her super charged up, and that's been the kind of hold up on Quasar's end. So now they were able to get it together here. There's still another chance here for them to try to bring it back, but Help Me, now they know that exactly what the plan is. They will pick off the Nita first. PRFM not able to hold his own on the flank now, leaving an opening for Kuruneko and Kenji to take control over the left-hand flank. Now the Nita comes up, forcing them to fall back. Shu taking a very defensive position, but still keeping an eye on Choppy, who gets a claw onto him. But Mel takes down the Buzz before it's able to do any more damage and take down the Surge. Now Kuruneko continues to fight on, get some chip damage onto the safe, but then you can see Mel and PRFM, now they have the space. They're going to try to jump in onto here, onto the safe on the other end now, but they still need to take out Choppy first. And Choppy going for the hook, takes out Nita before she can bring out a bear in time. And PRFM, can he still hold his own against Kenji? Shu in the meantime had been defending quite hard, but unfortunately the save is down to half his health, and PRFM takes out the kill onto Kenji. Choppy tries to get revenge on the Mel, takes her down for the up-team time.
Yeah, PRFM able to get some space, but they gotta get rid of Kurunero though. The boomerang is slowly chipping that safe away. Achapi is now gonna walk on forward. They don't have the health to do with him. The bear comes out, provides kind of a frontier for Quasar to move on forward. Kurunero has to go, and he does go, but Shu's isolated on the right side. Kenji chipped down to low health. PRFM walks on forward, has that super, can use it if he wants to, forces Achapi to go on forward. They focus him down. There's a chance for Quasar. Kurunero slipped right through. Mel turns around. Kurunero forced to use that ultimate, that super, but he goes down as well. And now Quasar finds himself at the doorstep of Help Me, but Achapi will hold on. Shu, can he get the elimination? He's gonna find it. Shu now leading the charge, rushes straight onto the top of the save, but he needs some damage, upgrades himself, gets the follow-up knockout. Quasar might have gotten the eliminations, but their save is still lower in terms of health.
Yeah, the thing is they do need to get some damage on the save, but they're really relying on the Nita to be able to do so. But Surge has double duty. He's not only playing offense, he's mainly defense as well, because Kuruneko is the Nero is the one that's actually kind of opening up flanks here for Help Me and allowing them to inch even closer to that save. Now Kenji coming back into the fray here. Mel now trying to keep Kuruneko at bay. 13 seconds left. It looks like the setup is here for Help Me to try to end this right here and now as Kuruneko go for the spin. Does the damage. It's down to 10%, 7%. Can he do it though? One more shot, one more hit. Surge not able to do so. They are unfortunately losing this one out. Help Me wins the round in the end and takes the whole series.
3-2 is the score, and of course, the main star of the entire series, at least from set 3 onwards, was Buzz. And it's 2 sets for Shu, 1 set for Achapi, but it seems like Buzz was the hidden recipe all along. Help Me continues their run, gonna face up against Barcelona in the lower bracket finals. And unfortunately, for their opponents, they're gonna have to wave goodbye. Quasar out in 4th place, but the good news is they have qualified for the next stage regardless. They're still walking away with their $600 US. It's just that their night has concluded slightly earlier.
I gotta say though, that was a good comeback there for Quasar, regardless, even if they lost that last set there. The way they managed to get back up there, it just felt like, you know, it was still a mistake on their part in the draft to just not take the buzz, because it was open and Quasar had a lot of success with that, and it was still viable as to what the, you know, what they've shown here on the side of Help Me, that they've still be able to use him effectively to open up space. And the Nita needed that space because she wasn't able to farm her super up fast enough, and that's been the holdback that actually became a severe weakness here on Quasar's side. So nevertheless though, a valiant effort from their end, but Help Me was still being able to savor this victory here, because this is yet another close series, especially having seen what happened in the upper brackets there, and they expect that the lower brackets will still also deliver us a banger of a matchup.
Yeah. And the night is still gonna go. We have 2 more a best of 5 series after this, but man, it feels like every series is a nail biter. They have set the bar so high, and you know, all of these would only be made possible with our main partner, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, they have put together this amazing tournament to allow these players, you know, on their off seasons to show us what they're made of. They gave everyone a chance and everyone the platform to demonstrate their skills and mechanical prowess. So we are really happy that Season 2 is ongoing for 2023. But I'm pretty sure there's more to come. And if you guys want to get the best deals and the best top-up deals for your gaming creds, look no further than www.kachishop.com. That is the only destination you need to head to. Nothing else matters.
Yep, indeed. And wow, that was a very tough series there, and again, a very long one. So you know that we're gonna have to take a little bit of a break here very soon here, but hopefully you guys will be able to stick around, because we have yet to find out grand finalists, because we still have the lower bracket finals to go. Who is going to be able to take it? Barcelona or Help Me? Who is going to be able to face Madrid in the grand finals? We're all going to be finding this out very soon here in the Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Season 2. So we're going to be taking a short break, but when we come back, it's going to be more action to go here in this Brawl Stars series. So make sure you stick around. We'll be right back after this messages.
Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Husky. We are now in the lower bracket finals, ladies and gentlemen. Only one more match after this, but this time we're going to be finding out who will be joining Madrid in that grand finals here. Is it going to be Barcelona or is it going to be Help Me? What do you think here, Mr. Husky? Just based on the performance here right now, do you think that Help Me has what it takes to take on someone like Barcelona? I think Barcelona is still that strong of a lineup here so far.
I agree with you. I think that Barcelona is still the favorites coming into this lower bracket finals, but perhaps Help Me with all these matches that they played might have came up with something, right? Maybe the bus would be considered to take on Barcelona in the lower bracket finals. And just for the viewers who might have missed out the format explanation at the start of the broadcast, just know that from this point, from the previous series onwards between Help Me and Quasar, the standings doesn't really matter too much. It's just a fight for seedings for the next stage. So these teams have all qualified. We're just going to see how things are going to pan out for the lower bracket finals. Again, Barcelona against Help Me.
Yeah, again, the prize they will receive at the end of the day is the same for everyone in this top four. $600 going to be going to each of these four teams, including Help Me and Barcelona, regardless of where they place in this tournament. This is only going to be seeing where they will be seeded when we get to the challenge stage. But Help Me so far had been a bit of a bumpy ride, actually, coming to this stage here. Barcelona only came down to the lower bracket because they lost their match against Madrid, and they would definitely be raring to want to get another go at that. But first, they have to take down their former compatriots in the form of Help Me, because remember, both of these squads used to be part of Zeta Division. Barcelona used to be Zeta Division 1, Help Me used to be in Zeta Division 0, and now they're going to be going head-to-head against each other one more time here. Is going to be the World Cup 2022 once again here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, lovely to see this. Of course, the stakes are slightly lower, but either way, it's a good rematch to finally witness Help Me against Barcelona. We thought that we would see in the upper bracket finals, but of course Madrid stood in the way. We got, kind of the soccer, the football matchup, but right now this is the true clash of former world champions and friends of former world champions. They're from the same piece of cloth.
Yeah, and again, given that there is no longer that sort of like relationship, I think, between the two. I mean, again, on an individual level, definitely these players are still like friends with each other. But in terms of like the pride right now, I think the egos are definitely going to be run even higher this time around compared to the grand finals, because they are orkless at this point. A good performance in the Snapdragon Pro Series could perhaps entice them to be picked up as a whole roster by themselves. So being able to defeat their sister team here is going to be of the absolute importance. But you guys know exactly who we're looking at here. Barcelona, Siditampo, Tensai, Moya, and Relia, who is their sub. They're going to be the ones who want to get that rematch with Madrid, but then they first have to do this rematch with Help Me.
Yeah, and of course there's a lot of history between these two teams. We got to take a look at the picks and bans right now. This is the lower bracket finals, ladies and gentlemen, and these are your maps. We're going to start with Gem Grab, a Hard Rock Mine, Help Me against Barcelona. I'm excited to see if Help Me has any more tricks left up their sleeves. And surely when we look at the history between these two teams on that world stage, it was a 4-1 victory for one of them. Maybe it is also a mini grudge match for the players.
It could, yeah. I mean, it's very much is, because at least for Help Me's case, it's definitely a grudge match for them, because Zeta Division 1 is in Barcelona here. They're the ones who defeated them in the World Finals, so they definitely want to see if they can, at least even if they win out here and actually successfully take this Barcelona out from being able to take the Grand Finals, that could be a bit of a moral victory for them in that regard. But nevertheless, we'll see what they want to try to pick for Hard Rock Mine, which again, it's being a gem grab round. It has plenty of bushes. there are plenty of obstacles around as well. Just a bit of a clearing before where the gym is. Now, in terms of bans, they will ban out the Crow, the Carl, and the Jeanette as well. Then we also see on the other side Barcelona banning out the Grey and Penny, along with a mirror ban on the Jeanette. So they definitely identify the Jeanette as being a major threat here, given that she is potentially going to be able to use the grass recover and use the super when they least expect it. Nevertheless, Ruffs is the first pick right now for Help Me. Decent, a very flexible choice here in terms of what else you can pair together with him. Again, most people pick the Ruffs not necessarily because he's a strong fighter or really has a lot of good utilities, mostly for the power-ups. They know that as long as if Ruffs can successfully, RNG a good power-up for the main damage dealer, that becomes bonus like damage or speed that can use that will put an edge for them over the others.
Yeah, speaking about speed, Barcelona just locks in that max for that first pick. And we've seen examples of that as well. Barcelona, when they play against Madrid, in gem grab in that upper bracket series, they did try, the creative 8-bit TP strategy to get the gem and then you teleport out. But with this max, I think they'll probably forego that selection. I think Barcelona going back to a more textbook play. They bring in the Otis again. We've seen this plenty of times, and it feels like they are just really comfortable picking up this brawler.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of Otis play here in this competition so far, and I think it's largely down to what he could kind of do with his star powers, because he's able to kind of prevent a lot of attacks. He's able to kind of block the aggression from the other side, and I think that's been instrumental in sometimes shutting down the main damage dealer. And knowing that Ruffs has been picked up, the chances are the damage dealer they're going to be picking up here, which is going to be Lola, is going to be the one that will be paired up with this Ruffs in order to try and use the power-ups that Ruffs brings in order to turn the tide of the battle. But if Otis is going to be in position there to cancel out those attacks, then that gives Barcelona the advantage, and the Max certainly will be able to find a way to take down Lola from a distance. Now, let's see what it picked up. Oh, they pick up the Leon as well, so there's actually two good damage dealers on Help Me's side. So that's going to make the job a little bit tougher, I think, for the Otis, but it also depends on who they can try to use to mark Leon, basically, to make sure that they keep an eye on his rotations.
I feel like it could be a job for the Max to kind of keep tabs on Leon. You need someone who is agile, or I mean, you just go for the more classic one. You just put a turret down and let it do the work. If you don't have a penny, there is always an alternative.
Yep, so she is definitely going to be, especially once she uses a super, that's going to suck in anyone who gets within range. So that certainly is going to make it an interesting one if the Leon decides to try to play sneaky this time. So this is going to force them to play a more aggro sort of Leon. But then also they have to watch out for Otis as well. So I think it's a fairly balanced draft. I don't immediately see anything wrong here. And I think especially on a game like Hard Rock Mine, you're going to be wanting to make sure that you time your supers just right for this matchup. So
yeah,
Kenji is going to be the one in front here trying to tussle with Tensai. Tensai unfortunately forces him back to where Crew is, and Moya is pushing a Choppy all the way towards the back there, keeping the Leon under pressure for the most of it. But unfortunately, there's not really quite the follow-up from the other side there, the Kenji and Crew Neko. But this is actually going to be good in the long run, though, because it's preventing Help Me from being able to take control over the gem spawner. And Leon's forced to put down his lollipop drop, not quite in the place that I think he would want to do it, but had to do it defensively, though, in order to keep Moya off his back.
And unfortunately, and especially when you have Seda Tampo on the Jesse on mass with a lot of brush, Jesse becomes so good, not just for the turret that acts as a fourth member, but also that basic attack that bounces in the brush, and it really stops you from sticking together. Moya flushed out from his hiding and eliminated as well. Seda Tampo doing such a good job, and Moya also making sure that no one from Help Me can stay in the shadows for too long.
Yep, so Kenji's still been able to just keep up on pickups and gems, but the thing is Barcelona is already way ahead there, especially with the Max already taking up so much. Achabi gets picked up picked out by Moya here, so they're already 2 men down. Kenji unfortunately cannot hold his own on the gem spawner, so he's forced to fall back. Choppy now getting pressure yet again, but Moya gets taken down the second time out of spawn. This is proving to be a big danger now for Kenji because he's going to get pincered with Moya coming in from behind. So Kenji's going to try to go aggressive there, trying to force the Max to fall back. And Choppy comes in just in time in invincibility and finally gets revenge onto Moya.
It's going to be a close one. It's 8 gems for both sides. Kurunero traces life with City Tampo. Kenji now holding onto all of the gems, getting the knife on Tensai out in the open. You got to be careful, buddy. Moya comes back in, but a Choppy will be providing backup for his teammate to grab the 10th one. The countdown has started. Kenji holding his fort. Max has no super. They can't really rush in. They're not really the fastest brawler as well, so time is just going to tick out unless Barcelona can get the 10 gem and stop the timer. Moya walks on forward. Actually resets the countdown just for a little while, but Help Me will now look for the 11th gem to make sure that they cannot reset it anymore. But Tensai has a chance, gets taken down. Moya comes back in, last ditch attempt, not gonna work out. Help Me gets the first round.
Oh, there could have been an opportunity there, but Barcelona was so staggered in their spawns that they couldn't really attack as one unit there. So they had to kind of like trickle in one by one, and that just delivered Help Me to win, even though they lost out on the countdown. So valiant attempt there, but Barcelona needed to try to re-examine how exactly this kind of gone away from them. But kudos though to Achapi for being able to handle the pressure from Moya and finally got a comeback through there. But nevertheless, we go ahead and see what will the next round bring, because it's going to be a repeat here. Achapi and Moya are going to continue to have the tussles on the left-hand side. Though it seems like Moya is going to be pulling back a little bit of a safe zone this time around. Kenji again going to be continuing to trade gem pickups with Tensai. Kuruneko still facing a lot of pressure with Sidatampo, forcing Kenji to try to back him up. But Moya tries to use that as an opening. Achapi is going to be able to wrap around from the back there. He's going to have Moya dead to rights there, puts out a lollipop drop and gets a kill done onto the Otis.
Yeah, it dips into the shadow as well. He has that star power that allows him to regen health while invisible. This is incredibly great for Achapi because now he's back to full health and he runs straight onto the other side of the map, gets rid of the Jesse. Help Me getting control of the center of the map. Moya and Tensai unfortunately not able to do much. They need Sidatampo to come back, but they have lost so much ground. Colonel Russ with the sandbag just blocks so much of the damage. Kurunero able to hold on to the fort alongside Kenji to get rid of Moya.
Yep, Kurunero now forced to kind of run around here and play a little bit more of a presence in the mid zone here to try to keep Kenji, allow Kenji the space to keep picking up those gems. Achapi now focusing his sights on the Sidatampo. Where is Moya going to be coming through this time? Kuruneko so far uses sandbags and actually keeps Moya at bay successfully enough to allow Kenji to pick up his 7th gem. Now only 2 more to go before they can start the countdown here. Tensai just waiting on his end of the, his side of the gem spawner.
Achapi
going to be working well. Achapi tried to go for the back line, still wasn't able to take down Tensai in time, was able to get his health back up to full. Tensai up now to 9 gems, just 1 more away, but Sidatampo very, very low. Achapi trying to go for the chase there while Kenji tries to hold his own, trying to wait for the next spawn of gems there, but it looks like they aren't able to hold it back for too long. Now Kenji, with Achapi bringing out the lollipop drop, this could be good, but the lollipop drop gets cancelled almost immediately there by Sidatampo, who's wrapping around the right-hand side. Finding the next gem, comes in the hand of Kenji, but he's the only one carrying the gem, so Moya is going to try to charge in, takes a lot of damage as a result. Sidatampo still has a bit of health, tries to chase down, but Kenji, still a sliver of health left, still is able to get away with it.
And just barely escaping with his life. I mean, Kenji played that round so well. Barcelona pincered him from all 3 angles, but they just could not land their shots on him. And Help Me winning the first set against Barcelona in this gem grab. I mean, really setting the stage. I mean, we were thinking like how is this rematch going to go? You know, between two former teammates, but Help Me definitely have something more up their sleeves.
Yeah, they certainly put up as big as the fight as they could, and the thing is that they knew right off the bat that the Leon was the one they had to keep an eye out, and Moya, to his credit, has done so well to keep it suppressed early on. But Kenji, again, just making consistently keeping control over the gem spawners has allowed them really to make sure that they are keeping par with what Tensai is doing on his end. And I think that's been the key thing. You know, you want to maintain the equilibrium between both teams in terms of the pickups and not really try to toss caution to win and just just keep charging your opponents. And just basically by doing a very calculated sort of chip away, Help Me was able to take this first round from Barcelona.
We're going to over to knockout at Bell's Rock. This one is going to be a good chance for Barcelona to kind of make that comeback. We've seen how they play those knockout rounds. Generally, I feel like, you know, from all the matches that we've seen today, Barcelona feels to be a more defensive, a team that is a bit more stoic, that doesn't mind kind of playing backwards a bit. That's something that I think if you are Help Me, you can definitely capitalize on.
So still yet to decide out in the pick and bans. In terms of the map, though, Bell's Rock definitely would be more favorable for any kind of like snipers or marksmen. So that's going to make it a lot more viable if you want to try to play like a Mandy or Bell or even a Piper as well. So we're still yet to see what kind of bands going to be coming out with, and that's going to very much determine the tone of how exactly they're going to play out this knockout round. Because remember, unlike something like Bounty or Gem Grab, it is very much one life doing it around. You don't want to get picked off early on, otherwise you leave your team at disadvantage. And just like Gem Grab, you still want to make sure you save up, or rather quickly charge up your super as soon as you can, and therefore be able to use it as soon as the Poison Cloud comes out. So Piper, like I said, is going to be a very good choice for this map. It's going to be the first one to be picked up by Help Me. Bans in the meantime, they've already taken out the Brock, which was going to be another good range option. They took out the Rico, and they'll also take out Tick and Gray as the only mirror ban between the two of them. Bonnie was a potential choice, but Help Me has already taken her out from the pool. Still yet to see what Barcelona will commit for their first brawler pick. And okay, it's already going to be picked out. It's going to be the Jean.
Yeah, and we've seen this plenty of times. It's kind of your very classic pick. Get that super, and it almost always guarantees you a man advantage if you get that grab. So I do like the Barcelona's approach. They've always done the Jeanette pick to cover the Jean, and Jeanette is actually on the table, right? Bonnie is banned out, but Jeanette isn't. They have the Gus as well, so it feels like it might pivot towards Jeanette after all. We'll have to see if Barcelona decides to really go down that road.
Yeah, no, he's going to be picking up the Gus here as his second brawler pick. Now the ball's in Help Me's court here to see what they want to pair up with the Piper. There are plenty of choke points. I mean, just a bit of an oddball choice would be to go for a Sprout, but that would severely limit the angles of attack that the Piper could do. Max, okay, that's a very safe choice there. Has decent range and damage, and at least a comparable range and damage to the Piper here. And certainly we'll be able to play more of like a sustained fight for Help Me in this one. But again, they have to watch out for Jean's super, because that's going to be the one that really is going to be the trump card for Barcelona, especially once the Poison Clouds come up. So I think like Help Me maybe want to try to get okay, I was going to say they maybe want to try to get a utility, but they decided to commit fully to all range attackers here on the Help Me side, so they really want to bank on being able to pick up Barcelona very well. And okay, Jeanette will be picked up here from Barcelona's side, and that will be a very potent combination, especially if both the Jeanette and the Jean get the super at exactly the same time.
Yeah, we've seen that happen in the very first series when they play up against Raid Esports. It worked out, but when they used it against Madrid was able to find kind of the weaknesses of this composition, but they still feel confident that it will work against Help Me. We'll see if Help Me, has the same can figure out how to overcome Barcelona's composition that we've seen a couple of times today.
The only way I can think of is like just basically play very rat-like in a way, just basically using the corners here in order to try to keep making chip damage, making sure that they save up and get their supers ready by the time the Poison Cloud comes out, but conversely also trying to deny the side of Barcelona any sort of opportunity to gain the super on the Jenny as well as the Jean. I think Jean's going to be a lot harder to try to deny his super. Unfortunately, Help Me isn't able to hold their line, and Barcelona is going to be chasing Kenji all the way to the back there. No way out there. The Piper is going to fall, and the first round gets lost out there to Barcelona.
Yeah, and I mean, Barcelona just really putting on the pressure, and sure, Help Me has those long-range damage, but if Barcelona, all they needed to do is to gain some distance And now they have that G Super. It feels like this is going to be easy. Tensai just runs at Kurunero. Might not be able to get the elimination, but sure as heck able to isolate the players of Help Me. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade so far, but Tensai with the elimination will bring it to a 2v1. And the Chappie here is caught between two members. A rock and hard place. The first round goes over to Barcelona.
This is a good recovery from Tensai's side. I mean, I was a bit worried that Bell would be the one to get the last laugh there because it seemed like Tensai wasn't able to finish her off quickly enough. But Barcelona nevertheless brings it home in this first round here. So let's see how round 2 fares for them. Will they be able to do another sweep, or will Help Me have another trick up their sleeve?
It's going to be... I feel like for Help Me, you have to kind of commit to focus firing down someone, or if not, if you're in Achapi's position, you gotta try and get out, and Achapi actually goes on the offense. Able to trade decently against Tensai, gets sniped by Moya though. Very, very unfortunate if you are Help Me right now. Kenji, you gotta make something happen. The Piper out and dry in the open. Tensai fighting against Kurunero, loses that one, but the health on the side of Help Me is so low. Kenji goes down, and once more it is the Bell left alone.
Yeah, unfortunately, health has already come back up for Moya and Siditampo, so this is going to be a very tough one here for Kuruneko to try to fight, no less because the Poison Cloud is already sweeping his way up the map now. Kuruneko is going to hide here. He's going to try to deny the kill, but still he gets credited to Moya anyway, and we move on to the next round. So coming right out of the bat, Achapi, Kenji, and Kuruneko still maintaining the same positions now. Still playing with that range here, but there's not much cover in the left-hand side because that the obstacle has already been taken out. Champion almost gets jumped upon there, but they do manage to take out Moya, so this could be an opportunity. Tensai brings out a super. It is going to be able to help them take down Kuruneko. But now it's the 2v2. Health is still back up to full here for both sides. Champion and Kenji find themselves very much in a very exposed position here, but as long as they stay out of range, they could be good. At least I say that until Tensai gets taken down. Now it's getting even better right now for Help Me, as they have Siditampo complete pincer up. Siditampo forces Kenji to jump all the way. One last shot there, but the Piper actually finishes off the Gene and allows them to take one round.
Definitely not over yet if you are Help Me, but Barcelona once more has that Gene super. Always gotta keep an eye out for that pickoff. So Help Me kind of figuring out. Kind of got Tensai down low, chipping him away. Tensai barely makes it out with his life, but Chappie has Tensai trapped, forcing Moya to come back him up. Siditampo also trying to hold on against Kurunero, who has that shoe on just for a while, preventing a lethal blow. But Siditampo always has the advantage with that grab. So if you're Help Me, you have to always be on your toes. With Tensai able to split the battle lines apart and gets rid of the Piper. And now it's disaster. Chappie doesn't have much health to work with. Moya snipes him on the way out, and this is done. Barcelona looking to tie it up.
Yeah, Kuruneko, unfortunately, all could just watch on helplessly as these comrades fall one after another. And with that said and done, looks like it's going to be the first set going to the side of Barcelona at this rate.
Yeah, Barcelona is doing a fantastic job in keeping themselves in this in the run. So it's going to be a 1-1 score in this best of 5. What we expected for a lower bracket finals. Help Me putting on a good fight, but Barcelona just having their numbers on that knockout round.
So we'll be moving on to our next map real soon, but I can see even stat-wise that things are kind of like back and forth between these two. As we have a look at the highlights once more, you can definitely see that Tensai have been very instrumental in kind of like breaking through the defensive line here, and he's been constantly giving a lot of pressure onto the Bell specifically by just using the area effect there to really prevent Kuruneko from being able to pushing up forward and support Achapi, who definitely would have needed the support coming in from the Bell in order to be able to take his fights. But unfortunately, this divide and conquer strategy here has worked out so well for Barcelona, so they do take Bell's Rock very, very handily. Now, we're jumping to Brawl Ball. It's going to be on Pinhole Punt. And let's see what picks and bans these two squads will bring to the table.
I'm definitely looking forward to this one. We've seen very different archetype from both teams when it comes down to Brawl Ball. In particular, the Max, Colonel Ralph, the Poco, Crow, B, and Otis ban out. And finally, for Help Me, they've decided to take out that Otis to force Barcelona onto something else.
Yeah, so... pinhole punt does have like really weird angles you can play with. I mean, they call it pinhole punt because there's literally a line you can trace from like the flank of the map all the way to the goal that's completely wide open. There's literally no obstacle in the way if you decide to shoot the goal that way. So they could potentially try to just create space, and Jeanette will be definitely a good choice here on that Barcelona has picked up in order to try to create those kind of opportunities. But they could easily counter this by having something like like a Frank who can kind of like clear out these obstacles and make the opportunities to score goals even greater and forcing the opposing side to be on the defensive. But looks like offense might be on the menu here for Help Me because they pick up the Carl as a first pick instead.
Wonder if we would see the Ashe or the Ems, right? That has been, I mean, when we witnessed that, I think, yeah, there it is.
There it goes.
There it is. The Ashe and the Carl. How could we forget about this? We literally saw this just now. Help Me bringing it back.
Yep, I mean, again, it was the passive from the Ashe allows him to basically increase his damage potential, the less health he has, and then combine that with the gears for damage, that makes him basically a brawler is able to take you out within 2 shots, even though he's down to 100 health. So that makes him extremely potent at close range. We saw in the past Brawl Ball match where the Ashe was played that he can become nigh on invincible, almost like the way Cristiano Ronaldo would just dribble his way through the defense. The Ashe can just penetrate through the defense of Barcelona here if he plays his cards right. So in response, Barcelona is going to be picking up the Colette as well as the Stu, so they're going for more mobility here, perhaps to try to stay out of range of the Ashe.
Yeah, stay out of range, and even if Ashe has max stacks on his passive, at least they can kind of outmaneuver him, right? The one thing that Ashe lacks is a range, and he makes up for it by charging out that passive and gaining that movement speed. But if you have long range and if you have invulnerability, for example with the Jeanette, then it makes it exponentially harder for the Ashe to stick onto you. And we also have that Buster picked up by Help Me as well. It's all about being in the face of Barcelona.
Yeah, Buster will be a good choice there if he can kind of like prevent long range shots. But then again, as long as Barcelona, the thing is that even though Barcelona can try to keep distance from the Ashe as much as possible, that kind of becomes difficult if Ashe decides to play defensive, like basically play the goalkeeper role in this map here, and that means that eventually they do have to get up close. And I really hope they do have a game plan for how they want to try to dissect him. But nevertheless, though, ready or not, here we come. This is going to be the first of the rounds here on Brawl Ball, on Pinhole Punt, and right off the bat, you can see a lot of aggression coming up from Barcelona's side. Tensai bringing the ball very close. Kenji forced to clear it away, and uses the spin, takes him out just in time, but it might be a little bit open here. Moya goes ahead and takes him out completely, but without any support from other teammates here, he cannot go for the ball. He instead goes for the kills, taking down the Ashe right now. Kuruneko is going to go forward here to try to meet any of the players on Barcelona's side before they come out and spawn, but Tensai puts out a super. Now just go for the bombardment over Kenji, forcing him to try to pass the ball to Choppy and away on the other side of the court.
Yeah, Choppy doesn't really want to hold on to the ball, especially when he has no stacks on the passive. Kuru now drops that Buster super, but I mean, Sinathan just cuts right through it. Oh, Choppy, can you hold on? Just barely charging up that passive. It feels like he cannot really do too much. Gets an elimination. Tensai trying to walk it in. Oh, intercepted by Kurunero. Tensai misses the pass. What is this? But Moya sticks it in anyways. What a close goal for Barcelona to start it off.
Oh, that was literally a goal of desperation there because Moya saw Kuruneko just coming straight for him and decided, nope, I'm just going to shoot for the goal and hope for the best. And it actually landed that time around, but still going to be a massive scuffle. Moya brings the ball in front. Oh, he takes out one. Choppy puts out the ball. It takes out Moya completely from the picture.
Wow, the super just surrounding Moya. Choppy now he's going to have possession of the ball, but again, he doesn't want to hold on to it. He wants to be able to soak up damage and walk right through. The thing is, yeah, Buster, you block those projectiles, but Colette can slice through you, and then you have Janet that basically just air drops explosives on your head. So Barcelona have good measures to kind of deal with Buster and his super, kind of really rendering him ineffective.
Yeah, so the ball is going to be held up in the mid side there while the defenders hold on for dear life. Trying to make an opening here is Kurunero, who moves up from the right-hand side. Sidatambo is going to try to beat up in front here to try to keep him at bay, and they're going to be trading damage, but Kuru is the one that comes out on top. Tensai brings on the ball to bring it to the corner there, but he's going to try to use the super here to get it onto Kuruneko here. Can he get the damage done? Yes, he does. He takes one down, but the ball throws all the way. He's getting the ball all the way to the goal, and Jachabi scores it for his team.
Whoa, the final moment. He got max stack, and that movement speed was enough for him to run it down. And Kenji, bit of a over-aggression, loses his life. Not really what they wanted, and Achapi now doesn't have cover to work with. So even with the passive, he has no space to recover health, and he just cannot get close to anyone. Tries to send the ball away. Kenji tries to intercept it, but no. Moya just shoots it. It's a clear shot. Barcelona takes the first round.
That was such a double-edged sword there for the Carl, because again, like, it's either you just stick to your guns and defend, which you basically waste a super, or just use a super and go all out aggressive but just lose the defense. It was a no-win situation in that regard, mostly because there was no cover and no one to cover for him. So here we go. Next round here, Moya and Tensai Sidatambo takes control over the midfield here, using the bush to kind of break the line of sight. But Kuruneko, Kenji, and Achapi are just keeping them surrounded. Kenji jumps in,
no, the Colette
loses his life there. Achapi a little bit too low, gets taken down there, and Tensai will be able to go along with Sidatambo. Completely clear the goal was. Sidatambo just lobs it in, and easy peasy lemon squeezy.
They just could not deal with the Colette. It is so deadly. Kurunero trying to create just a bit of space, but Sidatambo once more has the super, just slices through Kurunero and Achapi, but they focus fire him down. Kurunero gets that super back. Achapi drops his as well, but he has to send the ball forward. Actually gets it.
He does.
The passive, unfortunately, not enough, so Sidatambo comes right back and gets the possession again.
Yeah, so a bit of a stability now. They're going to be waiting for the spawns to come back in. Kenji's already back in the midfield, but Sidatambo is slowly but surely bringing that ball to the right-hand corner. It could be a bit of danger there. The Colette, again, most dangerous person on the map right now. He's going to be able to jump around, gets a kill on the Choppy one more time. Now focuses his attention on Kuro, takes him down as well. The goal is wide open. One more shot, and Sidatambo scores yet another goal.
And that's it. Barcelona takes that lead in our best of 5. They're up 2-1 right now. Just one set away from that rematch against Madrid in the grand finals. But help me, they put up the great trick of the great Ash trick, but now we know that there is a weakness to Ash.
I mean, rather like they didn't expect the Colette to Sidatambo just literally be the powerhouse in this round here and just basically opening up all the opportunities for Barcelona. So that was certainly one way to deal with it. Just like if there's an overpowered opponent on the other side, why not make an overpowered opponent of your own in the form of Colette on Sidatambo on Colette? So that actually worked out well here. Now we're going to be seeing how exactly they would try to play out the rest of the series here, because again, you know, this, in spite of the fact that this is like a kind of a rematch between the two of them, it does feel, tend to feel like Barcelona just might be that little bit better, and they are certainly playing their very best here in this round. Sidatambo literally playing out of his mind, I gotta say.
It would be pretty ironic if Barcelona loses Brawl Ball. You know,
I know, right?
They won. You know, this is not the worst. We're going to Hot Zone next. Open Zone for Hot Zone. And now it's help me with the backs against the wall.
Yeah, so what was the last time we saw the open zone there? I think it was the Buzz that we saw that time around, but it's no Buzz ban coming in here. Instead, it's going to be bans on Crow, B, Penny, as well as Stu. So we'll see what kind of choices come in. Open zone, obviously, as the name implies, there's not a lot of obstacles around the zone, the hot zone itself, which means that either you gotta have to find something that will basically make the area toxic. We did see good success using either the Lu or the Barley, but then at the same time, you also want to have good sustained fighters as well to just basically contest that hot zone. So the Max will be a very safe choice in that regard here for Help Me. Barcelona now has to decide either they want to try to, you know, match up another brawler that can just basically focus on Max most of the time, or go for something else here, which is going to be the Jeanette, who, as long as you can get her super charged up very quickly, could be an annoying presence around the hot zone because she can constantly bombard anyone who decides to come a little bit too close for the capture.
I mean, it's comfort pick for Barcelona. They are actually only it's the only team that played Jeanette so far on broadcast, if memory serves me right. But either way, they have a very clear way of utilizing this brawler, so don't mind it at all. Now they put in the Bonnie as well, so you have two very defensive brawlers on your team that can create a lot of space.
But that needs to be paired with someone who could be a main line for offense. So, because the reason why you want to pick up very defensive brawlers is that you are confident enough to capture the hot zone very early on and just basically want to just stay as much as possible. But that could be easily like countered if you have like the Lu or the Barley to just basically make the hot zone toxic. Then you're just kind of like forced to rely on the range. But Help Me picks up the Poco, so that's also one other way to kind of like force people off of the hot zone. But I think mostly that's going to try to buff up whatever Max can do on his end. So now the final choice of brawlers is still kind of up in the air right now. Not exactly sure what Barcelona is going to be picking up to pair up, but for Help Me, Colette. Okay, so if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Puts it the Tampo. Go ahead and take the Colette and make sure they can use her aggressively. Griff is going to be the one that will pair up together with the Bonnie as well as Jeanette. So let's see if that's going to work out well for Barcelona here.
Yeah, actually, Griff is one of the few answers to Colette, right? If she tries to rush in with that super, you can just ironically, just take her out with by throwing money at her.
Yeah,
so
just pay her money to just go away, basically.
Yeah, basically, just go away for a couple of seconds. I do think that Barcelona just have this very robust lineup, and funny enough, Griff having a lot of help, but also deals incredible amount of damage at close range. It's something that can really lock down a zone if you want to. See how Barcelona does this, right? It's gonna have Griff starting on the left side, instantly blows out that wall to open up a bit more space.
So the thing is that you have to keep your eye out on City Tampo, because not only is the Bonnie going to be very, very tanky, but she can just do that basically, like just jump out of the tank and have a second win, and that's going to allow her to be able to pull off sustained fights. So it's very good at defense, but they still have the question of whether or not they can capture the hot zone successfully and hold it so that they find the defensive strength of their lineup is going to be able to shine through. But Achapi is getting a lot of pressure onto Moya, but Moya is not abated at all to Colette, completely falling in the hands of the Griff right now, so that forces Kenji to back out of hot zone. So now Help Me has control here, and let's see whether this defensive lineup is actually going to work out wonders here. So far doing a lot of damage onto Achapi. Healing is already coming out, so that's going to keep them a lot of sustain while the Griff continues on the front line here. The City Tampo trying its very best to hold its own, but Achapi gets picked off in the end.
And that's what we talked about, the Griff being a decent solution to the Colette. Kenji trying to run away, but City Tampo, he's still in the shadows. They gotta get rid of him right now, as Jeanette now pops that super just to buy a bit more time, but Barcelona doesn't have health to work with. Moya finally expires. Help Me gains control of the zone once more.
Yeah. Just realized there's also one potential issue that Help Me might actually encounter, which is that Jeanette, as far as I know, as soon as she takes to the air, she's technically not contesting the hot zone, so she cannot quite use the super towards the end of the round, and that's probably going to be a bit of a limiting factor, especially if she becomes the last brawler standing. But nevertheless, as I say that, they haven't been able to take control over the hot zone, and it looks like Barcelona will be the one to take the first round instead. Help Me will be the one to take the first round instead.
Yeah, and Help Me takes the second round, and we're going to game 5. We're going to see a set number 5. It's going to be another full set, full series. So same modus operandi for Barcelona. Blow up the wall on the left side, give yourself a bit more access, but they're running into a bit of a problem because they're not as mobile as they thought they want to. Tempo just catapults into the face of Help Me. They get a wipe, and now they get control of the zone.
Was that a kamikaze strat? Like this literally jumped in and like no care in the world. So that just basically handed control now to Barcelona, and now they're going to be able to just use that to their advantage here to keep the percentage ticking up. Now Kenji is going to try to force off Moya in the background there, but he's going to use a super as well to force Kenji off. They will be able to take him down quickly, but not before City Tampo gets picked off by a Chapi. So it's still a 2v2, but then unfortunately Chapi all alone there didn't quite have the help to be able to stand of both Moya as well as Tensai. So he's back to square one. Barcelona yet again with control over the hot zone, getting ticked up all the way to 60%. Things are getting a bit desperate now for Help Me as they're trying their very best to force the grip off. But look at the way that Barcelona spreads out their defense here. That's making it quite hard. It's where they had to kind of focus on the one by one, but conversely, Barcelona is just able to just focus fire onto one of those brawlers one at a time.
Yeah, so much zone control coming out from Barcelona. They just have to stay on the side. Doesn't matter if 2-1 or 2 of them goes down. Barcelona tying it up, looking to just close out the series and head straight for that rematch against Madrid.
Seems like they don't want to waste too much time here, Barcelona. They want to try to end this here and now, but the thing is, Help Me are still hanging on very, very intensely. Their grip is very, very strong, and they are not going to let opportunities like this slip by their fingers. Kuroneko had to only watch as Kenji gets jumped on, but he just is able to just counteract Sinetambo in time, but unfortunately loses his life there. Moya still regains control over the hot zone here while Kenji tries to recover a little bit. Choppy now trying his very best to move up forward, but can't quite find an angle yet. And now with Barcelona just completely contained here, and with Tensai bringing out his super, they're going to try. Can they bring the follow-up here? Not quite. Not enough damage done here. Help Me takes control of the hot zone.
They all come together. Sinetambo, he has an opportunity. He's just waiting to have enough health to kind of just again jump in for the slam dunk. But Help Me is doing a great job. Sinetambo just goes for it anyways. Gets the trade. Kenji cannot finish the kill. Oh, Barcelona doing such a good job, and it's Sinetambo, the hero of the team, and Help Me completely split from on both sides. Kenji and Kuru on one end, but the third teammate, Gachapi, not isolated. This Colette not able to do anything. And Sinetambo, he is the tip of the spear for Barcelona at this point. Kenji and Kurunero all corralled into one corner. They are all going to drop like flies one by one. The respawns are staggered. Achapi cannot find it. It's 85%. Barcelona looking for a grand finals rematch.
How are they not able to take down Sinetambo yet? Finally, they do get something done there, but unfortunately, a lot of damage done here. Only 8 percentage points left for Barcelona. Help Me, even though they are slowly trying to take control here, aren't able to hold it up, and Moya comes back just in time to force Kuroneko off and take control of the hot zone completely. Barcelona wins it out. And that's a series win for the ages here. Barcelona proving once and for all that they are your World Cup champions.
And Barcelona back in the grand finals to take on Madrid for one last bout. Really felt like a scripted open finals, but we assure you that we didn't know that Barcelona and Madrid will meet in the finals, even though in real life this has happened before. So we're going to get a reenactment of that in the virtual space, but what a series it has been. Help Me pushing Barcelona to the absolute limit, but at the end of the day, it's Sinetambo. Gotta give this guy lots of credit. There's a reason why even on the World Cup, he is one of the most talked about players.
I mean, again, people are saying what somehow that Sinetambo is washed out. I think he just literally took Help Me to the cleaners right there with that amazing performance. I mean, at one stage he was down to 100 health, still was able to dodge a lot of damage, and still was able to play his role here. This is just brilliant coming out from Barcelona, specifically Sinetambo here.
I mean, this guy, absolute menace. Washed up? Definitely not.
No, not at all.
I'm pretty sure they meant warm up. He's definitely warmed up. Well, just in time for the grand finals, which is coming up after this. It's gonna be a final series, of this evening. And by the end of the grand finals, we will find out who will proceed into the next stage in the first seed. Again, prize pool doesn't matter. Top 4 teams walks away with the equal amount of cash, and that's $600. These placings from 1st to 4th is just about seeding. But of course, we have the grand finals coming up, and before all good things, we always have to take a short break. But do not go anywhere, because you do not want to miss the rematch between Barcelona and Madrid.
Yep.
they don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve them with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map, get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me heating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you owe us that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team's so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mentioned?
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
You're tuning in to the Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Season 2 Open Finals for Split 1. This is the SPS Stadium because we're ready for the final showdown between two titans, Barcelona against Madrid. And no, there will be no real soccer involved, but yes, there will be a lot of Brawl Star content involved.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, we already saw this kind of matchup before, but now we're going to be seeing it one more time. But this time around, it's going to be for bragging rights here because, again, they're already qualified for the challenge here. They are literally playing for seeding only, but it just feels like, especially even after the last match, they're still going to be fighting tooth and nail for that anyway. You know, regardless of whether or not there's actually any benefit here, it's still going to be a matter of pride for both of these squads. Barcelona and Real Madrid, the former Zeta Division as well as the former Rising Sun Esports, they're going to be wanting to see who is going to still be on top here as far as the East Asia region is concerned.
Of course, before we dive into that, have to give a shout out to Monster Energy for allowing everyone to unleash the beast within them. So check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming, because if you don't bleed green, you are doing something wrong.
Maybe, I don't know.
This is why you're losing games. That's what I'm trying to say.
I mean, I bleed red most of the time. Maybe that's why I'm a caster instead of a pro player, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh man. Yeah, just realizations
I'm
like
trying
this.
to get there, but I think age wouldn't let me. I'm still trying.
Still trying. But nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and see how this final series of the day is going to turn out. Because, especially, I want to thank all of you guys who basically stuck around from the start of the stream until now just to witness how this day will conclude. So, one more time again, it's going to be Madrid versus Barcelona, a repeat or three-peat. We'll have to see here because they have already faced off each other once in the upper brackets that resulted in Barcelona being sent down to the lower bracket finals. But then now that they've already fought their way past, help me, it's going to be rematch time between them and Real Madrid.
Yeah, and this one is going to, again, just to kind of pat that ego a bit. I think at the end of the day, I personally feel like if you're Madrid, you definitely want this, because beating Zeta Division has been the dream of every team except for Zeta Division sister squad. If you're the Madrid boys, this is the best time to prove it. Kings can be dethroned, but we all know that Barcelona has been the most consistent team so far. They have been beaten down once, but this is also a team that knows how to adapt the quickest. So can Madrid do it two times? We're gonna find out.
Yeah, and again, you know, Barcelona, like we mentioned, washed up, maybe not, because they were definitely going to be warmed up as heck coming into this grand finals here, especially for split number 1. Madrid, let's go ahead and remind you guys who they are. There's Levi, Melcrio, and Shizuku. Names that are probably a little bit new for those who are only watching us from the Snapdragon Pro Series, but definitely familiar names in the Japanese Brawl Stars scene. Shizuku especially has been a long time player and definitely a really fun presence to be around with. And I'm glad to see that finally he's living up to his name here by being one of the grand finalists here, at least being one of the star players for Real Madrid.
Yeah, definitely has been a long time coming for these players, right? It's just such a rare sight. They have always been kind of on the lower half of the leaderboard, it's kind of 5th to 8, you know, 3rd and 4th and 5th. But right now, they're in the top 2. And we'll see if they can finish that run and complete that fairy tale, you know, for the Bogs. But Barcelona is going to be that opponent against Siddhartampo, Tensai, and Moya being the main 3, and we have Ralph on the sub position. Either way, these guys have been world champions, and right now, they're about to prove us why they are world champions.
Yeah, in some ways you can kind of see this match right here as Barcelona, or rather Siddhartampo, Tensai, and Moya just continue to defend, you know, the crown as the champions of Brawl Stars here by proving to everyone they can still do it yet again, even without our former, even if we're under a different name now. So as long as they can keep this going here, I think it's only be high time before they're going to be picked up yet again for another org to perhaps go for another World Cup run. But I digress though. They still have one more match to go here for today, and I very much would like to see if they're going to be able to come and take up the challenge.
And of course, if you guys are wondering, you know, how have we been going for 2 seasons, let me tell you, because we have Samsung Galaxy as part of the big family. They joined us late last year, but you know, with that being said, it has been a fairly decent one so far, and we are always excited to continue this with them. I mean, this is season 2, maybe the season 3, season 4, and I'm sure that things will only get better in the year of the rabbit, because you know what they say, it's a good year.
It's a good, okay. Yeah, I guess they do say that, especially when it's a year of the rabbit here. But yeah, with all those festivities aside, again, super thank you for the sponsors and partners for the Snapdragon Pro Series, because without them, we wouldn't be able to bring you guys amazing matches like this one we're about to bring to you guys here. So, out in the open, the first map of the series here is going to be a knockout round. Already the bans are coming through here. So the Gray, the Bonnie, and the Max have been banned out on the Madrid side. Barcelona has banned out the Piper, Brock, as well as Jean. Eve is the first one that's been picked up here, and that's going to be a decent choice here, especially for a map, a game mode like Knockout, because over time the Eve can become deadlier and deadlier, especially if we don't deal with her hives quickly enough. Now the Tick, oh, okay. I just realized that the Tick has actually been left open here due to the bans, so that actually becomes another good way to counteract the E, because again, if the Tick plays his cards right, by the end, if he does have his super, that should be a guaranteed kill either way, especially when everyone's crowded around due to the poison gas.
Yeah, and you also have Mandy as well, you know, those across the screen snipes. Does make it a bit harder when you have that Tick super running at you. So Madrid is going to respond with the Janet as something that Barcelona has been very comfortable with. It's a staple brawler, but I think that with their current draft, they're not going to consider Janet anyways. So Madrid taking that away is kind of a better option.
Yeah, so yeah, as long as the Jeanette has a super at the end as well, it could be a very potent kill zone that she'll be able to provide, and actually stays out of the way from damage from the other brawlers on the opposite end. So Gus will be the last brawler picked up here to round up Madrid's lineup. One more pick to go here for Barcelona to pair up alongside the Tick as well as a Mandy. Who is it going to be though?
Yeah, I look at Barcelona, like, you definitely need someone to kind of hold the front. The Max do, I kind of don't feel like that's going to be it. Maybe the Bonnie, that's something that Barcelona also does play.
Bonnie's already been banned.
Oh yeah,
though.
Bonnie's been banned, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I could go for like an attack.
Okay, so it's Zone control.
Actually, Bo would be a good choice but now to think about it, because Bo together with Tick can provide a lot of coverage, especially with Tick tossing out his bombs and Bo putting out his mines. So that means that they can potentially still make the final area very, very toxic if they both survive until the very end. So I think actually it's a decent choice if they can use the obstacles well. The Bo and the Mandy should be able to continuously take pot shots against Madrid throughout, and as long as Tick is able to provide them support and get his super by the end, that's already guaranteed knockouts they can already pull off even before that Poison Cloud comes out. So let's see how it goes for this round here, because out in the open here, there's not much cover, especially in the middle of the map. So they're going to use that range for their advantage here. But who's going to be the first one to fall, though?
And we just keep an eye out on the side of Madrid. It's going to be a huge fight on that left side between the Eve and Bo, but Moya is definitely getting a bit more of an advantage. Doesn't really matter if you are at Eve. There's so much zoning potential coming out from the Bo. Moya is just going to walk on forward and forcing Madrid to expand some utilities to push him away. They do have that minions from that Eve being spawned, and that's going to allow Madrid to walk to kind of regain possession. But Barcelona, they are no slouches. They are kind of fighting back really well, and you always got to pay attention to that Mandy super.
Poison Cloud's coming out just in time, but they already picked off the Tick though, so no Tick super to bail them out this time. They have to literally take them out in full force, but the Poison Cloud is grabbing them around, corralling them inside. Barcelona unfortunately doesn't have a lot of health in hand, and with the Bo taken down, that is going to be end, and the round goes to Madrid.
Yeah, lovely start from Madrid, and Barcelona almost got a trade early on, and now again super being placed down. If they can get rid of the walls, it will make life easier for them. But unfortunately, that falls into the hands of the Bo, and only Bo can do that. Madrid trying to push on forward. That takes super. Now enough to take on Milk Road. They're going to detonate the mines slowly but surely. But of course, the mine doesn't have big enough radius to break the entirety of that wall. Not that it matters though. Two members of Madrid has already been sniped, and the last one from Sedetampo to do the job. We're going to the tiebreaker.
No, the mines were so deadly there, because you saw it just put them down to a sliver of health, and they literally weren't able to avoid that damage. So not only is it broken down the cover, it's also broken down the line up completely here. So now that you can see that they're immediately playing very defensive here. That's actually allowed Barcelona to corral them into the corner now. There is a jump pad the Milky potentially could use, but he's already taking a lot of damage there, just barely escaping damage from the Bo. But no, finally he gets a kill onto the Eve. So then they also take another one down. It's only the Jeanette left, and all she could do is just jump in and hope for the best.
And Moya just gonna stand there. He knows that he already got this round in the bag. Sing out. Only good for one. Madrid taking that Barcelona taking that first one for themselves. Of course, it's just that first round. There's still one more to go. Barcelona off to a good start.
Yeah, so again, might be shades of that first time they encounter each other, but nevertheless, there still is another opportunity here as we run into the next round of this set here. Milkrio still taking position over the water. Again, the Eve can easily just float over there, so it's just mostly trying to use that for cover, but then they're having a lot of trouble trying to deal with the Bo, because again, as long as he's able to bring out his mines thanks to his super, that becomes a very difficult proposition there. And you get Levi just basically having to dodge all of the stuff that Tensai is throwing at him, making it so hard for him to even maneuver and get close enough to get within range of his attack. Sedetampo gets a kill on the Milkrio though, so this thing might be falling off too rapidly here as they also take down Levi, and that will be the first round going to Barcelona.
Complete collapse of Madrid's lineup. It all started with one snipe onto Singao, and then everything just fell apart. Levi and Singao, they're out caught in the corner. They can't do much. Singao can't even move. Levi forced into the open, completely flushed. And Singao also will have to retreat, and that puts Milkrio in a very awkward position as this Eve. He wants to get right back, but it feels like he's compelled to fight, but that doesn't have much space for him, and he's gone. Barcelona, a convincing set one win, and Singao will just give it up and go next.
Wow, I mean, the Bo and Tick pick, again, it's like most of the time you just basically want to avoid them picking one over the other, but this is a case where somehow it was just left wide open due to the bans here, and Barcelona just took full advantage of that. And you know, with the mines and the Tick's bombs, between the two of those, there's just a lot of room to maneuver there for Levi. So that's why he got picked up so quickly. That completely destroyed the confidence, I feel, from Madrid's side. So that's why towards the end there, you didn't really see much of a fight being put up because they knew they've already been defeated just from the draft alone.
And Barcelona, the strongest ever, and compared to the upper bracket finals, I feel like Barcelona definitely felt a bit more confident with how they're playing, and it took them one full best of 5, but they definitely have figured out something about Madrid that they are capitalizing on. We're going over to Heist next. It's a bridge too far. Madrid, I wonder what kind of approach would they bring into this, because we have seen Madrid just generally liking that Eve, generally liking to go for a bit more of the damage, whereas Barcelona, they play it slow and steady, and that has been the case the entire night.
No, this is bridge too far, so I'm expecting to see more marksmen in this one here. Again, it's 3 very well-defined lanes, and there's not a lot of cover, so you definitely want to have brawlers that emphasizes that range anyway. So I don't know. I mean, again, it depends on the bans here, which direction they want to go in, but in all likelihood, they will want to at least leave the Bell, the Piper, or Mandy even open for pickups. And like I said, all of those are on the table here. Only the Colt really is the outlier here that they banned out. But again, the range of the Colt is quite substantial along with the Max. Brock would have been a very, very dangerous pick here if any one of these teams gets it, and alongside either Mandy or Bell. But nevertheless, it's been removed from the pool here by Barcelona.
And I wonder if we would see that E being prioritized. We saw the Sprout being picked up as well, but I think most importantly, it is the... we also saw the Buzz at one point, and that has been kind of the kind of rabbit out of the hat.
Yep.
But we get the Lola pick for Madrid to kick things off.
Yeah, Lola at least will be able to provide lots of damage in whichever lane you decide to choose. But we've also seen how you can effectively destroy the laning phase. I could say laning phase as if this is a MOBA, but you can see how it can destroy the structure of the lanes by just taking out the walls that divides the bridges. So if they are going to be going in that direction as well to just improve the mobility, perhaps you can bring in more things. But okay, they pick up the Eve as well, and yeah, that's one thing I didn't consider. The Eve will be the main brawler that will be able to hop between these lanes here, because she can go over the water, whereas most other brawlers aren't.
Yep, that definitely is something that has been the case for this evening. A part of me still wants to see the Buzz. I know that Madrid probably won't consider it, but maybe because of that one success, it looked really good. But if Madrid wants to play long range, there is the Piper, just like you mentioned. I mean, if they want to triple down, Mandy is not too bad of an option.
Yep.
But if they want to deal with Barcelona, if they want to go for a defensive option, I think that Colonel Ralph suddenly will be is back in the conversation. It just seemed to be an option for Madrid.
That's if they decide to kind of like buff up the Lola or the Piper as their kind of like main game plan, but I don't feel it's that strong of a game plan though. But again, it's mostly they want to be able to meet them at range, and as long as they can keep the Piper, can keep the Bell suppressed, then perhaps there is a chance. But nope, looks like they're going in a completely different direction, it seems.
Yeah, going for the Meg. I think this is the first time we see this Brawler getting picked. It has been banned a couple of times, but definitely the first pick for this one. Madrid showing us something different from what we have witnessed. See, Barcelona, they do have the last pick, so now they get to see what Madrid is going for, and they decide to go with the Colette, a very classic pick to get up close and personal for that burst. Charges of supers really fast, but there is a way to deal with Colette. You can focus fire her down, so we'll see how Barcelona is going to maneuver this brawler.
Yeah, so I'm largely expecting that the Colette is going to be laning against the Meg here. Lola versus the Eve, and the Piper versus the Bell. So I think that's pretty much the kind of setup they're going for here, and they're hoping that Meg with her mecha is going to be able to overpower whoever she's laying against, and hopefully be able to use to be able to sustain long fights here in these lanes. But there we go. Here's going to be the round that may determine it here. Madrid still on the bottom side, Barcelona on the top side. Tempo forcing Sing Out and Milkrio to try to change the lanes a little bit. Sing Out is actually going to join up with Levi to keep the right side buffered, and that's going to give an opening now for Tempo actually get closer to the Heist, to the save. I'm not sure whether that's going to be a good choice, but that's now forced Sing Out to try to respond to this. Then he comes back into the left-hand lane anyway because Levi got taken out.
Yeah, with Levi going down, it's definitely a lot more space for Barcelona to come down mid, and you see that Moya is slowly inching forward. They're winning. They're just winning these 1v1 duels, right? If you are Madrid, you need to land your shots, but they just could not do it often enough onto Barcelona. So every single trade is going Barcelona's way, and that is why they have the liberty to just walk up and start damaging the save without really putting themselves in danger. And of course, the Bell projectile ricochet is keeping Madrid at bay, and Moya, he's just in the face of the save. And Tempo, he has that super, so if Madrid doesn't push Barcelona away soon and the save gets low enough, Tempo can just go for that cheese finisher.
Yeah, but the thing is that can they still sustain though? Meg now finally brings out a mech, but there's not much health for her to go with. She's just using this opportunity right now to push as far out as she can. She still has a bubble shield up. Levi gets the kill against the Tempo, so the save is safe for now. Now they can just focus in on Moya and just make sure that the E doesn't get close enough, but even still close enough to take down the mech anyway, even with the bubble shield up. So they're still back to square one. But nevertheless though, very much they are behind here because the save is already halfway down, and Barcelona hasn't even experienced a single dent on their own save here. Safe to say that 40 seconds to go here, Madrid very much in trouble.
Yeah, definitely in trouble. Trying to snipe the Tempo. Milkro doing a good job, but they have Moya to deal with. Sing Out, he is just taking as much space as possible, but the mag just does not have enough damage. It's taking her way too long. Sing Out loses the mag, able to at least hop and take care of Moya. Tempo now caught in a rock and a hard place, has that super, completely misses it. Sing Out gets that mech back, but Tempo has that shield. 15 seconds left on the clock. Madrid needs a burst of damage, but they just won't have enough time to close the distance. Barcelona will single-handedly take round one with full dominance.
Yeah, and the thing is that even though towards the end there it looked like Madrid was almost on the verge of trying to get a comeback, but the timing is just not on their side. And especially, this is especially tough for the Meg here because it seems like she gets gassed out way too early on. So she gets a mech on, she doesn't usually have enough health to sustain a push all the way to the end of the lane, and it's becoming a bit of a bottleneck right now for Sing Out.
And at the same time, he's also getting pressured by both Moya and Tensai, and I don't know how Milkro got that snipe, but it's good news for Madrid. Milkro, he needs to get a bit of damage, but look at that burst again, Colette. Every time she uses that super, I believe it's almost 10% of safe self. They're actually trying to go for the rush. I'm not really sure you want to fight this though, Madrid. Do they have enough damage? They actually got rid of Moya, and now they might have the lead. Tempo and Tensai, they're doing their utmost best, but Barcelona's save is going down. If Tempo can get his super back up in time, they might win this one. They actually might just win the race. Milkro forced to retreat by Moya. Time is running out. Health is running out. Milkro goes out. Barcelona might get this one so close, and they do. Barcelona just makes the decision to run it down and win the second set.
There was literally only one window opportunity there. If that push did fail right on the get-go, Madrid could have easily come back there. So it's super, super risky. But I think this speaks to the level of confidence that Barcelona has in this matchup right now. They've already won one set, and it looked like they're already winning another round here on Bridge Too Far. Things are looking on the up and up right now for this squad here. So I guess guys better strap in. This could be a wipeout here if Barcelona can keep pulling this off.
Yeah, and they have done it in such a dominant fashion. Round one was Barcelona just suffocating Madrid, not giving them any space to move, and round two was just Barcelona ego challenging Madrid and winning anyways. I mean, this I didn't expect this to be an opening for the grand finals.
I know, right? I mean, again, when you saw like the pickups that they had, you expect them to just kind of like slowly chip away, but then again, you know, when you realize that Bridge Too Far doesn't provide lots of cover here for the attackers, you kind of have to go for a full commit, and that's exactly what Barcelona did. Just try to rush on the save, just hoping that they were able to just have enough damage and just be able to delay things enough for them to hold things on. But it seemed like it was still a risky strategy anyway, because if they got picked off right at that point there, they would just basically have handed around there to Madrid from that point on. Now let's go ahead into the third map here. We're going to be going to the hot zone map of Dueling Beetles, which means there's not, I think, if memory serves me correctly, Dueling Beetles doesn't just have one, maybe two hot zones in this one map here. So that means they may have to kind of split themselves up a little bit in terms of where they want to try to cover. Sorry, the Dueling Beetles only has one hot zone, so scratch that. It's still going to be very much a up front and up close affair. Poco, sorry, Sprout might be a really good pick here because there's a bush just in front of the hot zone, and that could be a very important choke point for both teams to try to keep control of.
And we have Gray, second Gray pick of the day, probably the last one. Barcelona kind of showing us a different approach. Again, Jeanette banned out by Madrid as they go for that bell opening. That's something that, you know, Matt specifically is very comfortable with, but I think, if I remember correctly, Barcelona now with Bonnie available, that could be another consideration, especially when we only have one hot zone.
So Bell will be picked up from Madrid's side. Bans wise, I mean, they already took out the Meg on Barcelona's end anyway, so it's still the Bonnie left unpicked here. Again, I'm still not too sure what exactly will pair up well with the Gray. Again, I haven't quite seen a lot of like competitive matches with the Gray being in play. But Madrid is just going with stuff that they know will definitely work, which is going to be the Bell and the Max. So they definitely will have the range, will have the damage. But what can they bring in terms of utility, though? I mean, nevertheless, Bell has a lot of utility anyway, and then if he pairs up well with the Max, they can still potentially be really good on offense here. But Barcelona now has the second pick. They will decide here if they want to go for defense or offense. Why not a little bit of both? I mean, Bonnie can fill in both of those roles quite effectively, I think.
Yeah, I think she definitely can. And of course, when all else fails, when you need someone to really start the fight, then of course you would have the Bonnie to make it happen. Just dive head first. Matt, they don't really have the tankiest brawlers, but they do have mobility. They do have that Max. If you can kind of manage to dodge that Bonnie, slam dunk, then there is a chance and burst her down, and Madrid will be able to kind of turn Bonnie's strength against her. But Otis, once more, it's going to be Barcelona's last pick. That super, that disarm, it's really going to give Matt a bit of a problem. So they would want to try to keep Barcelona at arm's reach using the B.
Yeah, so I think if Madrid, the way I can imagine them playing is just keeping themselves spread out, but then having one person main onto the hot zone, and then using the range that, because both B as well as Max have incredible range that's comparable to Bell, they can potentially support her at a distance. So the question only is like, how can they sustain themselves in those battles when you already have Bonnie on the other side, who not only has a second win, but also the tank itself has over 7,000 health, so you had to kind of chip that down very rapidly here so that they will at least have a fighting chance on that hot zone.
We'll see how that's going to pan out. Again, for Madrid, they have speed, so that should be, they should be looking to get control of the zone early on, but unfortunately, Levi just could not cut it. They've been forced away. Actually, win that fight against Moya, something that, is the best case scenario for Madrid. Now they should be able to get some progress going. Tampo also forced back by Sing out. Barcelona looking for a reset.
Yeah, so Levi is going to be the main one trying to contest this one here, and as long as they can keep that Otis suppressed, they will not have to worry about him too much. Breaking down the obstacles as well is what Levi is doing here, so he's doing a bit of a roll here to make sure to open up as much angles as he can. So the Tempo tried to go for the jump on the Sing out, but Levi is able to counter him just in time, taking them out with a well-played shot. Now he can continue to focus his attention on keeping the hot zone percentage up ahead of Barcelona at this point.
Oh, and Tensai able to get that good snipe onto Levi, and Moya also putting his weight as well. So Madrid now will have to concede control. Keeping it close to Barcelona has a couple of progress to catch up, but Tensai, he's just going to walk on forward and cause that gray projectile. And the lingering explosion is the one that's deadly. Tensai just pours on forward. Milk Wheel goes down, but he does trade his life of in return for that. Nonetheless, he's able to create a lot of space for his teammates to gather that progress bar, and as he respawns, Madrid were not able to capitalize on his absence.
That's the thing, like even when they are able to take him out, they don't have the space created in order to take one down. And Sinta Tampo, speaking of which, has already taken out one at the cost of his own health, but has given Barcelona the opportunity now to just get themselves within 5 percentage points of taking this first round in the hot zone. That is going to keep ticking away, and with Sinta Tampo putting 1 foot on the door, that's going to be the hot zone first round going to Barcelona.
And Barcelona are just 1 round away from basically washing this entire grand finals with a trio sweep over Madrid, is showing once and for all that they are the better team. Of course, Madrid, it's going to be a long climb from this point onwards.
Yeah,
I mean, same start, but unfortunately just Moya just winning the initial trade against Levi. He has no agency at all.
You have to pay a lot of close attention to Gray right now, because the Gray can basically reposition himself quite well, especially with the portal, so that's making it a bit of a dangerous positioning there for Milkrio to be that far forward, and in fact almost got dragged into that fight there. He's already down less than 1,000. Sing Out and Levi are going to try to hold the front here, and a bit of opening has already been made here, but Milkrio is not able to capitalize too much to get the kills done. Instead, Sing Out and Sinta Tampo would take each other out, and Levi will be the next one to fall here to 10 side. Milkrio does get a trade, but isn't able to contest a hot zone quite yet. Sing Out gets one shot to Moya, tries to go in for another one there, but Sinta Tampo comes in, jumps in straight towards the bushes here, trying to get a backline, but Levi takes him out. Milkrio and Levi takes him out before he's able to do any more damage.
And Madrid now staggering the respawn of Barcelona. It's going to give them a lot of progress. Barcelona will have to wait for those respawns, and without Sinta Tampo's super, this will be a bit tough. They have to start racking it up, but the focus fire for Madrid is starting to show. Moya trying to open it up with Tensai as well. They actually get the trade onto Levi. Levi goes down. Milkrio needs a kill, but what a teleport. Buying a bit of time. Milkrio still gets the snipe regardless, but Moya did take out Sing Out. Sinta Tampo left on the side alone, but he has the super. If Nees doesn't think he use it, straight to the back line. Sing Out just got back. Just doing him dirty.
Wow.
And Levi also loses Barcelona in the cups of winning the grand finals.
I will give the MVP right there for Tensai. Just the portal alone has given them so much ability to come back on the hot zone immediately. Has improved the response time here, making sure that they can keep Madrid suppressed long enough there. Unfortunately, Levi's already come back here. He's already taken things down, and now he's able to keep the percentage up here for Madrid. So it's still going to come down to the wire somewhat here. But Tensai comes in with a massive kill onto Levi here, securing control over the hot zone once and for all.
And that is it. Barcelona have done it in the most dominant fashion possible in this rematch. Doubters be denied, be proven wrong. Barcelona still the best team, still the best that they could ever be. I mean, they were world champions, they are world champions, and now another championship title in the Open Finals.
Yep, again, still the best in Japan here is the team that won the World Cup. Who would have thought, right?
Who would have thought? I never imagined that a World Cup champion would win this one. I thought they would not. But there's one thing for sure, is that Barcelona now not only resonates with football fans, but now it resonates with Brawl Stars fans as well.
Yep, exactly. And I think Barcelona was certainly be taking some cues from their logo here and just go ahead and meditate a little bit about what it really means to be world champion at this point, because can certainly savor that spirit for a little bit longer, having proven themselves once again in this Open Finals. So, as we recap one more time on this round here, I mean, I gotta say, like, Sinta Tampo still top of my list here for one of the best Brawl Star players of all time.
Absolutely, this incredible Bonnie play. Just the fact that the ability to create space with that super is just magnificent. But also, you know, I feel like Madrid, they definitely didn't thought that the Grey would be that much of a problem. And it definitely was kind of the killing blow in the most important set of the grand finals. But nonetheless, just to remind you guys, doesn't matter whether Madrid is first or second, the top 4 teams will qualify for the next stage. The placing for the Open Finals is just for the seedings. They will all walk away with the same amount of the prize pool, which is $600 US.
Yep. So again, it was mostly a play just to see who's going to be able to seed themselves when they get to the challenge stage. But regardless, it is also a matter of pride as well, at least for Barcelona, to prove that still, even though they're no longer carrying the name of Zeta Division, they are still a name to be feared once more in this Brawl Stars scene in East Asia. So let's go ahead and have a little bit of a quick recap of the bracket once more. Barcelona, they made their way to the grand finals by defeating Raid Esports 3-0, defeating Quasar 3-1, being defeated by Madrid going into that grand final there. So that sent them all the way to the lower bracket where they had to meet against Help Me, who had to fight their way against Quasar to make it to the lower bracket finals, only to be stopped in their tracks there by Barcelona 3-1. Whereas Madrid, they had a much more straightforward path all the way to the grand finals there. 3-0 onto WWW, 3-0 onto Help Me, and unfortunately by the time they got to when they got to the upper bracket final, they managed to take down Barcelona 3-2. But once Barcelona came back, they came back really strong and came back swinging, taking down Madrid 3-0 to secure their #1 seed in the challenge.
Yeah, and congratulations to Barcelona to becoming our Split 1 Open Finals champions, and that means that we will see them in the challenge stage for sure. But for Madrid, for Help Me and Quasar, they also have made it there, just different in seedings. Everything else stays the same. But we also got to thank the other 4 teams that were part of this top 8 Open Finals: Raid Esports, Xanax, WWW, and Team Wood. They will not proceed to the next stage, but nonetheless, it is a pleasure having them. It's a pleasure seeing some of these familiar faces. But the competition for Brawl Stars in APAC is as stiff as ever.
Yeah, and also like shout out to the top 4 there, giving Help Me, Quasar, Barcelona, of course, Real Madrid. They are qualified to the challenge stage, so we'll be seeing them again in the Snapdragon Pro Series. So before we leave though, we do still want to give our thank yous to the people who made this tournament possible. Snapdragon Pro Series, thanks Kachi Shop for providing us with great deals and game top-ups. If you are low on your in-game credit, you can go ahead and reload through their website, which is at www.kachishop.com/my. So check them out, especially if you're looking for great discounts as well as bonuses that comes along with your next reload.
Yeah, absolutely, and that has concluded an amazing evening of Brawl Star action for the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 2 Split 1 Open Finals. It's a great way to kick off the year of the rabbit, and just in time for festive seasons as well. But we have so much more Brawl Stars action to come, and this is just the beginning. So if you guys thought that, oh wow, we ended within one evening, no, it begins right here, right now. We have I'm looking forward to all these matches, but you know what, we're gonna close out this chapter for the evening. On behalf of everyone, Muskie, this is Victor Cax, and we're gonna wish you guys a very, very great night. And we'll see you guys for more Brawl Stars action in the coming weeks.